Isla sat hunched over the ancient map, candlelight flickering across her face as her green eyes mirrored the vibrant blue glow of the small crystal in her hand. Every line and symbol held secrets she was desperate to unravel before darkness could claim more ground. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and Eldrick entered, clutching an old scroll marked with the ancient tree symbol. His voice carried urgency as he warned Isla to prepare, for the ominous darkening was no mere threat, it was a looming inevitability. Outside the quiet library, Kalen stood resolute, his dark braided hair shifting in the breeze as his sharp gaze swept the horizon. Dark clouds, unnatural and heavy, creeped forward, signaling the peril steadily approaching their village. The village square hummed with restless whispers, faces etched with fear as rumors of the encroaching darkness spread like wildfire. The once vibrant heart of their community now pulsed with unease and dread. Isla's fingers brushed against the lumina crystal, which flickered weakly in response, its glow resembling a heartbeat struggling against an unseen force. Though cryptic, the pulse carried a message she could almost, but not quite comprehend. Eldrick leaned close, his spectacles catching the dim light as he recited the legend of the crystals of Valora. These ancient stones, he explained, once maintained the fragile balance between light and darkness, a balance now on the verge of shattering. Together, Isla and Eldrick pored over the map, tracing a jagged route toward the lost crystal caverns rumored to lie hidden beyond the towering mountains. Their fingers pressed into worn parchment, mapping hope amid despair. Kalen adjusted the straps of his armor with practiced precision, his scarred face stoic yet tense. Each click and pull was a silent vow to protect, as he braced for the treacherous journey ahead. As night draped the land, tendrils of darkness seeped into the village outskirts, wilting the vibrant flowers that once painted the fields. The air thickened with a cold shadow, swallowing color and life beneath its weight. Suddenly, Isla felt the lumina crystal surge with energy, its faint light blossoming into a warning. Through the twisting trees, she glimpsed a shadowy figure, watching silently from the distance, impossibly just beyond reach. Eldrick's expression darkened as he revealed the truth. The darkening was spreading at an unprecedented pace, faster than any record or prophecy had anticipated. Its unchecked advance threatened not just their village, but all living things. At dawn, beneath the sprawling branches of the village's ancient tree, the trio gathered to begin their perilous quest. The first light caught Isla's silver braid, the symbol of hope trailing behind their determined steps. Isla's lumina crystal emitted a faint glow, casting pale light on the dense, shadowed forest path ahead. Every leaf and branch seemed alive, as if the very woods were watching and waiting. Without warning, twisted shadows lunged from the surrounding trees, their forms writhing with unnatural energy. Kalen sprang into action, drawing his sword to fend off the encroaching darkness with swift, precise strikes. They barely escaped the ambush, breaths ragged as the gravity of their mission settled heavier. It was clear now. The stakes of their quest extended far beyond personal safety. The fate of their world hung precariously in balance. Deeper within the forest, Isla noticed faint symbols glowing on the bark of ancient trees, their light pulsing gently like guiding stars. These marks seemed to respond to the crystal's resonance, carving a path through the dense wilderness. As Isla's crystal pulsed with growing strength, the forest around them shimmered, charged with a tangible magic. The air thrummed between light and shadow, filling their journey with both wonder and warning. Ahead, an ancient stone doorway emerged from the overgrowth, its surface etched with the familiar tree symbol, worn by time but defiantly intact. The passage beckoned them into secret realms forgotten by most. Eldrick lifted his amulet, its faint glow synchronizing with the door's carvings. With a whispered incantation, the stone doorway slowly creaked open, revealing a hidden cavern sparkling with countless shimmering crystals. Inside, a suffocating silence enveloped the trio, unnatural and heavy, broken suddenly by a deep, distant roar echoing from the cavern's depths. The sound reverberated through stone, stirring dread and resolve alike. Careful and deliberate, they descended into the cavern's heart, the walls illuminating softly as Isla raised the lumina crystal higher. The gentle light danced over their surroundings, revealing secrets whispered in stone. Without warning, tremors shook the cavern violently. A large section collapsed behind them, dust clouding the dark air and sealing their only known exit, trapping them deeper within the Earth's embrace. Kaelin's keen eyes scanned ahead, noting faint footprints etched in the glittering dust, mingled with ominous claw marks. The signs whispered of creatures unknown and dangers lurking just out of sight. A spectral figure materialized briefly before them, translucent and ethereal, its voice a faint whisper carrying a cryptic warning. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the apparition vanished, leaving behind a chilling silence. Driven by instinct, Isla placed her crystal upon an ancient altar. The stone vibrated beneath it, resonating deeply until a hidden pathway pulsed into revelation before them. With a mixture of fear and hope, they prepared to step into the unknown. The trio steps cautiously into a vast chamber where the darkness coils and writhes as if alive, swallowing the faint gleam of their crystals. The air is thick with unease, and every shadow seems to pulse with hidden threats. Isla tightens her grip on the Lumina crystal, its glow dim against the oppressive blackness. From this living darkness emerge twisted creatures, their bodies contorted and corrupted, yet their eyes glint faintly, tethered to some remaining spark of light. Their eerie forms shift unpredictably, reflecting a balance twisted toward shadow. The chamber feels alive with the struggle between illumination and void. Kaelin draws his sword with a steely resolve, engaging the creatures in frantic battle, his scarred face set in a determined grimace. Isla and Eldrick seize the moment, scouring the cavern walls for another glowing crystal said to hold power over the darkness. Their search is urgent amid the clashing chaos around them. Eldrick's keen eyes catch sight of a smaller crystal embedded deep within a jagged stone, its faint light flickering like a heartbeat. He strains to dislodge it, fingers grasping the ancient rock, but the crystal resists, locked tight as if bound by the cavern itself. Isla moves closer, ready to aid his efforts. As they free the crystal, a swell of darkness rolls through the chamber like a tidal wave, intensifying and pushing against them with relentless force. The shadows creep closer, alive with a malevolent hunger that threatens to overwhelm their fragile light. The Lumina crystal flickers, mirroring the rising tension. Isla carefully aligns the two crystals, their glow melding into radiant beams that carve through the shadow like swords of light. The encroaching darkness recoils, pushed back momentarily by this sudden burst of clarity. Hope sparkles in her eyes as the luminous power courses between them. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the cave floor, and a deep chasm splits the ground, separating Kaelin from Isla and Eldrick. The gap is wide and ominous, walls steep and crumbling. Each side faces peril alone, the bond between them tested by the abyss. From across the divide, Kaelin shouts words of encouragement, his voice unwavering despite the danger. Bracing himself, he begins scaling the sheer cavern walls with grim determination. His dark, braided hair clings as he claws upward, driven to reunite with his companions. Pressing forward into the shadowed depths, Isla and Eldrick discover faded inscriptions carved into stone, depicting an ancient ritual meant to restore balance between light and shadow. The symbols shimmer faintly under the crystal's glow, hinting at forgotten knowledge. The weight of history settles around them. Without warning, the Lumina crystal's glow dims unexpectedly, sending a cold shiver through Isla's heart. The pulse of magic seems to falter, as though responding to an unseen threat. Darkness creeps not only outside, but within their very artifacts of power. Eldrick becomes encircled by a shadowy presence, whispering ancient curses in a language long lost to time. The dark aura tests his resolve, threatening to consume his spirit and fracture their mission. With eyes narrowed behind his round spectacles, he steels himself against the encroaching despair. Summoning her courage, Isla raises the combined crystals, a bright shield of light forming around Eldrick. The dark murmurs recoil, the malevolent aura dissipating under the radiance they produce. Their unity of purpose shines as a beacon amid the suffocating gloom. Just then, Kaelin returns, breathless but determined, only to find a massive shadow beast blocking their path. Towering and snarling, it radiates menace, its eyes dark yet reflecting the crystal's faint light. The three face a new, daunting threat together. They move as one, using swift strikes and the luminous beams from their crystals to confuse and weaken the monstrous foe. The light dances around the beast, disrupting its dark essence, while Kaelin exploits every opening. Their combined strength begins to turn the tide. Suddenly, the chamber shudders violently, stones tumbling as the cavern begins collapsing around them. Rocks fall in maelstrom, and shadows swirl into a tempest of chaos. Urgency seizes their hearts. Escape becomes paramount amid the crumbling ruin. Breathless, they reach a sealed doorway emblazoned with the ancient tree emblem, a symbol seen throughout their quest. Recognition dawns that this gateway leads to their ultimate destination, the final chamber. The air hums with latent power, signaling the climax of their journey. Isla carefully fits the crystals into indentations matching their shapes on the door's surface. As the last piece settles, the emblem glows brightly, and the heavy door unlocks with a resonant burst of light. Beyond lies the chamber that holds the fate of Valora. Inside, a pedestal rises, cradling the great crystal of Valora. Its vibrant pulsing life energy fills the room, but falters, flickering dangerously as if unstable. The air around it crackles with tension, the ancient power teetering between restoration and ruin. Approaching cautiously, they are confronted by the shadowy figure seen earlier, now revealed as the corrupted guardian of the crystal. Its form wavers between light and darkness, bearing both menace and sorrow. The guardian's presence commands both respect and wariness. The guardian challenges their worth, eyes piercing as it tests the unity and resolve of the group. A tense standoff ensues, where trust and strength must overcome fear and suspicion. The fate of the crystal, and all of Valora, hangs in the balance. Stepping forward, Isla speaks with quiet conviction of balance and hope, her words weaving through the chamber like gentle light. The guardian's aggression softens as the combined crystals resonate with her spirit, harmonizing conflict into calm. A fragile peace kindles between them. The guardian yields, merging with the crystal of Valora in a brilliant fusion that steadies its pulsing energy. Light spreads through the crystal, illuminating every corner of the chamber in serene brilliance. The once flickering crystal now glows with vibrant life and promise. A flood of luminous energy pours forth, pushing back the shadows that had seeped into the cavern's stones and crystals. The colors return, richer and more vivid, as darkness is swept away by radiance. The chamber feels reborn, a sanctuary of light restored. Eldrick studies the now clear inscriptions carefully, fully deciphering the ritual meant to awaken the crystal's true power. His amulet pulses in rhythm with the newfound clarity, guiding their next steps precisely. The path forward is illuminated by knowledge and hope alike. Together, the trio performs the ritual, their hands joined over the glowing crystal. A radiant light envelops them, weaving threads of balance between light and darkness throughout the cavern. Harmony is restored, yet deeper truths linger just beyond the glow. The dark, brooding clouds that had long hung over the land began to dissolve, unveiling a vast expanse of clear, cerulean skies. The once withered fields breathed a new, vibrant greenery spreading like a gentle tide, reclaiming the earth. It was as if the world itself exhaled a sigh of relief, its wounds visibly healing under the cleansing light. In Isla's hand, the crystal she carried pulsed with a steady, brilliant glow, steady and warm as the dawn. The light it emitted was no longer flickering or weak. It symbolized a renewed hope that now radiated within every heart. This was the gleaming promise that darkness had been overcome. At the heart of the village, the ancient tree, their timeless guardian, began to pulse with gentle waves of life energy. Its leaves shimmered with renewed vitality, reflecting the balance restored between light and shadow. The symbol etched into its bark seemed to glow faintly, a beacon of harmony reborn. One by one, the villagers stepped from their homes, eyes wide in cautious wonder at the transformed landscape. The tense silence that had gripped them was replaced by a tranquil peace as smiles slowly returned. They felt, deep within, the promise of safety and renewal settling over their homeland. Eldrick gathered the villagers near the ancient tree and shared stories of their arduous journey. His voice, steady and enriched with wisdom, spoke of courage tested and the strength found only in unity. He reminded them that this harmony was won through the bravery of each soul who dared to stand against the darkness. Kalen stood solemnly at the edge of the gathering, his vigilant gaze sweeping the horizon. The scar across his left cheek caught the sun's rays, glowing faintly as if touched by the lingering magic in the air. His presence was a steadfast sentinel, reflecting the warrior's unwavering resolve. By the ancient tree, Isla sat quietly, the gentle breeze tugging softly at her silver braid as she smiled with peaceful reflection. Her vivid green eyes shone with gratitude and quiet strength, knowing the cost of their victory. In this serene moment, she felt a deep connection to the land and to her companions. With great care, the trio placed the Lumina crystal at the very center of the village, where it radiated a protective light. Its steady glow served not only as a symbol, but as an enduring safeguard for generations to come. The crystal's brilliance became a beacon, promising light in any shadow that may arise. Together, Isla, Eldrick, and Kaelin prepared for a new adventure, their spirits fortified by the trials they had faced. The bonds forged through hardship had deepened into unbreakable trust and shared purpose. With renewed hope and heartened resolve, they set their sights beyond the village's edge. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow upon the distant mountains, the trio moved forward with steady steps. Their silhouettes merged with the vibrant landscape, a testament to journeys past and those yet to come. The horizon shimmered with promise, and they were ready to embrace whatever fate awaited. In the twilight shadows of Eldoria, a flickering light danced atop the ancient tower. Aelina, the young apprentice, raced through the crumbling halls, her heart pounding with urgency. The village below whispered of darkness swallowing the land, but only she knew why. Legends spoke of the Everflare, a mystical flame that kept dusk and despair at bay. Tonight, the Everflare wavered, threatening to wink out forever. Aelina reached the tower, breath catching in her throat as she saw the flame flicker weakly. "If the light dies, so do we," she murmured, recalling the elder's words. Her fingers trembled as she fetched the ancient crystal, said to revive the flame's heart. Placing it gently beside the Everflare, she whispered an incantation passed down through generations. Suddenly, the flame leapt brighter than ever, bathing the tower in golden warmth. A comforting hum filled the air, rippling through the land like a soothing melody. Outside, the villagers lifted their faces toward the glow, hope rekindling in their eyes. Aelina descended, the weight of her quest lifting with each step. "The light lives on," she told the gathered crowd, pride shining brighter than the flame. From that night forward, Eldoria's nights were no longer dark whispers, but stories of courage and magic. Aelina kept watch, her flame never flickering again, a beacon against the shadows. The villagers rebuilt, their fears replaced by faith in the light and its keeper. In every corner of Eldoria, whispers turned to songs, celebrating the last light's triumph. And as dawn stretched its fingers across the land, the darkness stayed at bay, held at bay by one girl's unwavering hope. In the heart of the ancient tower, the Everflare burned eternal, a promise that even the smallest light can conquer the deepest night. Elara stands poised at the vast forest's edge, her silver hair shimmering in the soft morning light, while the crystal heart pendant pulses faintly in her grasp. The pendant's gentle glow reflects her determination as she prepares to venture into the unknown. A whispering wind stirs the leaves, carrying faint, ethereal voices that echo from deep within the forest. The voices seem to blend promise with warning, beckoning Elara onward, yet hinting at lurking dangers ahead. By a cracked stone altar, Elara encounters Phelan, whose amber eyes scan the dense trees warily, his scar reddened by the crisp morning air. His presence feels reassuring, yet his stoic demeanor hints at the threats shadowing their path. Phelan presents an ancient tome, its aged pages inscribed with symbols mirroring those etched on Elara's crystal heart pendant. The book seems to hold forgotten knowledge vital to navigating the mysteries ahead. Myra bursts into view, her iridescent wings casting shimmering patterns as she grins mischievously. She challenges Elara with a riddle born from the forest's secrets, teasing her to unlock hidden truths. Unseen, the shade lingers among the shadows, its deep violet eyes glinting with calculated patience as it traces Elara's every step through the twisting trees. Its silent presence casts an uneasy pall over the group. Elara's fingers brush the pendant, prompting beams of radiant light to shoot forth, painting a luminous map across the ancient tome's pages. The glowing paths lead deeper into the heart of the forest, guiding their next steps. A sudden rustle stirs the underbrush, startling all as elusive forest creatures vanish swiftly among bioluminescent mushrooms that pulse in rhythmic beats. The eerie glow seems to synchronize with the pendant's faint pulse of warning. Phelan's voice carries a grave warning of an impending storm, his scar intensifying in color beneath the darkening, swirling clouds above. The tightening air presses upon them as tension mounts. Alara steps carefully across a crystal-clear stream, her gaze drawn to the water's surface, where reflections shimmer and shift unnaturally. The warped images hint at hidden enchantments manipulating reality around them. Guided by Myra's fluttering light, they reach an ancient tree with serpentine roots twisting wildly and ancient symbols carved deep into its bark, symbols matching those in the tome. The tree seems alive with history and magic. From Myra's palm appears the silver key, glowing softly against the tree's bark as it slides effortlessly into a concealed lock. A silent mechanism stirs, unlocking passage to secrets guarded for centuries. A hollow within the tree opens to reveal a passage glittering with multicolored crystals. The pathway beckons the trio forward, deeper into a shadowed realm alight with flickering colors. Alara hesitates, clutching the crystal heart tightly as dancing shadows flicker around them, and the forest's usual chorus falls into an eerie, unnatural silence. The stillness presses, warning of unseen threats. Suddenly, the shade emerges from the shadows, blocking their retreat with an aura of chilling silence. The crystal heart reacts instantly, emitting a faint, unsettling pulse that resonates through their very bones. Summoning resolve, Alara steps forward boldly, wielding the crystal heart to cast a radiant shield against the shade's encroaching darkness. Her light pushes back the shadows, momentarily holding the looming threat at bay. Phelan draws a blade etched with ancient runes that shimmer with captured light, readying for confrontation. His steady hands and fierce gaze speak of unwavering protection and skill. Myra darts skillfully through shafts of light, scattering fractured reflections across the cavern walls. Her nimble distractions confound the shade, drawing its attention away from Alara and Phelan. The shade recoils, dissolving into a mist that seeps silently into the crystal-strewn floor, leaving an uneasy calm in its wake. Its retreat feels only temporary, a pause before it strikes again. Descending even deeper, the group finds a chamber where ancient symbols slowly rotate, aligning precisely with the shifting seasons. The room pulses with quiet energy tied to the natural cycles that govern the world around them. Alara carefully places the crystal heart upon a central pedestal, triggering a soft, harmonious hum as surrounding crystals begin to resonate with vibrant light. The chamber seems to awaken, responding to their presence. Without warning, the path behind them collapses with a thunderous crash, sealing off their retreat. Forced onward, the group advances into unfamiliar, shadowed tunnels fraught with uncertainty. Echoes of distant, indistinct voices envelop them, as the tunnel walls appear to breathe and warp subtly. Time itself feels distorted, bending in strange rhythms around their moving shadows. Phelan pores over the tome, his keen eyes decoding a prophecy of a guardian lost to ages past, whose fate is entwined with their own. This revelation adds weight to their quest, hinting at a deeper purpose awaiting discovery. A shimmering silhouette materializes briefly, its form flickering like a mirage as it hints at the guardian's presence nearby. But just as quickly as it appears, the figure vanishes, leaving behind only a whisper of hope and mystery. Myra's delicate fingers trace the glowing runes carved deep into the tunnel walls. As she touched each symbol, a hidden map illuminated beneath their feet, its lines pulsing softly with light. The etched pathways revealed a path leading deeper underground, filled with promise and unknown dangers. Alara's hand instinctively went to the crystal heart pendant hanging at her neck. Its faint pulse quickened as their footsteps drew near a locale marked by a radiant crystal grove on the map. The pendant's steady glow warned them of the proximity of powerful magic and possible peril. They entered a vast underground garden where crystalline formations dangled like luminous fruit from ancient, gnarled branches. Soft light bathed the cavern, casting shifting patterns across walls adorned with ancient symbols. The stillness of the grove was almost sacred, touching something deep within them all. Without warning, the shade emerged, more solid than ever, shadows twisting around his form like living darkness. His presence blighted the shimmering crystals, causing them to dull and fade under his corrupting influence. A cold chill fell over the grove as the battle for light and shadow reignited. Elara gripped the crystal heart pendant tightly, channeling its subtle energy into the gleaming crystals. One by one, they shattered the shadows that the shade wielded, turning malevolence into harmless sparkles of light. The radiant bursts weakened the figure, forcing it to stagger back into the gloom. While the shade recoiled, Phelan's sharp eyes caught an outline behind the crystal canopy, a hidden door carved into the stone. The lock bore ancient symbols correlating with the turning seasons, their mechanisms delicate and complex. It became clear this door guarded secrets long forgotten. Myra sprinkled her sparkling dust over the lock's intricate gears, watching as they shimmered and began to move. Slowly, the latch slipped, accompanied by flickering light that danced across the door's surface. With careful patience, she coaxed the mechanism open, revealing what lay beyond. The door creaked open onto a chamber filled with swirling mist, an ethereal collection of forgotten memories and whispers of the past. The air was heavy with echoes that twisted and turned, as if the very walls wished to tell their story. The trio stepped forward, drawn into this timeless space. Elara moved deeper into the chamber, visions unfolding around her of a past guardian's ultimate sacrifice. The images painted a lineage linked by duty and sacrifice, a lineage to which Elara herself belonged. Her connection to the ancient guardianship was undeniable, settling like a steady fire within her. Suddenly, the shade lunged again, desperate to halt the truths from surfacing. But Alara's newfound resolve hardened her stance, and she met his attack without flinching. The revelations within had strengthened her spirit more than any weapon could alone. Phelan came to her side, his scarred cheek set in determined silence as he raised his glowing blade. Years of guarding the forest had honed his skill, and with steady strikes, he deflected the shade's shadowy assaults. Together, they formed an unbreakable front against the encroaching darkness. The crystal heart pendant flared brightly, casting a warm radiance that carved a path of light across the chamber. This luminous trail led them to a crystalline altar crowned with ancient carvings. It beckoned them closer, a silent invitation toward revelation and hope. Elara inserted the silver key into the altar's ancient lock, feeling the cool metal turn with a satisfying click. A radiant beam of pure light shot upward, piercing the chamber's darkness and bathing the room in clarity. The air vibrated with power, signaling a turning point in their journey. From the light emerged a spectral figure, the guardian of ages past, who extended a solemn hand toward Elara. His eyes held wisdom beyond words and a silent blessing that echoed through the soul. This ethereal presence validated the path Elara had chosen to walk. The shade emitted a shriek of fury as the guardian's light weakened its form. Shadows began to loosen and disperse into harmless motes, drifting away like smoke on the breeze. Its hold on the grove faltered, nearing the end of its dark reign. With the shade vanquished, the crystal grove blossomed into radiant life, colors vibrant and light pure. The forest itself seemed to breathe anew, the ancient balance restored. Every crystal shone with a brilliance that promised renewal and protection for seasons to come. Phelan explained that the cycle of seasons and light must remain in harmony to keep shadows at bay. This eternal balance was the key to sustaining peace and preventing the shade's return. Understanding this duty deepened Elara's commitment to her newfound role. Elara stood tall, her emerald eyes shining fiercely with determination and hope. She fully embraced her role as the guardian, a protector woven into the forest's very essence. The weight of responsibility settled comfortably on her shoulders, a mantle she was ready to bear. Myra flitted back toward the high canopy, her iridescent wings catching the light as she laughed gently. She promised to watch over the forest's secrets, the mischievous sprite forever entwined with the grove's magic. Her presence was a joyful reminder that even in darkness, light could be found. Outside, the storm clouds parted to reveal a sky brilliant and clear. The forest vibrated with renewed energy, every leaf and branch alive with possibility. The changing seasons whispered of new chapters, of growth and healing just beginning. Elara and Phelan stood together at the edge of the blooming grove, the crystal heart pendant glowing with a steady, calming pulse. Its gentle rhythm echoed the quiet strength of the land they now protected. Side by side, they watched as light and life intertwined in endless cycles. They uncovered an ancient mural depicting generations of guardians intertwined with the forest's destiny. The images showed eternal duty, sacrifice, and the delicate balance of nature and magic. Each painted figure bore symbols that felt deeply familiar, connecting past and present. Alara studied the mural carefully, realizing that every choice made would echo through future seasons like turning a page in a living book. The weight of their decisions stretched beyond the moment, rippling out over time. This understanding brought clarity and caution to her heart. Phelan shared stories of past challenges faced by guardians before her, reminding Alara of the strength found in unity and unwavering trust. These tales of perseverance reinforced the partnership they had forged. Together, they would face whatever trials lay ahead. The pair began setting protective wards around the crystal grove, using knowledge from the ancient tome and the pendant's power. Each ward hummed with light and magic, a barrier against future threats. Their collaboration marked the beginning of a vigilant and hopeful era for the forest. Alara carefully flipped through the ancient tome, her fingers trembling as she discovered a hidden compartment nestled between the worn pages. Inside, a delicate parchment glowed faintly, revealing a message left by the original guardian, filled with words of hope and guidance. The ink shimmered with an ethereal light, echoing the path that lay ahead. The message spoke of belief and courage as the greatest powers to overcome the darkness lurking beyond the forest's protective borders. It urged the reader to trust in the strength within and the light that shines even in deepest shadows. These words filled Alara with a newfound resolve, binding her heart to the destiny before her. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped forward into the radiant light filtering through the crystal grove. The glowing crystals pulsed softly around her, welcoming her presence as she embraced her role as protector and guide of this sacred place. The air buzzed with energy, marking the beginning of her journey to safeguard the balance of the forest. Beside her, Phelan knelt with solemn determination, the scar on his cheek catching a stray ray of sunlight. He pledged his unwavering loyalty and support, knowing the challenges ahead would test their very limits. Their alliance forged anew, they prepared to face the trials awaiting beyond the grove's shimmering borders. The grove itself seemed to breathe, its pulsating light resonating with life and harmony. Ancient symbols etched into the bark of the surrounding trees glowed faintly, celebrating the restoration of balance and the promise of renewal. Every crystal shimmered as if acknowledging the dawn of a hopeful era. Suddenly, a flutter of iridescent wings announced Myra's return, her golden hair catching the light as she approached. In her tiny hands, she offered Alara a vial filled with shimmering, magical dust, a gift to be used only in moments of greatest peril. The sparkles within the vial seemed alive, a tangible token of friendship and aid. With reverence, Alara knelt at the heart of the grove and gently planted the silver key into the fertile earth. This act symbolized a new beginning, one rooted deeply in strength, sacrifice, and the enduring bond between guardian and forest. The ground pulsed faintly beneath her touch, welcoming the key as a beacon of hope. Together, the trio watched in awe as the seasons turned swiftly around them. Blossoms burst forth in radiant colors, while emerald leaves twisted into autumn hues. The cyclical dances of nature played out seamlessly, signifying harmony restored and the continuous flow of life. Their eyes reflected the timeless rhythm of the world's heartbeat. Bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun, Alara's silver hair shone with renewed brilliance. The crystal heart pendant resting against her chest emitted a soft, comforting glow, a steadfast symbol of protection that would endure through all trials. In that moment, she embodied the forest's enduring spirit and strength. As twilight descended, the crystal grove sparkled under a canopy of twinkling stars, its gentle glow casting a serene beacon across the land. It stood as a testament to hope, resilience, and the courage to face the unknown for all who sought sanctuary. Quiet and steadfast, the grove promised that light would always prevail even in the darkest times. The silent hum of the abandoned space station was broken by a single, unexpected ping on the outdated console. Captain Alara, the last crew member, stared in disbelief as the screen flickered to life with a strange, undecipherable frequency. "This can't be right," she muttered, her fingers trembling as she tried to trace the origin of the signal. Outside the viewport, distant stars twinkled coldly, indifferent to the lonely outpost's mystery. Determined, Alara adjusted the receiver, isolating the pattern embedded within the noise, an encrypted message. Her breath caught when the message resolved into words, chilling and clear. "Help us. Repeat, help us." Memories flashed back. The doomed crew that vanished decades ago, whispers of an experiment gone wrong. With renewed purpose, she initiated the station's ancient transmission array, aiming to send a rescue beacon. As the signal soared into the void, the station's systems flickered, awakening something deep within its core. Suddenly, the lights revealed a hidden chamber, untouched by time, illuminated by pulsating alien technology. Ilara stepped inside, her heart pounding as mechanical limbs extended from the walls, assembling a strange device. A message and a cure, she realized, left behind by those who never returned. She connected the device to the mainframe, watching as data streamed in, revealing a way to reverse the catastrophe. Time was short. The station's instability grew, threatening to tear it apart. Working quickly, Ilara uploaded the cure to the distress signal, transforming it into a beacon of salvation. The console beeped erratically, then fell silent as the station stabilized. The unseen threat dissipated. Outside, rescue ships appeared on the horizon, answering the beacon's new call. As the doors desynchronized and opened, Ilara stepped toward the arriving crew, hope rekindled. "Echoes of the past saved us," she whispered, "and now we bring them home." The space station, no longer a tomb, but a testament to perseverance, as new beginnings unfolded beneath distant stars. The rain tapped rhythmically against the cracked window of Jake's cluttered office, a pale glow from the street lamp slicing through the fog. Jake lit a cigarette, the smoke curling upwards as he wondered why the dame had walked in looking like trouble with a capital T. She slid a photograph across the desk, eyes darting nervously. "Find him," she whispered, voice trembling more than her hands. Jake examined the photo, a man with a crooked smile, standing in an alleyway Jake knew too well. No questions asked, no promises made, but the cash in her hand decided the rest. The trail led to neon-lit bars and shadowed backstreets, whispers of the crooked smiles, misdeeds crawling through the city's underbelly. A bartender with tired eyes passed a coded note between gritted teeth. "He's not alone." Jake's fingers brushed the cool barrel of his. 38 under the coat, a quiet reassurance in the stormy night. At the docks, moonlight danced on water slick with oil. A meeting was set, stakes higher than ever. The crooked smile appeared, flanked by two goons whose silence screamed danger. Quick words exchanged, then a sudden scuffle, fists and fears colliding in the mist. Jake ducked, rolling beneath a swing, the crackle of gunfire sinking with his pounding heart. Amid the chaos, he caught a glimpse of the dame, eyes wide, fighting shadows of her own. A flash of steel, a gasp, and then the crooked smile's desperate plea for mercy. Jake stepped back, breathing heavy. "This city's got secrets," he said, "but it's time someone told the truth." With the crooked smile tied up and the dame safe, dawn began to pry open the night's secrets. Jake watched the horizon blush with morning, the rain finally stopping. "Case closed," he muttered, pocketing the last of the damning evidence, the city breathing easier for a moment. As the dame disappeared into the awakening streets, Jake lit another cigarette, ready for whatever night would throw next. "In a city of shadows," he mused, "sometimes the only light is knowing you did the right thing." Jack slipped into the dimly lit room, the hum of old electronics filling the air. On the battered radio, a faint, irregular static crackled with an eerie pattern. He adjusted the dial, eyes narrowing as the static gave way to a whispered message. "Help me," a chilling voice beckoned, barely audible beneath the noise. Jack's heart skipped. This was no ordinary interference. He traced the voice's origin to an abandoned bunker on the outskirts of town. Against better judgment, he grabbed his coat and headed out into the biting wind. The bunker's door groaned open, revealing decades of dust and darkness inside. A faint light flickered deep within, pulsing in sync with the haunting message. Step by cautious step, Jack descended into the depths, every shadow a threat. Suddenly, the whisper came again, clearer. "Find the truth before it's too late." He found an old journal, yellowed pages filled with frantic notes and diagrams. The journal spoke of a secret experiment gone wrong, trapping a scientist's consciousness in the radio waves. The static pulsed, now a rhythmic beat, guiding Jack to a hidden panel. With trembling fingers, he flipped a switch, and the room flooded with pale light. A holographic figure shimmered into view, the scientist, desperate and trapped in limbo. "Thank you," the figure whispered, relief washing over his ethereal form. Jack promised to keep the secret safe and seek help to bring him back. As he exited, the radio's static faded forever, silence reclaiming the night. Outside, the first rays of dawn cracked the horizon, signaling a new beginning for all involved. Mara's small bakery smelled of cinnamon and warm bread as dawn crept in through the windows. Today was no ordinary day. Her grandmother's secret recipe was finally ready to be shared. Her hands trembled slightly as she pulled the golden brown loaf from the oven, the crust crackling softly. Just then, Lucas, the quiet man from next door, peeked in, drawn by the heavenly scent. "That smells like magic," he said, eyes wide with curiosity. Mara smiled, handing him a slice, warm and buttery. "It's a recipe my grandmother gave me, but the real magic is a little kindness stirred in," she explained. They sat together, sharing the bread and stories, the bakery filling with laughter and light. Outside, the town slowly woke, the morning bustle humming softly. Word of Mara's bread spread quickly, neighbors stopping by, eager for a taste. With each loaf sold, Mara's heart swelled. It wasn't just about baking, it was about connecting. Later, Mara found a curious note slipped under the door, written in neat, familiar handwriting. "Thank you for the kindness. Would you like some help next week?" Lucas's offer stirred warm excitement in her chest. The next morning, they baked side by side, flour dusting the air and their laughter endless. Mara realized the secret ingredient hadn't just been kindness. It was friendship blossoming with each batch. As the sun set, the bakery glowed softly, a beacon of warmth in the quiet street. Mara and Lucas shared a satisfied smile, the promise of many more mornings like this shining bright. "It's amazing what a little kindness can do," Mara whispered, as they packed up for the day. And in that cozy little bakery, magic wasn't just in the bread. It was in every shared moment and new friend made. The rain slapped against the slick pavement as Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette outside the velvet lounge. Inside, the smoke curled around whispered secrets. A jazz saxophone wailed in the background, thickening the air with melancholy. Marlowe's eyes scanned the room until they landed on Ruby, the dame, with secrets darker than the alley streets. Ruby's voice was a low purr, barely above the jazz. "You're looking for Tommy, aren't you? He vanished last night." Marlowe nodded, flicking ash off his cigarette. "Yeah, and I think the answers are buried somewhere between the music and the shadows." She leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Follow me if you want to find him, but be careful. He's tangled up with dangerous company." Outside, the neon sign flickered, casting eerie reds and blues onto the rain-soaked streets. Ruby led Marlowe through maze-like back alleys, the silence punctuated by distant sirens and their cautious footsteps. They stopped before a rusted door, barely hanging on its hinges. Ruby whispered, "This is where Tommy last made contact." Inside, the room was stale, filled with cigarette butts and overturned chairs. A single note lay on an old table. Marlowe picked up the note. "Find the man who plays the last note, and you'll find Tommy's fate." A clue wrapped in jazz, Marlowe muttered, the puzzle tightening like a noose. Back at the lounge, the saxophonist played as if possessed, notes cutting through the haze like daggers. Marlowe watched the musician closely and noticed a small tattoo peeking from under his cuff, a symbol Tommy used to carry. He approached quietly. "You know where Tommy is." The saxophonist's eyes flickered with a shadow of guilt. "He got into trouble with the wrong crowd," the man confessed. "They wanted something from him, something that could bring this whole city down." Suddenly, footsteps stormed in. Figures in dark coats encircled Marlowe and Ruby, their intentions clear. With quick thinking, Marlowe grabbed Ruby's hand, diving through a hidden exit behind the stage. They emerged into the cold night air, hearts pounding, but free the city's skyline bleeding neon hope into the darkness. Marlowe lit another cigarette, looking toward the horizon. Tommy's out there somewhere, and this story, it's far from over. The raft cracked beneath Mia's hands, as waves threatened to swallow the last of her hope. Struggling against the storm, she spotted a flicker of light, faint but real, an island's glow in the distance. As dawn broke, jagged cliffs emerged, wrapped in thick vines and ancient shadows. Mia's boots hit soil rich, with mystery and forgotten stories hidden beneath moss and time. Ahead, a path carved from stone led deep into the jungle's heart, calling her forward with silent promise. Branches parted to reveal ruins entwined with nature, whispering secrets only the brave could hear. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air. A wild creature bounded from the underbrush, eyes glinting like embers. Heart pounding, Mia remembered her grandfather's words. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but moving through it. Breathing steady, she stepped forward slowly, speaking calmly to the creature, earning a cautious truce. Deeper into the temple, carvings told of a guardian and a crystal with the power to heal or destroy. Mia's fingers traced the symbols, and the ground shuddered beneath her. The temple was waking. With quick reflexes, she dodged collapsing pillars and rushing water that threatened to trap her forever. In the temple's core, a chamber glowed with ethereal light, the crystal pulsing like a heartbeat. "This is it," Mia whispered, eyes fixed on the glowing prize that could save her village. As she reached out, the guardian emerged, not a creature of flesh, but light and shadow intertwined. It spoke without words, a voice felt in the soul. "Balance must be kept. What you take, you must give." Mia nodded, understanding that power came with responsibility beyond her own desire. She placed the crystal on the ancient altar, offering her own courage and hope in exchange. A wave of warmth spread through her, mingling with the island's song, sealing their pact forever. Stepping back onto her raft, Mia looked toward home, the horizon bright with promise and new beginnings. The sun hung low behind ash-choked clouds as Mara stepped cautiously through the deserted streets. Empty cars lay abandoned, their doors ajar, echoes of a world that once was. Her scavenged backpack weighed heavy, every step a reminder of how long she'd been alone. A faint noise caught her attention, footsteps. No, just the wind playing tricks on her senses. Memories of laughter and sunlight flooded back, sharp against the gray silence. Ahead, shadows moved, a flicker of life in the ruins. Heart-pounding, Mara called softly, "Hello? Anyone there?" From behind a crumbled wall, a boy emerged, eyes wide but curious. Relief washed over her as she lowered her guard, offering a tentative smile. "I've been looking for others," she said. "You're not alone anymore." Together they navigated the broken city, sharing stories and hope in whispered voices. A distant hum grew stronger. The generator at the old community center still worked. They hurried toward it, drawn by the promise of warmth, light, and perhaps others. Inside, a small group huddled around flickering lanterns, faces weary but alive. Mara's eyes met theirs, a spark of connection in a fractured world. "We thought we were the last," she breathed, stepping into the circle. The boy squeezed her hand, a silent vow to rebuild, to endure. Outside, the sky lightened, the first hints of dawn breaking through the gloom. In the quiet moments before morning, hope returned like a fragile bloom. Together, they faced the rising sun, ready to reclaim their world, one step at a time. In the heart of Riverton, an old bank stood untouched for decades, its vault rumored to hold secrets worth millions. Mara, a sharp and fearless planner, gathered a small team for one last job before vanishing for good. "This isn't about money," Mara said, eyes gleaming. "It's about the truth locked inside that vault." The team studied blueprints and security shifts, memorizing every detail with laser focus. On a foggy Friday night, they slipped through shadows into the building, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Inside, alarms and cameras seemed dormant, almost welcoming their presence. Reaching the vault door, Ethan, the tech expert, disabled the electronic lock with practiced ease. With a heavy click, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dusty chest and an old, tarnished ledger. Mara brushed off the dust, flipping through pages filled with names, dates, and unimaginable secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bank manager was making his nightly rounds early. "Time to go," Mara whispered, slipping the ledger into a satchel. They retraced their steps, heartbeats pounding, until fresh air greeted them outside. Under the streetlights, they spread out the ledger's contents, revealing records of corruption hidden for years. "This will bring down the corrupt," Mara smiled. "Not a payday, but justice is worth more." The team parted ways, each knowing their lives had changed forever. News stations buzzed the next day as evidence surfaced, shaking Riverton to its core. Mara watched the chaos unfold from a cafe, her mission complete. The thrill of the heist was nothing compared to the satisfaction of unveiling truth. "Not all treasures are gold," she mused, sipping her coffee. And so, under the fading city lights, she disappeared, leaving behind a restless city and a story untold. The sky was a permanent ash gray, the sun a dull ember behind clouds of dust. Lena crouched behind the crumbling wall, clutching the faded photograph of her family. She'd heard stories of the world before the fall: forests, oceans, the endless blue sky. But now, survival meant listening to the whispers beneath the ash, the echoes of forgotten days. In the silent ruins, a faint sound caught her attention, a child's laughter. Curious and hesitant, Lena followed the sound through twisted metal and shattered glass. She found a small boy playing with a broken toy car near a rusted playground swing. "You're not alone," he said with a crooked smile, eyes bright against the gray. Together, they navigated the maze of desolation, sharing stories of remnants and hope. They reached an underground shelter, home to a small group still daring to dream. Lena offered her photograph, a token of memory, and received in return a sprout growing from a crack in the concrete. "Life finds a way," the boy whispered, pressing the fragile green shoot into her hand. Days passed, and the shelter grew as they shared food, laughter, and plans for a future. Outside, the ash began to settle, revealing patches of earth hungry for light. Together, they planted seeds from salvaged packets, watching tiny sprouts pierce the soil. Hope was no longer a whisper, but a chorus rising amidst the ruins. Lena stood at the edge of the settlement, looking up as a faint blue sky began to break through the haze. "The world isn't over," she said softly. "It's just beginning again." And beneath the lingering ash, life stirred, resilient, persistent, reborn. In the quiet, Lena smiled, knowing that sometimes endings breed the brightest beginnings. The alarm's humming was the only sound, cutting through the eerie silence of the museum's grand hall. Silas crouched behind a marble pillar, checking his watch, midnight to the second. Time for the plan to unfold. He whispered into the comlink, eyes sharp, "Team, the Van Gogh isn't going to admire itself." Across the room, Leela perched by the security panel, her fingers dancing over the keypad with practiced ease. Beep! The heavy steel door clicked open silently, the final barrier between them and the priceless masterpiece. Silas glanced up, spotting guards rounding the corner. "Change of plans," he murmured, drawing his smoke bomb. A sudden burst of smoke filled the hallway, confusion spreading like wildfire among the bewildered guards. Leela slipped through the chaos, sliding the glass case open with a glinting tool. The Van Gogh's colors gleamed as she lifted the painting out, replacing it swiftly with a near-perfect replica. "Package secured, exfil route." Silas's voice was calm, betraying none of the tension. Jax responded from the roof. "Rooftop extraction ready, deploying zipline now." They moved as one, silent shadows navigating the maze-like corridors with military precision. Suddenly, a motion sensor blinked red. Leela froze, heart racing. "We've got company." Silas grinned, pulling out a mini EMP device. "Count on me to jack the system." Lights flickered and alarms silenced. "Go," he urged, leading the sprint to the roof. Jax caught them at the edge, hooking the zipline harnesses in place with mechanical efficiency. One by one, they zipped away into the night, the city lights blurring beneath them. Safely on the adjacent building, Silas breathed out. "A clean job, team, like clockwork." Leela held up the painting, marveling at the success mingled with disbelief. As dawn broke, the city woke unaware. Tonight, the legend of the clockwork caper would quietly echo through the streets. The rain was a relentless tap-tap-tap against the cracked window of my office on Marlowe Street. I lit a cigarette and glanced at the clock. 2:13 a.m., prime time for trouble. She walked in like a shadow sliding across a dimly lit alley, heels clicking, eyes burning with secrets. "Mr. Crane," she said, voice low and trembling, "I need your help." Her husband was missing, vanished into the city's underbelly, where whispers meant danger and silence could kill. I agreed to take the case, knowing full well that trouble was my closest companion these days. The first clue led me to a smoky jazz club, neon lights flickering like Morse code messages. A saxophone cried in the background as I sidled up to the bartender, who wiped a glass like he could erase the past. "Looking for a ghost, are you?" he grunted, sliding me a note. It was a scrawled address and a warning: stay out of the shadows or join the lost. Ignoring the threat, I made my way through puddles and dark alleys toward the haunted address. The door creaked open under my touch, revealing a room filled with smoke, secrets, and broken dreams. At the center, a man with tired eyes and bruises that told a story without words. I didn't want him to get involved, the man whispered. They're watching every corner. Suddenly, the room was bathed in red light, a warning or an ambush. I dove behind the battered furniture as footsteps thundered closer. A tense silence followed, broken only by my own ragged breath. When the danger passed, I helped the man escape into the night, vowing to bring the truth into the light. By dawn, the missing husband was safe, shadows lifted by the city waking to a new day. As she thanked me and disappeared into the crowd, I flicked the cigarette butt into the rain and muttered, "Another night, another story ended." Norman decided to try baking bread. How hard can it be? He asked his cat Muffin. The internet promised him sourdough would be easy and rewarding. He mixed flour and water, forgetting a crucial ingredient, yeast. With a confident smile, he left the dough to ferment on the kitchen counter. 24 hours later, Norman checked. The dough looked as flat as a pancake. He Googled frantically, "Did I kill the yeast?" He wondered aloud. Determined, Norman bought live sourdough starter from a local bakery. He mixed the new starter, flour, and water, and with great ceremony, set the dough to rise again. This time, the dough grew, but so did a mysterious fuzzy blue spot. Is that mold or art? Norman mused, unsure if he should be proud or terrified. Deciding not to waste, he baked the bread anyway, expecting disaster. The kitchen filled with a pungent aroma that could clear a room. Norman's cat fled. The smoke alarm sang its shrill song. Still, Norman cut a slice and tasted cautiously. He said, face contorting. Maybe bread isn't my forte. But then the doorbell rang. His neighbor was there, holding a plate. "You left the door open," she said. "Our dog loved your bread." Norman laughed. "Next time I'll bake something for humans, not canines." From then on, he stuck to cupcakes, which Muffin approved with less drama. "Baking adventures are better with friends," Norman said, grinning as he offered a cupcake to his neighbor. The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times." Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. "Never forget, even ruins can root new life." From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance. And in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. Elara awakens just before dawn in her quiet village, clutching her silver pendant nervously as a strange, swirling mist snakes along the valley below. The air feels heavy, almost charged, and the usual morning stillness carries an unsettling edge. Stepping outside, she joins villagers busily preparing for the annual harvest festival. Yet whispers ripple through the crowd, their voices laced with unease about the mist's ominous arrival and what it might portend for the season ahead. Suddenly, Kale appears among the villagers, his dark, curly hair tousled from travel. Beneath his rolled sleeve, the mysterious tattoo on his wrist glows faintly, drawing curious and wary glances from those nearby. Elara approaches Kale, her piercing green eyes locked onto the glowing mark. She demands answers, suspecting he knows far more about the mist and its dangers than he admits. At the village's edge, a figure emerges, the veiled seer, cloaked in shimmering azure robes. Her face remains partially hidden as she glances toward the mist before vanishing silently back into its swirling depths. Fear takes root as villagers begin falling ill without explanation. One collapses amidst the bustling marketplace, sparking panic and confusion. The mist seems to thicken around those affected, as if feeding on their plight. Elara clutches her silver pendant, which tingles against her palm. A faint connection stirs inside her, linking the pendant's energy to both the spreading illness and the encroaching mist enveloping the village. Kale confesses he journeyed to seek the veiled seer, hoping to understand the mist's true nature. Yet he hesitates, unwilling to reveal the full scope of what he learned, casting doubt on his trustworthiness. Night descends with unsettling sounds, whispers and shifting shadows that crawl alongside the thickening mist, wrapping the village in ghostly veils. The air chills, and unseen eyes seem to watch from within the haze. Resolved and unyielding, Elara decides she must venture into the mist alone to find the veiled seer and unlock the secrets hidden beneath the veil. Her heart pounds with determination as she prepares for the unknown. While packing, Elara notices Kale watching silently from the doorway. His expression unreadable, yet the glow of his tattoo suggests he contemplates following her into the perilous mist. A mysterious symbol glows faintly on Elara's silver pendant, pulsing in time with the swirling mist outside their homes. The rhythm feels alive, as if the mist itself breathes beside them, warning and beckoning. The village elder confronts Elara, issuing grave warnings about the dire consequences if they tamper with the veil. But the growing menace and urgency leave little room for caution or hesitation. As dawn breaks, Elara silently slips away from the village, stepping boldly into the swirling, hallowed mist. The world around her shifts as the mist envelopes her, the familiar colors of her clothing deepening in tone with resolve. Kale follows her trail, his tattoo on his wrist glowing brighter as he approaches the mist-cloaked forest. The glow intensifies with each step, signaling the rising presence of supernatural energy. Within the mist, Elara is engulfed by shifting shadows that whisper cryptic warnings and riddles. The eerie voices toy with her mind, testing her courage and determination at every turn. Her silver pendant begins to glow softly, illuminating hidden paths and spectral images of past travelers caught within the mist's eternal grasp. These visions offer clues, but also deepen the enigma surrounding the veiled seer. Meanwhile, Kale confronts illusions crafted to undermine his resolve. As darkness presses in, his tattoo pulses rhythmically, forming an unseen protective barrier against the encroaching shadows. They reunite briefly amidst the swirling haze, sharing fragmented clues about the veiled seer's intentions and the mist's formidable power. Yet mistrust lingers, their clothing hues subtly shifting as uncertainty colors their alliance. Suddenly, the mist warps violently, separating Elara and Kale and plunging each into personal trials. The swirling veil becomes an imprisoning labyrinth, testing their resolve and deepest fears. Elara faces harrowing visions of her deepest insecurities and loss. Her pendant's glow dims, but stubbornly resists fading completely. She steels herself, drawing on inner strength to withstand the spectral torment. Kale battles relentless shadow creatures that claw at his defenses. His tattoo flares with an intense blue light, granting bursts of strength as he fights to survive the relentless onslaught. In a hidden clearing, Elara discovers the veiled seer's glowing hourglass, resting reverently atop a pedestal shrouded in the swirling mist. The artifact emanates a powerful energy that seems to bind the realms together. Approaching cautiously, Elara senses the hourglass controls the delicate balance between worlds. The mist pulses in response, alive and watching as the seer's pact weighs heavy over the fragile veil. Flashbacks reveal the veiled seer's ancient history, a solemn pact made eons ago to guard the veil between realms. Her burden is immense, safeguarding the veil's secrets even as darker forces seek to unravel the balance. Kale approached a door emanating ethereal light, unlike any tangible barrier he had seen before. As his tattoo began to glow fiercely, a burst of energy surged forth, unlocking the door with a resonant hum. Beyond it, an otherworldly passage beckoned, thick with swirling mist that danced like restless spirits. Elara delved deeper into the secrets of the mist, realizing it was no mere fog, but but a living manifestation of unresolved souls. They drifted between seeking release and clinging to vengeance, trapped in an eternal limbo. This haunted mechanism hinted at deeper forces at play beneath the village's calm facade. The unrest within the mist intensified, shadows lengthening and whispers growing harsher as the village teetered on the precipice. Every heart seemed caught in the delicate balance between peace and disarray, their fate intertwined with the spectral unrest. Only by restoring fractured harmony could destruction be averted. Kale and Alara exchanged faint signals, messages hidden within the spectral energies that enveloped them. Their synchronized glimmers through the mist served as silent vows, strengthening their fragile alliance despite looming dangers. These ephemeral communications underscored their desperate hope amid chaos. An ominous crack fractured the mystical hourglass, a sacred artifact only seen in the presence of the veiled seer. Its shards threatened to collapse the barrier separating life from the supernatural realm, a calamity too terrible to contemplate. The balance of existence now hinged precariously on this fragile object. Alara raced against time to stop the hourglass from shattering completely, but was suddenly confronted by a vengeful spirit, its eyes burning with ancient fury. The apparition barred her path, its form shifting like vapor, a tangible menace drawn from the mist itself. Her resolve was tested as never before. Kale arrived swiftly, stepping between Alara and the spirit with steady calm. As the tattoo on his wrist flared bright, he revealed it was a mark bestowed upon ancient guardians tasked with protecting the veil. His presence and heritage quelled the spirit's rage, anchoring it back to peace. Together, Alara and Kale channeled a soothing calm into the restless apparition, easing its tortured anguish. The mist around them responded, a fragment of tranquility restored to the swirling chaos. This small victory hinted at possible harmony despite encroaching darkness. The veiled seer reappeared, her azure robes shimmering as she spoke in a voice like wind through leaves. "Resistance feeds the unrest," she warned. "Only acceptance can save your village from ruin." Her cryptic counsel urged them toward embracing the mist rather than fighting it. Under her guidance, Alara and Kale discovered the mist was truly a veil of transition between realms, delicate and essential. It was neither enemy nor ally, but a force meant to be respected and harnessed carefully. Understanding this fragile balance changed their approach entirely. They resolved to unite their powers, combining Alara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo to stabilize the veil temporarily. This fusion of heritage and resolve formed a bond strong enough to hold back the escalating chaos. Their collaboration breathed hope into the fading barrier. The hourglass's glow intensified alarmingly, casting deep shadows and setting a countdown in motion. Time pressured their every move, a relentless reminder that delay could doom them all. The urgency spurred their determination to succeed against overwhelming odds. Suddenly, an ally's facade cracked, revealing a betrayer driven by desire to control the mist's power for selfish gain. The betrayal shattered trust, striking like a blade through their fragile alliance. The village's fate now hung in even greater jeopardy amid this unexpected threat. A fierce struggle erupted as the allies shattered a piece of the hourglass, fragments scattering and magnifying the chaos. The fractured barrier allowed restless spirits to surge forth, threatening to engulf all in darkness. Every moment became a desperate battle for survival. Amid the turmoil, Alara was pulled into a liminal space between reality and mist, the boundaries dissolving around her. Disoriented yet illuminated, she glimpsed hidden truths and felt the weight of the spectral realm's sorrow. This revelation deepened her understanding of what must be done. Kale fought fiercely on the village's borders, holding back spirits emerging through the weakened veil. His tattoo flared with ancestral energy, a beacon against the encroaching shadows. The conflict was brutal, but his guardianship remained unyielding. From her liminal realm, Alara communicated with the veiled seer, receiving crucial insight into the mist's nature and the path forward. The seer's wisdom illuminated hidden connections and the necessity of unity. This guidance sharpened Alara's resolve as she prepared to reunite with Kale. Reunited, Alara and Kale combined their strength, channeling energy from the pendant and tattoo in perfect harmony. Their powers intertwined, creating a radiant shield against the storm of spirits. Together, they became a living conduit of balance and hope. Guided by the veiled seer's ritual, they raced to mend the hourglass, hands trembling as they worked against the ticking clock. Incantations wove through the swirling mist, binding the shattered pieces with renewed magic. The success of this rite was the village's last hope. The mist pulsed violently, shadows twisting and turning as the ritual climaxed around them. The air thickened with spiritual tension, blurring lines between realms and reality. Every breath felt charged with ancient power as the veil responded to their efforts. Beneath their hands, the hourglass shimmered and repaired, glowing with a newfound strength. Its surface gleamed like starlight, symbolizing fragile restoration and renewed protection. The barrier regained its form, holding back the threatening surge for now. A stunning revelation emerged. Ilara's silver pendant contained a fragment of the veil's original essence. This timeless shard was key to the renewal process and linked her fate inseparably with the mists. Her resolve took on new meaning in light of this profound connection. Kale's tattoo was revealed to be directly connected to the ancestral guardians who first sealed the veil's breach. His lineage carried the responsibility and strength of generations, a living thread to the past protection. Together, their combined heritage was a powerful force against dissolution. Their uniting of pendant and tattoo rekindled the veiled bond, halting the mist's destructive surge. The swirling energies calmed, drawing back from the brink of devastation. The village's fragile sanctuary was secured for the present, a testament to their combined strength. The veiled seer bestowed her blessing upon their union, imparting wisdom on maintaining balance in the fragile veil moving forward. Her words echoed with solemn promise and gentle caution. The future remained uncertain, but their path was lit by newfound understanding and hope. As the swirling hallowed mist began to recede, the village emerged transformed beneath a soft, restorative light that bathed every corner in a serene glow. The once ominous fog gave way to clarity, revealing vibrant fields and homes touched by newfound vitality. Life seemed to breathe anew, as though the air itself held a gentle enchantment of healing. Ilara and Kale returned to the village, their presence marked by the subtle glow of Ilara's silver pendant and Kale's tattoo, now shimmering softly with a steady light. These symbols revealed their newfound status as guardians, bound by the mystical forces they had harnessed. Together, their figures reflected strength and quiet resolve, a protective force watching over all. One by one, the villagers awoke, their bodies healed and minds peaceful, unaware of the fierce supernatural battle fought on their behalf. Confusion mingled with relief as they sensed the lingering calm, yet the true extent of the ordeal remained cloaked in silence. The everyday returned, untouched by the shadows that had briefly encroached. From a distance, the veiled seer observed the scene with a measured gaze, her shimmering azure robes catching the light before she began to fade into the horizon. Her mission fulfilled for now, she vanished gracefully, leaving behind the treasured mystical hourglass, a silent reminder of the fragile flow of time and fate. The balance was preserved, yet her presence would be needed once more. Ilara stood quietly, her fingers brushing the cool surface of her silver pendant as she reflected on their harrowing journey. Each trial had carved strength and wisdom into her spirit, underscoring the immense responsibility now resting upon her shoulders. The path ahead was uncertain, but her resolve had deepened alongside her understanding of sacrifice and duty. Kale shifted his stance, eyes dark with acceptance as he tightened the bond between himself, Ilara, and the pendant's legacy. His mysterious tattoo pulsed with a steady rhythm, symbolizing his newfound role as protector intertwined with hers. Together, they had sealed a pact, keepers of the fragile harmony between their world and the shimmering beyond. As the last light faded from the sky, a new mist arose above the village, gentle and harmless, curling softly around the ancient trees. This delicate veil signified renewal, a fragile peace forged through courage and unity rather than conquest. The mist's embrace was one of quiet guardianship, promising that balance would be preserved if respected. Beneath clear skies and twinkling stars, the village celebrated a restored harvest festival, their joy warm and unburdened. Laughter rang out as lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, a testament to life's resilience and hope's return. The sense of community felt stronger, sealed by the unspoken gratitude toward unseen protectors. Ilara and Kale stood watchful at the village edge, cloaked in shades signaling trust, eyes fixed on the horizon where worlds intertwined. Their silhouettes blended with the landscape, guardians of the delicate balance sustained between realms. In their presence, the village found not just safety, but enduring harmony between the seen and unseen. As twilight deepened, Alara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo pulsed softly in unison, a quiet beacon of their unbreakable bond and shared purpose. The rhythmic light echoed the heartbeat of the village and the protective mist that now lingered harmlessly. With this harmony established, the scene gently faded into the enveloping night, signaling the beginning of a guarded peace. Lena sprinted through the dense jungle, the mysterious compass clutched tightly in her hand. Every step felt heavier, but the compass needle pulsed with an eerie glow, pointing deeper into the unknown. "Where are you leading me?" she whispered, heart pounding with adrenaline. Suddenly, the dense foliage gave way to the ruins of an ancient temple, vines crawling over majestic stone pillars. The compass tugged insistently toward the temple entrance, urging her forward. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, shadows dancing as sunlight filtered through crumbled walls. A faint hum echoed, as though the temple itself was alive, beckoning her onward. Lena stepped carefully, eyes scanning hieroglyphs etched in gold, revealing a tale of lost explorers and hidden treasures. She followed the compass down a narrow stone corridor, feeling the weight of history in every breath. At the corridor's end, a door barred her passage, covered in intricate symbols. "The key must be near," she murmured, examining the carvings. Her fingers traced a pattern, triggering a hidden latch that slowly revealed a small chamber. Inside, an ancient chest lay covered in dust and cobwebs, waiting patiently through the ages. With trembling hands, Lena opened it to find a radiant gemstone pulsating with warm light. The compass needle aligned perfectly with the gem, its glow intensifying. The heart of the jungle, she realized, understanding its power. As she lifted the gem, the temple walls seemed to sigh, like a long-lost secret finally unveiled. Outside, the compass stopped glowing, its purpose fulfilled. Adventure isn't just about treasure, Lena smiled. It's about trust, courage, and discovery. With the gemstone secured, she stepped into the sunlight, ready for the journey still to come. It was past midnight when Sarah finally found the courage to open the old door in the attic, a door she'd never noticed before. The air that spilled out smelled of dust, and something colder, darker, breathing beneath the floorboards. Sarah stepped inside, her flashlight barely cutting through the thick shadows cloaking the room. Whispers curled around her ears, unintelligible but insistent, drawing her deeper into the darkness. Her hand brushed something soft on the floor, a diary, old and leather-bound, trembling in her grip. Opening it, she found faded letters scribbled hastily, telling of a family trapped inside this very house, years ago, never leaving. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind her, sealing off any hope of escape. The whispers grew louder, transforming into voices, pleading, angry, lost. Sarah's heart pounded as a cold breath brushed her neck, and the room seemed to shrink around her. She remembered the last phrase from the diary, "Only the truth will free us." Clutching the diary, she spoke aloud, "Tell me what happened. I want to help." The voices overlapped, forming a story of betrayal, silence, and a secret hidden beneath the floorboards. With shaking hands, Sarah knelt and pried at the worn wooden planks, revealing a small, locked box. Using a hairpin, she managed to open it. Inside lay a tarnished locket and a faded photograph of the trapped family. She whispered, "I see you. I won't let you be forgotten." The atmosphere shifted. The room breathed easier, the voices softening into grateful sighs. Suddenly, the attic door creaked open, sunlight flooding in for the first time in decades. Sarah stepped out with the locket in hand, feeling the weight of the past lift from the old house. As she descended the stairs, the whispers faded, replaced by a serene silence. Looking back once more, Sarah smiled softly. "Rest now, you're free." The rain slashed against the cracked neon sign outside Jack's office, casting flickering shadows on the damp pavement. Inside, Jack Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his face as he scanned the case file he'd been nursing all week. A sudden knock at the door broke the silence. Before he could answer, she slipped in, her heels clicking with purpose. Her name was Evelyn, a dame with secrets buried deep beneath those emerald eyes. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling like delicate glass ready to shatter. Jack studied her, noting the fear that clung to her like a second skin, and the hint of urgency in her plea. She told him about a missing ledger, a document that could topple powerful men and ruin lives. No one else would touch it, but Jack was no stranger to diving into the murky depths where shadows breathed. He agreed, the flicker of former pride lighting his gaze. This was the game he once played, now reluctantly called back. The city at night was a maze of whispers, and every alleyway held a watchful eye. Jack traced the ledger's trail from smoky jazz bars to empty warehouses where danger waited in silence. A brush with a hired gun left Jack nursing wounds, but more determined than ever to see this through. Evelyn reappeared, her facade cracking to reveal a woman cornered by past mistakes and hard choices. Together they plotted their next move, understanding that trust was a currency neither had enough of. The climax came in an abandoned dock, where shadows lengthened and gunfire shattered the night's stillness. Jack moved like a ghost, every step calculated, every breath controlled as he faced those who wanted the ledger, and Evelyn silenced. In the aftermath, the ledger was recovered, its contents exposing the truth beneath layers of lies and corruption. Evelyn vanished as mysteriously as she came, leaving Jack with a silent promise and an empty whiskey glass. Jack stood by the rain-soaked window, smoke spiraling upwards, contemplating the city's endless cycle of deceit and survival. Another night, another secret, he murmured, extinguishing his cigarette and slipping back into the shadows of Marlowe Street. Nobody ever suspected the office plants were about to stage a rebellion, least of all Tim from accounting. It all began on a Monday, when the ficus by the water cooler was found toppled over with a note stuck to its leaves. "We want sunlight." Tim rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd accidentally inhaled too much toner dust. But when the spider plant on Brenda's desk started twitching its fronds theatrically, everyone knew something was up. Meetings were disrupted by a barrage of falling leaves and strategically flicked soil. The office manager, MS Cartwright, was baffled. "Who keeps mistreating the plants like this?" she demanded. Little did she know, the plants had been quietly planning their escape, tired of being watered once a week and talked to as if they were just decoration. One morning, the succulent in the break room pulled off its tiny pot and rolled across the floor, knocking over coffee cups as if to signal, "Help us." Tim, deciding to investigate, stayed late to catch the culprit, or should he say, the conspiracy. What he found was astonishing. The plants were clearly organized. Paperclips arranged in a map, leaves bent like arrows. "All right, leafy masterminds," Tim said, chuckling, "what's the plan?" The ficus rustled its branches, as if answering, the spider plant waved dramatically, and the succulent gave a confident wobble. Tim realized their biggest demand was sunlight, and maybe a little respect. He rearranged the desks, moving the plants closer to the windows, and set reminders for more frequent watering. Next day, the plants looked perkier, their leaves reaching proudly towards the light. Even MS Cartwright smiled, unaware of the silent negotiation that had taken place. As Tim watered the succulent, he whispered, "Deal's done. You stay green, I stay sane." The office returned to normal. Well, as normal as it gets when your plants stage a leafy mutiny. And the ficus, it leaned just a little more towards the sunlight, seeming almost smug. "Guess even office politics have a quirky side," Tim mused, watching a leaf flutter in the breeze. Evelyn steps cautiously into the abandoned village, the evening mist swirling around her feet. Her sharp eyes fixate on the cracked mirror hanging outside the ruined chapel, its fractured surface catching what little light remains. Pulling her faded blue coat tighter against the chill, Evelyn listens as distant church bells toll the hour, their eerie chimes echoing through the silent streets. The sound sends a shiver down her spine, breaking the unsettling calm. From the shadowed street, Marcus emerges, his tall frame casting a long silhouette. The pale light glints off the deep scar on his cheek as he approaches, holding out an old locket with faded engravings to Evelyn. Suddenly, Nora appears, clutching a small wooden box tightly, her young face mixed with fear and fierce determination. Her presence adds a new energy to the uneasy reunion beneath the flickering candlelight within the chapel. The trio huddles close, exchanging hurried whispers about the hollow entity, the shadowy figure blamed for the village's recent disappearances. Each word weighs heavy as they share their knowledge of the relentless force haunting them. Inside the chapel, the cracked mirror's surface begins to flicker unnaturally, revealing fleeting shapes that do not belong. The candlelight dances wildly, casting trembling shadows that bring the room alive with menace. Evelyn strikes a match, lighting a single candle whose flame immediately starts to flicker and sway as if fighting to remain lit. The clock tower's bells ring out again, signaling an ominous moment as the atmosphere tightens around them. Marcus opens a worn journal discovered among the ruins. Its pages describe a dangerous ritual designed to confront the entity, but warn of grave risks involved. The weight of their task settles heavily on their shoulders. With hesitation, Nora hands over her wooden box, explaining in a hushed voice that it contains a charm, a relic passed down through generations of her family. The charm might be their only hope against the darkness that awaits. Resolute, they agree to venture into the forest at nightfall, knowing the entity's presence intensifies there. Evelyn leads the way, the flickering candle a fragile guide through the encroaching gloom. The trio moves cautiously among the twisted, gnarled trees, shadows curling and stretching in unnatural ways around them. Each step forward heightens the tension as the forest seems to close in, alive with unseen eyes. A sudden, chilling whisper brushes past their ears, causing Nora to tremble violently, her grip tightening on the wooden box. The sound seems to mock their resolve, a reminder of the malevolent force trailing them. Marcus swiftly draws a small blade from beneath his coat and signals for absolute silence. From just behind them, faint footsteps echo softly, each step deepening the dread surrounding their fragile group. Evelyn catches a brief glimpse of glowing eyes reflected in a broken shard on the forest floor. The realization strikes them all: the entity is dangerously close, its presence palpable and threatening. The church bells toll one final time, their somber notes hanging in the air before silence falls. This last toll signals the dire stakes. Failure means being consumed by the hollow, lost forever in its merciless grasp. Ghostly cries carry through the night, believed to be the trapped souls lured by the entity's sinister siren call. The mournful sounds chill the trio to their core, fueling both fear and determination. Nora slowly opens the wooden box to reveal an amulet, emitting a cold, eerie blue light that pushes back the enveloping darkness. The faint glow offers a fragile beacon of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. Marcus begins to recite the ritual from the journal, his voice trembling as an unpredictable wind howls through the trees. His words falter, challenged by the rising power of the forest and the entity's presence. Without warning, Evelyn's candle flickers violently before extinguishing completely, plunging them into near-total darkness. Only the amulet's chilling light remains, a solitary shield against the surrounding void. Shadows gather and twist until they form a humanoid silhouette with shifting, haunting features and faintly glowing eyes. The entity has revealed itself, its looming form both terrifying and mesmerizing. The hollow voice of the entity echoes around them, tempting the trio to abandon their quest and flee the cursed village. Its words drip with cunning malice, aiming to break their spirits and resolve. Steeling herself, Evelyn relights her candle using the amulet's glow, the flame flickering but holding strong. The brief flare of light weakens the entity momentarily, offering a slender chance to press on. Marcus steps forward, clutching the locket tightly as he invokes a name from the journal, an ancient word meant to bind the dark presence. His determination is clear, though the air cracks with tension and uncertainty. The entity recoils briefly, but quickly shifts tactics, morphing into haunting figures from each of their pasts. By exploiting their deepest fears, it seeks to unravel their unity and resolve. Nora struggles visibly as the entity takes the form of her lost brother, pleading for her to release her grip on the wooden box. Her conflict is palpable, torn between grief and the necessity of their mission. Evelyn's gaze flickers repeatedly as she catches fleeting glimpses of her reflection in the cracked mirror, which now pulses faintly with a reddish glow. The distorted image unsettles her, as if the mirror holds memories or warnings beyond its fractured surface. Suddenly, the mirror shatters violently, but instead of crashing to the floor, its sharp fragments remain suspended midair as if held by an invisible force. The flickering candlelight casts eerie shadows that dance around the floating shards, heightening the cryptic atmosphere. Among the suspended fragments, one reflects a hidden passage beneath the chapel that had previously gone unnoticed. This glimpse into the underground world appears only through the broken glass shards, suggesting a portal forged by shattered realities. Marcus, bruised but resolute, leads the trio toward the concealed entrance beneath the chapel. He clutches his worn journal tightly, and the old locket around his neck glints faintly in the dim light, anchoring their uncertain path forward. As they descend into the damp underground crypt, the amulet's light flickers erratically, uncertain amidst the oppressive darkness. The walls are carved with ancient symbols, their meanings lost to time but heavy with foreboding significance. A faint chanting echoes softly from deeper within the crypt, its ethereal tones pulsing rhythmically and hinting at the source of the hollow entity's dark powers. The sound swells as they approach, drawing them inexorably toward the heart of the crypt's mysteries. They encounter grotesque, twisted statues resembling long-gone villagers, their distorted features frozen in eternal warning. A shared unease settles over them as they realize that time itself behaves strangely in this subterranean realm, warping their sense of past and present. Without warning, the entity materializes again, its form dissolving into swirling darkness that lashes out to extinguish their flickering resolve. Shadows ripple as it attacks, threatening to swallow their courage along with the faint candlelight. Nora, clutching her wooden box tightly, steps forward and releases a sudden burst of blue light that momentarily drives the entity back. Her steadfast grip on the box brings a fragile but vital reprieve, turning the tide against the encroaching darkness. Evelyn, drawing strength from Nora's light, recites phrases from the journal with steady, determined voice. She lights candles embedded in the crypt walls, arranging them carefully to form a protective circle that gleams against encroaching shadows. The entity's agitation grows palpable as it distorts the crypt's flickering shadows into grotesque and horrifying shapes, writhing like living nightmares. Its desperation fuels the darkness, intending to break through their defenses and extinguish their hope. Marcus takes the locket and angles it to catch the candle flames, reflecting beams into the crypt's darkest corners. This reveals a hidden altar nestled beneath the base of a twisted statue, its presence previously veiled by shadow. They place the amulet on the mysterious altar, and Nora's wooden box begins to hum softly in response, reacting to the crypt's ancient energies. The interconnectedness of their talismans pulsates faintly, signaling an alignment with the ritual's power. The chanting surges louder, and Evelyn identifies it as a binding prayer designed to imprison the entity forever within the crypt. Their voices join in solemn unison, beginning the sacred verses that will seal away the darkness once and for all. As the prayer begins, the hollow entity manifests fully, shrieking in a blend of rage and despair that reverberates through the cold stone. Its glowing eyes burn fiercely, threatening to unravel their combined efforts. Shards of the cracked mirror begin to reassemble midair around the altar, swirling together in a mesmerizing vortex of shifting light and shadow. The chaotic dance of fragments seems to bind the crypt's energy into a swirling prison for the entity. Marcus steps forward to complete the ritual, but an unseen force violently pushes him back, interrupting his advance. He stumbles but holds firm, clutching the locket tightly as if it might protect him from the unseen menace. Nora sacrifices the remaining power of the amulet, unleashing a shimmering shield that envelops Marcus and halts the unseen force's attack. The effort visibly drains her energy, yet her resolve shines bright despite the weakening aura around her. With Nora's sacrifice bought, Evelyn recites the final verse alone, her voice steady against the entity's writhing resistance within the vortex. The entity's glowing eyes dim slowly as it recoils within the binding spell's unyielding grip. With a deafening crack, the vortex collapses inward, and silence envelops the crypt once more. Only the gentle, soft flicker of candlelight remains, marking the end of the entity's menacing presence for now. They ascend from the crypt into the night air, and outside the old church, the bells resume their steady tolling at midnight. The once ominous sound is now calm and inviting, a promising sign of peace restored. Nora opens her wooden box one final time, revealing a small seed emitting a faint, gentle glow. It symbolizes new beginnings and growth after the long darkness that had gripped their lives. Evelyn touches one of the cracked mirrors, remaining dull fragments, now harmless and cold to the touch. A profound sense of closure washes over her, as if the echoes of the past have finally quieted. Marcus removes the old locket and hands it to Evelyn, a token of their shared victory and mutual protection. The gesture seals their bond, forged through hardship and triumph. The village is bathed in the soft light of early dawn, shadows retreating as nature slowly reclaims the silent spaces once haunted by darkness. Hope stirs gently among the empty streets, promising renewal just beyond the horizon. Evelyn's sharp eyes glinted as she explained, "The ritual didn't destroy the entity. Instead, it trapped it within the shards of the cracked mirror, scattered throughout the crypt." The flickering candlelight cast uneasy shadows on her faded blue coat as the distant church bells tolled midnight. Nora, clutching her small wooden box tightly, vowed, "I will guard the seed that now holds the essence of our village's spirit and hope." Her curious expression showed determination against the lingering darkness. Marcus, the scar on his right cheek catching the faint glow, nodded firmly, "I'll stay and help restore the village." His resolve marked an end to their wandering and struggle, a new beginning for them all. Together they discovered that the church bells, once twisted by dark influence, now rang clear and true, able to call for aid instead of spreading fear. The sound resonated through the night, a beacon of hope. The trio planted the seed beneath the chapel ruins. Almost instantly, grass and vibrant flowers began to bloom rapidly, enveloping the ancient stones with life and promise. Evelyn stood quietly, reflecting on the sacrifices made. The fragile peace they'd won together felt like a delicate flame, one they must protect at all costs. With great care, Nora locked the broken mirror shards inside her wooden box, securing the remnants of the entity's power. The candlelight flickered again, as if acknowledging her solemn task. Marcus opened the worn journal and wrote a new entry, chronicling the true story to warn future generations. The old locket at his neck caught the candlelight, a silent witness to their journey. As twilight enveloped the village, soft candlelight flickered through windows, a silent remembrance of the horrors they had endured. The distant church bells rang quietly, their sound now gentle and protective. The camera lingered on the blooming seed beneath the chapel ruins, vibrant and alive. A gentle breeze stirred the flowers as the fading echoes of the hollow drifted away, leaving only renewal in their wake. Elena and Marla arrive at the family cabin, its weathered wooden frame standing quietly among the towering pines. The air is thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, as shadows stretch long across the forest floor. Elena carefully holds a faded photograph in her hands, the image showing her as a child with her parents at this very cabin. She traces the worn edges, memories flickering behind her steady brown eyes. From the edge of the trees, Jonah steps forward, his salt and pepper hair catching the light through the canopy. His guarded expression is familiar, yet measured, as if the forest shields more than just trees. Elena meets Jonah's gaze with a tension held between past and present, their greeting brief but loaded. The broken compass hanging from Jonah's neck gleams dully, its needle twitching erratically in the dappled sunlight. Marla, curious and unafraid, wanders close to the forest's edge, her small hands gathering pine cones. Her wide green eyes catch the flicker of shadows dancing just beyond her reach, as if the trees themselves are watching. Elena breaks the fragile calm by revealing her intent to sell the cabin, the words heavy with finality. Jonah's eyes narrow slightly, unease settling into the space between them like a gathering storm. Jonah warns Elena that the cabin holds secrets best left untouched, his voice low and urgent. The forest seems to lean in, the whispering pines echoing his caution with a soft rustle. Dusk falls, casting long shadows through the whispering pines as the wind carries a haunting song. Inside, flickering candlelight reveals the rough texture of wooden walls, the cabin enveloped in a fragile glow. Elena discovers a silver locket tucked beneath a loose floorboard, its delicate clasp worn by time and handling. Holding it, she feels the weight of unseen stories wrapped within its small, oval shape. Jonah recounts the forest's strange history, weaving tales connected to the locket and their shared ancestors. The old stories hang between them, thick with both warning and wonder. Marla suddenly points toward a shadowy figure glimpsed beyond the window. Her voice is a whisper, but the figure vanishes as they all turn to look. Doubt and fear flicker momentarily in the candlelight. Alina finds scattered letters hidden beneath floorboards, their torn edges and faded ink describing a family conflict long forgotten. Each word stirs a half-remembered tension, deepening the cabin's mysteries. Jonah steps quickly to block Alina's path as she moves toward the forest, his protectiveness clear but laced with unease. His warning is firm. Venturing deeper alone is too risky under the forest's watchful eyes. The air thickens as Alina confronts Jonah about his hidden ties to her family's past, demanding answers she has long awaited. Their voices are low but sharp, memories and mistrust colliding beneath the whispering canopy. A sudden storm bursts overhead, rain hammering the cabin roof and streaking windows as lightning fractures the sky. The power flickers and dies, plunging them into a darkness punctuated only by the pounding rain and distant thunder. Morning reveals unsettling changes. Marla's beloved doll has vanished without trace, and on the table, the broken compass spins wildly, ignoring any notion of north. Unease grows sharper as the sun's weak light seeps through the trees. Determined, Alina steps outside to search, discovering an overgrown trail obscured behind the cabin, tangled with vines and moss. The forest beyond seems both inviting and forbidding, its secrets buried beneath layers of time. Jonah follows reluctantly, his voice low with caution as he warns of hidden dangers ahead. His knowledge of the forest's unseen threats adds weight to every step they take deeper beneath the whispering pines. The woods close in around them, shadows shifting unnaturally with each footfall. The familiar path begins to warp, the forest taking on a strange, surreal quality that unsettles even Jonah's steady demeanor. Alina spots a carved symbol etched deep into the bark of a tree, identical to one seen faintly in the old photograph. The mark pulses with significance, a silent key to the forest's tangled past. Jonah admits he once belonged to a secretive group linked to that very symbol, tied to local legends shrouded in myth. His confession carries both regret and a warning, deepening the mystery that binds them. Suddenly, distant footsteps echo through the trees, too deliberate to be natural. Both Alina and Jonah glance toward the sound, but no figure emerges from the thickening mist. A mysterious stranger appears briefly, their presence fleeting as they drop a sealed letter before vanishing amid the veiling fog. The air feels charged, as if the woods themselves whispered a warning through this ghostly messenger. The letter's contents unearth a painful truth, one of betrayal woven through generations of Alina's family. Shock and disbelief ripple through her, as the delicate threads of her past unravel before her eyes. Alina grapples with the heavy revelations, her heart torn between trust and suspicion. Jonah urges restraint and patience, reminding her that some truths unfold only when the time is right. Back inside the cabin, Marla's sharp eyes catch a glimpse of something beneath a loose floorboard. With careful fingers, she lifts the panel and uncovers the missing doll, its worn fabric dusty from years of hiding. Relief washes over her face as she holds it close, unaware of its deeper significance. Alina and Jonah's voices rise in fierce disagreement, the tension thick in the shadowed room. She urges they leave before uncovering more pain, while he insists on unearthing every secret buried within these walls. Their opposing wills clash, embodying years of unspoken struggles tied to this place. Jonah rolls up his sleeve, revealing faded scars crisscrossing his arm like silent testimony. Each mark a link to the family's troubled past, struggles and sacrifices made long ago. The physical evidence jolts Alina, grounding the haunting stories she barely dared imagine. Alina's fingers tremble when she finds the silver locket left open on the mantelpiece. Within, a tiny photo of two children stares back at her, faces unfamiliar yet strangely evocative. It feels like a whisper from a past carefully hidden. A flood of fragmented memories rush through Alina's mind, snapshots of laughter and shadows intertwining beneath this roof. Moments forgotten and distorted press inward, as if the cabin itself breathes their story alongside the whispering pines. Suddenly, the broken compass shifts in her hand, now unwavering and pointing steadily in a strange new direction. The change intrigues them, yet an undercurrent of unease follows, as if the device knows more than it reveals. They follow the compass's lead and discover a concealed door beneath a dusty rug, an ancient cellar hidden beneath the cabin's floor. The air around it hums with forgotten secrets, beckoning them closer with cautious anticipation. Inside the cellar, time seems suspended as they find relics and yellowed journals describing a secret pact sealed decades ago. The words speak of promises and burdens, weaving a tale intertwined with their own bloodline. Jonah's voice falters as he admits his family's oath to guard these secrets, a duty that demanded heavy cost. His revelation weighs on Alina, adding layers of complexity to the truth they both seek. Despite the sting of betrayal, Alina's resolve hardens. She must unravel the full story, no matter how painful. The strands of mystery bind her to Jonah and the cabin, pushing past doubt and fear. Outside, the forest thickens in twilight, the pines whispering warnings carried by rustling leaves. The boundary between safety and the unknown feels narrower with every passing moment. Near the cellar entrance, Marla lingers, eyes wide as if sensing a presence unseen. Her small figure is still, caught between curiosity and the intangible gaze that seems to watch her every move. Without warning, the earth trembles and a collapse seals Alina and Jonah inside the cellar. Darkness envelops them, walls pressing close, turning their exploration into a desperate struggle for breath and calm. In the suffocating stillness, Jonah sings a lullaby from his childhood, soft, haunting notes threading through the darkness. The familiar melody steadies Alina's racing heart, bridging the gap between fear and hope. As the earth settles, they find a narrow path to freedom, emerging into fading daylight. Their shared ordeal deepens a silent bond, forging a cautious trust amid the shadows of their pasts. Back upstairs, Alina studies the journals with fresh eyes, piecing together the true nature of the family pact. It was not just about secrets. It guarded a treasure hidden from the world's gaze. Jonah reveals that the treasure is no gold or jewels, but a secret with power to alter their family's destiny. The weight of this truth presses on them, promising upheaval alongside understanding. A final letter, yellowed and creased, warns that unveiling this secret demands a personal sacrifice. The cost of truth is laid bare, chilling yet undeniable in its gravity. Determined, Alina and Jonah prepare to face whatever awaits beyond fear and hesitation. United in resolve, they step forward together to confront the unfolding mystery. Marla appears with the compass clutched tightly in her small hands, the needle steady and true. Its quiet certainty offers a fragile thread of hope amidst the growing darkness. Guided by the compass, the family moves deeper into the forest where shafts of light pierce the dense canopy. The eerie beauty of the woods surrounds them, mingling danger and promise in every breath. They reach a clearing dominated by an ancient oak tree, its bark carved with the same symbol appearing throughout their journey. The tree stands as sentinel to secrets long held in the whispering pines. At the base of the oak, moss and roots part to reveal a weathered box buried beneath the earth. The discovery feels like a culmination, a portal to truths hidden just out of reach. Inside the box lie personal keepsakes and a letter addressed directly to Alina from her grandmother. The words pulse with honesty and hope, bridging generations with unexpected tenderness. The letter speaks of forgiveness and legacy, urging Alina to carry the family's future with strength and compassion. It offers a fragile light amidst shadows, planting seeds for what lies ahead. As Alina gazed at the broken compass and the scattered letters, a deep understanding settled within her. The true treasure was not gold or jewels, but the shared history and bonds that had been frayed and were now being woven anew. In that quiet moment, surrounded by whispering pines, she felt the strength of family reignite. Jonah stepped closer, his weathered face earnest as he spoke of past mistakes and regrets. Alina listened, her steady brown eyes reflecting forgiveness and hope. Together, they made a silent vow to protect the legacy of the old family cabin, promising to face the future united. With careful hands, they restored the delicate compass, its needle finally steady and true. They placed the silver locket inside the worn wooden box, securing it as a symbol of their commitment. This act was more than preservation. It was reclaiming their shared past and safeguarding their future. Marla's inquisitive green eyes brightened with a gentle smile, sensing the tension in the forest lift. The once ominous presence among the towering pines seemed to wane, replaced by a peaceful calm that enveloped the cabin. Her laughter echoed softly, bringing life back to the quiet woods. Inside the cabin, the windows glowed warmly against the dusky twilight, casting golden light onto the surrounding trees. This welcoming glow was a testament to renewed life and resilience, standing firm amidst the forest's eerie beauty. It marked a fresh beginning for the family and their heritage. Elena stood before the familiar walls, feeling a renewed determination swell within her chest. She decided to keep the cabin, honoring the legacy of her ancestors while embracing the endless possibilities of the future. The forest was no longer just a backdrop, but a cherished part of their story. Under Jonah's guidance, Marla carefully hung delicate wind chimes outside the cabin. Their soft, melodious tones caught the breeze, mingling with the whispering pines in a welcoming symphony. It was a tangible sign that peace and warmth had returned to the place they called home. Elena reached up to pin the faded photograph back on the wall, its edges now whole and its meaning clear. The image connected past generations with the present, grounding their family's story within these walls. It symbolized healing and the continuity of love through time. Together, Elena, Jonah, and Marla stood outside as the sun dipped behind the pines, casting long shadows over the forest floor. United and hopeful, they faced the coming days with strength forged from understanding and forgiveness. Their bond, like the cabin, was steadfast and enduring. A final glance toward the forest revealed a serene stillness, the secrets nestled deep within, safely guarded by time and trust. The whispering pines swayed gently, as if sharing silent approval of the family's journey. In that peaceful moment, the mysteries of the woods seemed to rest, embraced by the light of a new chapter. As dawn breaks over the city, the silhouette of the old clock tower casts long shadows. Mara walks the quiet streets, her mind clouded with memories as the tower's chimes echo in the stillness. Stepping into a cramped workshop crowded with ticking clocks, Mara's fingers brush over a familiar broken pocket watch resting on a cluttered table. The weight of countless hours seems to press on her as she contemplates the fragile object. A close-up reveals the pocket watch's cracked glass and frozen hands, symbolizing a moment frozen in time. Mara sighs, her troubled gaze reflecting the unresolved past the watch represents. Memories flood back. A young Mara receives the pocket watch from her grandfather, the watchmaker. His steady gaze and careful hands imprint a bittersweet legacy in her heart. Returning to the present, Mara sits across from Elias in a dimly lit cafe, the air thick with unspoken tension. Their shared history complicates the fragile conversation unfolding between them. Elias produces a letter sealed with an embossed wax emblem, sliding it towards Mara with a sense of urgency. The weight of its contents hangs heavily between them. Opening the letter, Mara reads about a hidden family secret, threatening to unravel everything she thought she knew. The stakes rise, deepening her internal conflict. After a moment's hesitation, Mara clenches the broken watch tightly, steeling herself to face the shadows of her past head-on. Determination replaces doubt within her eyes. Nearby, Nina watches Mara intently from the shadows, fingers nervously twisting a small mechanical part. Her curiosity wrestles with hesitation, uncertain whether to step forward. Mara enters an aged family home, dust particles dancing in the muted light as she crosses the threshold. Faded memories cling to the walls, whispering stories of days long gone. Her fingers glide over a faded photograph depicting her grandfather wearing a peculiar, knowing smile. The image stirs questions she hadn't dared to ask before. A sudden thunderstorm crashes outside, rain pelting the windows as Mara's turbulent emotions mirror the tempest. The past feels as restless and unyielding as the storm. Elias appears unexpectedly at the doorway, his rugged presence filling the room. He warns Mara of the dangers tied to unearthing buried family truths. Despite Elias's caution, Mara insists on moving forward, fueled by a desperate need for closure. Reluctantly, Elias agrees to accompany her through this uncertain journey. Unexpectedly, the broken pocket watch begins to tick faintly, its eerie rhythm signaling that time itself seems to be shifting. Secrets long dormant stir awake around them. Together, Mara and Elias sift through the attic's shadows, uncovering concealed journals and letters hidden beneath loose floorboards. Each discovery deepens the mystery. Nina steps closer, offering assistance and revealing her surprising connection to Mara's family. Her presence introduces new dimensions to the unfolding story. Tensions flare as Mara and Elias clash over trust, fracturing their uneasy alliance. Old wounds open amid accusations and doubt. In a haunting dream, the watchmaker appears, his cryptic gaze inviting Mara to look beyond the obvious. His steady hands gesture toward truths yet uncovered. Awakening with newfound resolve, Mara discovers a secret compartment within the pocket watch containing a small, enigmatic key. Hope and fear intertwine in her grasp. The key fits an ancient chest hidden beneath the house, which they open to reveal letters and artifacts long concealed. Each piece reshapes Mara's understanding of her family's past. Among the findings is a letter referencing a lost sibling, challenging everything Mara believed about her lineage. This revelation forces her to reconsider her identity. Elias confesses his own ties to the family's history, adding layers of complexity and raising the stakes. His rugged exterior cracks, exposing vulnerabilities tied to shared secrets. Mara's mind flashes back to forgotten or misunderstood childhood moments, fragments of memory swirling like puzzle pieces. Clarity and confusion intertwine as the past resurfaces. Suddenly, the pocket watch stops ticking once more, announcing a crucial turning point. Time's fragile thread seems to hold its breath, awaiting what comes next. Nina sat cross-legged on the floor, delicately examining the intricate pieces of the broken pocket watch. As she adjusted a tiny gear, her fingers brushed against a faint engraving hidden deep inside the casing. Leaning closer, she realized it was a message, carefully etched in an elegant script that had gone unnoticed until now. The message spoke of a meeting place tied to Mara's grandfather, hinting at old alliances and betrayals long buried. The words suggested that answers lay buried within forgotten walls, places where time seemed to stand still, yet memories whispered endlessly. Mara's mind raced as the past began to entwine more tightly with their present quest. Under the cloak of night, Mara, Elias clad in his worn leather jacket, and curious Nina ventured toward an abandoned train station. The cold air was thick with anticipation, and the shadows cast by the flickering lantern grew longer with each step. Guided by the secret message, their footsteps echoed into the darkness of a place forgotten by time. Unseen eyes seemed to watch their every movement as vague silhouettes moved beyond the station's broken windows. The atmosphere thickened with unease, signaling that danger was closer than they realized. Each glance shared was met with silence, warning them that they were not alone in this pursuit of truth. Tension surfaced between Elias and Mara, their voices low but edged with frustration over past decisions and recent risks. Bitter words hinted at cracks forming in their once solid partnership, revealing fears and doubts beneath their steely exteriors. Sensing the growing divide, Nina quickly intervened, her youthful voice urging calm and unity among them. Their search uncovered a hidden trapdoor beneath loose wooden planks, leading down into a secret room. Inside, the walls were adorned with cryptic symbols, and countless clocks of various designs ticked in unison, creating a haunting symphony of time. The air was thick with mystery, each element hinting at layers of concealed history awaiting discovery. Mara's fingers traced the carvings on the wall, triggering a subtle mechanism embedded within the ancient wood. A panel slid open silently, revealing a secret document covered in faded ink that detailed the true loyalties of her family. The revelation was profound, challenging everything she believed about her lineage and legacy. Elias eyed the fragile parchment warily, his rugged features tightening with concern. He questioned whether unveiling such truths was worth the chaos that might follow, fearing the fractures it could cause in their fragile community. His hesitation cast a shadow over the group's resolve as the gravity of their discovery sank in. Mara met his doubts with steely determination, her silver-streaked hair catching the dim light as she vowed to see the truth brought into the open. She believed that only by confronting the past could they hope to heal their fractured bonds. Her resolve ignited a flicker of hope amidst the tension, solidifying her role as their leader. Suddenly, the fragile trust that had held them together shattered when an unexpected betrayal surfaced from within their own group. A subtle, almost imperceptible act revealed hidden motives, throwing suspicion in every direction. The betrayal threatened to unravel all they had worked towards, demanding reckoning and clarity. In a surprising moment, Nina confessed her true motives, linking her actions to a solemn promise made to the watchmaker years before. Her fidgeting hands betrayed the weight of her secret, yet her eyes remained resolute. This revelation added a new layer of complexity, binding their fates even tighter with threads woven long ago. The watchmaker's voice seemed to echo through the shadows, guiding them with a riddle that wove together themes of time and memory. His meticulous hands, though unseen, felt present in the silence as they pondered the cryptic words. This counsel offered a path forward, shaping the next chapter of their intertwined journey. With renewed purpose, Mara reached out to Elias, bridging the gulf that had formed between them. Their reconciliation was quiet but firm, a mutual acknowledgement of the dangers they faced and the strength needed to overcome them. Together with Nina, they formed a united front against the threats closing in. They raced through rain-slicked streets, desperate to retrieve a final piece of evidence before it could be snatched away by darker forces. Every moment felt borrowed, the clocks ticking a stark reminder of time slipping through their fingers. Their combined skills and determination fueled the pursuit, driven by nerves and hope alike. A fierce storm raged outside, rain beating against the windows as the antique clocks within the safe room began to chime in perfect unison. The symphony of ticking hands grew louder, signaling the climax of their quest was near. Inside, tension and anticipation mingled, as moments stretched beyond themselves in the storm's heart. Hidden within an old ledger, they uncovered a detailed account of familial tragedies, betrayals concealed, and truths covered up for generations. The pages revealed the causes and consequences of past actions, painting a sorrowful picture of sacrifice and deceit. This knowledge brought clarity, but at a heavy emotional cost for all involved. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced into figures intent on silencing their discoveries forever. The trio found themselves cornered, the sinister presence closing in swiftly and without mercy. Adrenaline surged as instincts took over, turning their hunt for truth into a battle for survival. Drawing on the watchmaker's riddles, Mara deftly outmaneuvered their pursuers, using her knowledge of time and memory as a weapon. Each step and decision was calculated, turning the labyrinthine station into a maze their enemies could not navigate. Her sharp mind and steady resolve kept them one step ahead in the deadly game. In a moment of selfless courage, Nina created a diversion, drawing the adversaries away with quick thinking and fearless resolve. Her actions bought Mara and Elias precious seconds to escape, though at great personal risk. This sacrifice underscored the deep bonds forged in trust and shared purpose. Safely ensconced in a secluded room, the trio pored over the ledger's contents, preparing to expose the painful truths to the world. Each detail was matched with mounting urgency, their words poised to unite or divide their community. The weight of their responsibility settled heavy as they planned the inevitable reveal. Mara hesitated, her silver hair catching the flickering candlelight, as she wrestled with the cost of unveiling the truth. She knew that once revealed, the community's fragile peace could shatter, igniting conflict and old wounds anew. Her inner turmoil reflected the difficult balance between transparency and protection. Flashbacks unfolded, revealing the watchmaker's past efforts to shield the family from ruin through careful silence and guarded secrets. His meticulous hands had crafted more than just clocks, they held time's fragile story within, preserving legacies through subtle measures. These memories cast a new light on his guidance and sacrifices. With renewed clarity, Mara reconciled her protective instinct with her commitment to honesty. Her resolve strengthened, embracing the painful necessity of revelation as a path to healing and reconciliation. This inner peace fortified her for the challenging road ahead. Together, Elias aided Mara in drafting a heartfelt letter intended to unite the fractured family and their community through truth and compassion. Their joint efforts symbolized a tentative truce, a bridge built with trust and understanding. Each word was chosen with care, carrying the weight of hope for a reconciled future. At last, the broken pocket watch was carefully repaired, its steady ticking resonating through the quiet room. The rhythm symbolized restored balance and mercy, a tangible sign that time could heal even the deepest wounds. The watch's heartbeat marked a new beginning, threading together past and present with cautious optimism. In the town square, Mara stands before a gathered crowd, her voice steady yet filled with emotion. She recounts the long-hidden family history, unveiling truths wrapped in pain and regret, and asks for understanding and forgiveness. The broken pocket watch in her hand glints in the fading light, symbolizing the fragments of time now pieced together. As Mara's words settle, the community's reactions ripple through the crowd. Some people nod slowly, their faces softening with empathy, while others tighten their jaws, recoiling in shock and denial. Whispers spread, mixing acceptance with doubt, reflecting the complexity of embracing a complicated past. Through the murmurs, Elias steps forward beside Mara, his weathered leather jacket catching the evening breeze. His quiet support is palpable, a protective presence that reveals both loyalty and the vulnerability of standing firm amid judgment. His gaze meets Mara's, silently conveying strength and shared burden. Nina fiddles nervously with a small gear, then reveals she has been quietly preserving the family's legacy in her own way. Her role as keeper of the overlooked truths earns her cautious respect from those previously doubtful. The community begins to see her curiosity not as trouble, but as a bridge toward healing. Later, Mara visits the shaded grave of the watchmaker, the man who once taught her to value time's intricate layers. She places the broken pocket watch gently on the weathered stone, a tribute to the past and those who guide from beyond. The watchmaker's grave seems to hold the silent wisdom of countless hours and secrets shared. As twilight turns into night, the old clock tower in the heart of the town chimes, its sound clear and true. Miraculously, all the clocks in town align with its rhythm, their hands moving in synchronized harmony. This resonance breathes new life into the community, symbolizing unity restored after long discord. Walking through familiar streets, Mara senses a subtle transformation around her. The air carries a quiet promise, as neighbors exchange tentative smiles and old rifts begin fading like shadows at dawn. Her heart swells with hope, recognizing the first threads of rebuilding woven through everyday moments. In a moment of shared silence, Mara and Elias stand side by side beneath the glow of the clock tower. They acknowledge the scars etched by the past, but also the new beginning forged from honest surrender. Their connection deepens, a testament to enduring resilience amid change. Back in the dusty workshop, Nina carefully begins mending aged clocks, her nimble fingers coaxing life back into broken mechanisms. Her curiosity has shifted from restless questions to a healing craft, bridging the community's fractured timeline. Each ticking clock she restores is a quiet melody of renewal and hope. The story closes on the restored pocket watch, its delicate hands moving steadily and softly marking time. Its gentle ticking echoes the endless cycles of life, memories, and truths that layer one upon another. In this sound lies the subtle promise of forgiveness, continuity, and new stories yet to unfold. In the heart of an ancient city stood a peculiar clock shop, its windows fogged with mystery and time. Marla, a thief known for precision rather than chaos, eyed the legendary timekeeper, a jewel rumored to be hidden inside the grandest timepiece in the shop. No ordinary gem, the timekeeper was said to control moments, bending seconds in favor of its holder. Marla didn't believe in magic, but in timing and skill, and tonight they had to be flawless. Slipping through a narrow alley, she approached the shop at midnight, when shadows were her only company. The shop's bell chimed softly as she slipped in, greeted only by the ticking of countless clocks surrounding her. Navigating the maze of shelves, her eyes locked onto the colossal grandfather clock, adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, behind a hidden panel, nestled the timekeeper, a glowing blue orb pulsating with quiet power. A whisper in the darkness warned her, "Take care, time twists for those who tamper." Marla smirked, deft hands disabling the alarm with practiced ease before lifting the orb gently. Suddenly, the shop transformed. The clocks accelerated wildly, their hands spinning like storm winds. Time lapsed erratically. Seconds stretched, then snapped fast, disorienting her senses. She clenched the orb tightly, focusing beyond the chaos as her escape route melted and reformed. With a final breath, Marla seized a moment when time slowed, leapt through a shuttered window, landing outside in stillness. The city around her resumed its regular rhythm as she sprinted into the night, orb secure. Back in the safety of her lair, Marla placed the timekeeper on the table, the air still humming with its strange energy. She smiled, knowing control over time was never about power. It was about moments seized and never wasted. The orb glowed softer now, as if content in its new hands, awaiting the next perfect second to shine. Marla whispered, "Time is mine, for now," and set the clock hands to midnight, beginning a new chapter. Outside, the city continued unaware, wrapped in endless hours, while a thief held the master key to every ticking second. Marvin stands before the mirror, his fingers gently stroking the proud, thick curls of his mustache. He adjusts his round spectacles and contemplates the day ahead, feeling ready for any challenge. Leela bursts into the apartment with a grin, holding up a brightly colored invitation to a mustache competition. "Uncle Marvin, you have to enter," she exclaims, her pink hair bouncing with excitement. Marvin smiles confidently, tightening his yellow and green striped tie, a sure sign of his determined mood. "I'll win it again this year," he declares with pride. He carefully arranges his grooming tools on the cluttered desk, while Mr. Whiskers slinks silently behind, eyeing the gleaming mustache comb with suspicious intent. With one final glance at the mirror, Marvin waves goodbye to Leela, who promises to guard the apartment and keep everything just right. Marvin steps onto the bustling city street, his stride confident and purposeful as he heads toward the competition venue, buzzing with excitement. Midway through his walk, Marvin suddenly freezes, feeling an uncanny lightness on his face where his mustache should be. Confused, he stops in his tracks. He peers into a shop window reflection and gasps. His cherished, curly mustache has completely vanished without a trace. In a surge of panic, Marvin sprints back home, overturning piles of vintage knickknacks and hunting all corners for any clue to his missing mustache. Leela arrives with a determined gleam in her eye, just as Marvin inspects his grooming kit through his magnifying glass, vowing to uncover the mystery at all costs. Mr. Whiskers flicks his tail leisurely, knocking Marvin's mustache comb off the table with a deliberate swish, watching their reactions carefully. Leela crouches near the windowsill and points to tiny strands of hair left behind, suggesting that the aloof tabby may be involved in the disappearance. Determined, Marvin sets up a variety of comical traps around the apartment, from sticky mustache-shaped nets to jars of swirling potions, hoping to catch the elusive thief. Despite the efforts, Mr. Whiskers nimbly evades every trap, slipping through false walls and darting beneath furniture, while Marvin and Leela grow increasingly frustrated and weary. The hours tick down toward the competition, tension mounting as Marvin feels the pressure of reclaiming his identity and pride before it's too late. Seeking alternative help, Marvin and Leela visit an eccentric local barber, who offers a strange, temporary fake mustache potion with wild promises. Marvin tries the potion nervously, but it causes his mustache to wiggle uncontrollably like a living creature, drawing amused stares and creating a public spectacle they hadn't anticipated. Embarrassed and frustrated, Marvin ditches the potion and decides to pursue leads outside, scanning the streets for anything resembling his lost mustache. Along a crowded street, Marvin spots a stranger sporting a suspiciously familiar curly mustache that seems oddly out of place, stirring Marvin's suspicion. Confronting the man, Marvin receives evasive answers, but the man inadvertently reveals a hidden stash of mustache wax, intensifying the mystery. Leela connects the dots, proposing that this man could be part of a mustache smuggling ring, explaining the strange disappearance. Following a trail of wax droplets that glisten along the pavement, they arrive at a shadowy underground hideout filled with peculiar mustache-related artifacts. Hidden inside, they overhear hushed voices discussing an exclusive mustache auction scheduled for that very evening, offering a crucial lead. Realizing their slim chance to recover the mustache, Marvin and Leela swiftly plan to infiltrate the auction, crafting disguises to pass as eccentric collectors. Donning flamboyant costumes adorned with exaggerated fake mustaches, they step into the shadowy auction room, blending into a crowd of curious enthusiasts. At the auction, Marvin's eyes fixate on a small, intriguing box labeled "The Finest Curly Mustache." His heart races, seeing a chance to reclaim what he lost. The box seems almost enchanted, promising a secret to his missing mustache. Marvin nervously raises his bid among a crowd of dubious bidders, cloaked in shadows and whispers. Each increase tightens the knot of tension in his stomach. Suddenly, a mysterious figure outbids him at the last moment, their identity hidden by a wide-brimmed hat and darkness. Refusing to give up, Marvin signals Leela with a glance. In response, she theatrically sways and collapses dramatically at the auction floor, drawing all eyes towards her. Instant uproar erupts as bidders rush to Leela's side, concerned for her sudden faint. The distraction creates a perfect moment for Marvin to stealthily slip the coveted box into his coat pocket. Back in a quiet corner, Marvin eagerly opens the box, only to find a cryptic note inside. It reads, "Look close in your own reflection," leaving Marvin puzzled and intrigued. Perplexed, Marvin pulls out his trusty pocket mirror and lifts it toward his face. Behind him, Mr. Whiskers sits calmly, licking his fur in a peculiar, deliberate manner that catches Marvin's eye. Suddenly, Marvin notices a tuft of his curly mustache clinging stubbornly to Mr. Whiskers' striped collar. The revelation dawns like a bolt of lightning. The cat is involved. The trio quickly pieces it together. Mr. Whiskers must have playfully swiped the mustache earlier, unknowingly causing the great disappearance. Marvin can't help but chuckle at the feline's mischievous role. Back in his cluttered vintage apartment, Marvin tenderly massages conditioner into his chin. He's hopeful, if a bit skeptical, wishing for even the slightest sign of regrowth before the next competition. Leela, ever inventive, whips up a quirky mustache growth potion using random kitchen ingredients. She presents it to Marvin with a mischievous grin, dubbing it their last, humorous hope. Marvin applies the homemade concoction cautiously, his fingers crossed beneath his perfectly striped yellow and green tie. Despite his skepticism, there's a glimmer of hope in his eyes. To their amazement, tiny hairs begin sprouting unevenly across Marvin's upper lip. The patchy new look is amusing if nothing else, but it breathes new life into his confidence. Emboldened by his unique growth, Marvin straightens his tie and adjusts his spectacles. He sets off determined to embrace this quirky new mustache at the competition venue. Upon arrival, the crowd bursts into laughter and cheers at Marvin's half-grown, unconventional mustache. The warm welcome deflates his nerves and fills him with unexpected pride. During the contest, Marvin captivates the audience with a witty speech about humor and acceptance. His charm and honesty resonate deeply, transforming the event's atmosphere. The judges, thoroughly entertained and impressed, award Marvin a special, most original mustache prize. It's a surprising twist that celebrates creativity over perfection. Beside him, Leela beams with pride while Mr. Whiskers purrs contentedly. Marvin's grin stretches wider than ever, his spirit lifted by their shared victory. The enigmatic auction figure reappears, stepping out of the shadows with a kind smile. They reveal themselves as a retired mustache champion, commending Marvin's admirable spirit. They hand Marvin an old photo album filled with bold, eccentric mustache styles from decades past. The images spark a newfound inspiration to explore diverse, playful looks in the days ahead. Marvin expresses heartfelt thanks to Leela and Mr. Whiskers. He realizes that sometimes unexpected mishaps blossom into remarkable adventures filled with laughter and growth. Back home, the trio settles into familiar comfort as Marvin carefully tends to his regrowing mustache. The cluttered apartment feels warmer, echoing their shared bond and triumph. Inspired, Leela begins a scrapbook titled Marvin's Mustache Mysteries, capturing every quirky moment of their journey. It's a testament to their camaraderie and Marvin's unmatched mustache saga. Mr. Whiskers curls up cozily on Marvin's lap, sporting a tiny, comically fake mustache crafted by Leela. The sight elicits chuckles and a sense of playfulness that fills the room. Marvin practices various mustache styles in the mirror, each more whimsical than the last. His striped yellow and green tie remains impeccably in place, matching his light-hearted mood. The apartment soon buzzes with laughter and cheer as they prepare a small celebration party. Quirky mustache-themed decorations dangle from the ceiling, marking an unforgettable chapter in Marvin's life. Suddenly, a letter slid gracefully under Marvin's cluttered apartment door, its envelope sealed with an elaborate mustache emblem that immediately caught his meticulous eye. He picked it up, intrigued by this unexpected delivery amidst his familiar vintage surroundings. Inside the envelope, Marvin discovered an elegant invitation to the International Mustache Festival, beckoning him to showcase his signature bushy, curly mustache among the world's finest. This was the next grand challenge he had been unknowingly awaiting. Leela bounced with excitement, her bright pink hair shaking as she suggested they travel together to the festival, igniting dreams of mustache adventures spanning the globe. Marvin's heart warmed at the idea of sharing this whimsical journey with his lively niece. With focused energy, Marvin packed his cherished grooming kit, carefully placing his magnifying glass, assorted potion bottles, and the ever-important mustache comb inside. Ready for mystery and maintenance alike, he prepared to face whatever surprises the festival might hold. Mr. Whiskers, ever the aloof companion, lazily inspected a new batch of mustache wax on the windowsill, his patch-over-one-eye gaze hinting that he too would join in on their next escapade. The tabby's subtle chaos was always part of their story. Marvin took a reflective moment before the mirror to admire his fully regrown mustache, now showing a distinguished hint of silver at the tips of its curls. This sign of time added character to his ever-prized facial feature, a symbol of his enduring spirit. A gentle smile spread across Marvin's face as he thought back. Losing his mustache had taught him to find joy beyond appearances and embrace life's unexpected turns with grace. The tie around his neck, striped yellow and green, seemed to brighten in approval. The trio stepped out from the cozy, cluttered apartment onto the bustling city street, ready to embark on their upcoming journey together. The air was filled with promise, and their spirits danced in unison with the crowd's lively rhythm. Behind them, a stray curl of hair floated lazily in the gentle breeze, a playful reminder that every grand adventure begins with a single, seemingly insignificant strand. It twirled like the start of a new story, yet to be told. The scene faded out with Marvin adjusting his striped tie confidently, Leela grinning mischievously, and Mr. Whiskers trailing silently behind. United and spirited, they were all set for whatever curious mysteries awaited them next. The clock struck midnight as Claire crept through the abandoned mansion, its shadowy corridors swallowing her footsteps. Her flashlight flickered, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken chandeliers swaying gently despite the still air. She paused before a heavy door, rumored to have been locked for decades. Tonight was the night she'd uncover its secret. With trembling hands, Claire searched for the rusted key she'd found in an old diary the day before. Click, the lock gave way, and the door creaked open to reveal a dust-laden chamber filled with old portraits and a single, ornate box. As she approached, whispers grazed her ears, soft, unintelligible murmurs that made her skin prickle. Ignoring the chill, she opened the box to find a faded photograph of a woman with eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, morphing into urgent voices. "Remember us, free us," clamored in the shadows. Heart pounding, Claire realized the portrait's eyes weren't painted, but real, trapped souls pleading for release. She glanced around and noticed a diary lying open on a cracked pedestal, the final page stained with tears and desperation. Piecing together the story, Claire learned the mansion's owner had cursed these souls after a bitter betrayal. Determined, she recited the incantations scrawled in the diary, her voice steady despite the mounting tension. The room trembled, the portrait's eyes shining brighter, the air thick with restless energy. Then, silence. The whispers ceased. The oppressive weight lifted as a gentle breeze brushed Claire's face. Suddenly, the box glowed faintly. Inside, a small, ancient key appeared as if offered in gratitude. Claire took the key, knowing it was the mansion's true secret, a promise of peace for the forgotten souls. As she stepped out, the dawn's light pierced through the broken windows, illuminating a mansion no longer haunted but free. With a soft smile, Claire whispered, "Rest now. Your story is told." The mansion, once a prison, stood serene, its dark past finally dissolved in the light of day. And Claire walked away, carrying the weight of the past, knowing some whispers must be heard to set others free. Anna rushed down the street, clutching a crumpled sheet of music tightly in her hand. Her fingers trembled as she reached the old concert hall, its doors cracked open as if waiting for her. Inside, the air was thick with dust and memories. The grand piano sat silent, keys hoping for a touch. Anna hesitated, then sat down and placed the sheet on the stand, her eyes scanning the notes she had spent years perfecting. The first chords spilled out, hesitant at first, then flowing with more confidence and emotion than ever before. As she played, memories of her late father, a legendary pianist, filled the hall, his voice echoing in her mind. "Make your music true." Tears blurred her eyes, but she kept playing, channeling all her grief, love, and hope into the melody. Midway through, a faint knock drew her attention. Her old mentor stood at the doorway, watching quietly. He smiled gently, mouthing, "You've found it." Those words fueled her resolve, the final note soaring. When the last note faded, the silence felt full, not empty, a bridge between past and future. Anna stood, inhaled deeply, and looked around, the hall no longer cold, but alive with possibility. Her mentor approached and handed her a worn envelope marked with her father's handwriting. Inside was a letter. "Your music is your story. Play it for the world." Anna nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. She finally understood her real journey was just beginning. Days later, the concert hall buzzed with anticipation as Anna prepared to perform on the restored stage. The audience was filled with faces from her past, friends, family, and strangers who believed in her. She lifted her hands, the first notes escaping anew, this time stronger, freer, alive. As the final chord rang out, the crowd erupted in applause, standing in honor of a new chapter. Backstage, Anna whispered, "Thank you," feeling her father's presence more clearly than ever before. She knew now that through her music, she would carry his legacy forever, and tell her own story, note by note. Ira wakes slowly in a village blanketed by the soft embrace of dawn mist, her fingers tightening around a pendant with two intertwined flames that seem to shimmer with a quiet warmth. From the edge of the dense woods, Kale emerges, the subtle glow of his flame-shaped birthmark pulsing faintly as he watches Ira with guarded eyes, assessing the strange quiet. The village elder's voice trembles as he warns them of the restless shadows brewing just beyond the veil. An unseen boundary pregnant with ancient dangers lurking in silence. Ira discovers the pendant responds to the growing shadows near the village's edge, a rhythmic pulsing light that casts fleeting reflections resembling twin flames dancing in the gloom. Suddenly, a haunting howl pierces the misty air, and ethereal spirit wolves with faint blue glows gather, circling the village boundary like silent sentinels harboring untold secrets. Kale steps forward, offering Ira guidance beyond the veil to find the Veilkeeper, whose wisdom is said to hold the elusive answers they desperately seek. Together, they step into the thickening mist, where shadows twist and shapes flicker in and out of perception, turning the path ahead uncertain and alive with hidden movement. Ira's pendant intensifies its glow, casting broken images that morph into a shattered mirror held together by reflections of twin flames, symbols of an unspoken rift. A shadowy figure materializes to block their way, its form shifting in the mist, but the flare of Ira's pendant forces it to waver and dissolve like smoke in the wind. On the forest floor lies a broken mirror, its shards catching slivers of faint light and etched with mysterious, hidden symbols that seem to pulse with ancient energy. Touching one shard, Ira is overwhelmed by a vision, the Veilkeeper gripping a staff crowned with a glowing shard, standing amid swirling mist and shadow. Kale's voice breaks the trance, warning that instability courses through the veil, and crossing it may mean becoming lost to the encroaching shadows forever. Pressing onward, the mist thickens into living forms, whispers of past travelers caught between worlds, their twisted shapes reaching toward Ira and Kale with silent cries. A spirit wolf appears, exuding a protective aura before vanishing as they advance, leaving only the echo of its glowing eyes behind. They arrive at the glowing boundary, where the veil pulses like a fragile heartbeat, flickering unpredictably as if threatening to shatter under unseen pressure. Crossing the threshold, the world warps around them. The shadows elongate, and the twin flames on Ira's pendant flicker anxiously in the shifting air. Within the mist, the Veilkeeper emerges, cloaked in woven shadows that ripple with whispered secrets, eyes fixed with awe and caution on the pendant clasped in Ira's hand. The Veilkeeper's challenge is clear. They must confront the shadow within themselves, a trial to prove their worth amid the twisted mists and fractured truths. Ira faces a shadowy double, her mirror image, who voices doubts and fears, challenging every conviction she holds about her own intentions and strength. Kale's flame birthmark pulses fiercely as he confronts his own darkness, revealing a hidden, jagged scar beneath. a secret he's borne quietly until now. The Veilkeeper nods solemn approval, deeming their inner confrontations sufficient, and grants passage toward the enigmatic heart of the veil. Suddenly, the mist fractures into swirling shards of broken mirrors, each reflecting divergent paths and possible fates, shimmering ominously around them. Ira watches as the flames on her pendant tremble and split, flickering uncertainly between unity and division, echoing the fractured futures surrounding them. A voice murmurs from the shadows, seeping into their minds, whispers of doubt and mistrust designed to fracture their bond and turn them against one another. Kale grips Ira's hand, steadying her trembling spirit, reminding her that the twin flames are strongest when united by trust and unwavering resolve. Together, Ira and Kale confront the swirling illusions whispering deceit around them. As they break each falsehood, the pendant in Ira's hand flares brilliantly, its twin flames weaving stronger strands of light. Amid the dissipating mist, the Veilkeeper materializes once more, his form cloaked in shifting shadows and woven mist. He speaks solemnly, revealing the veil as not a barrier, but a test of balance between opposing forces. Through the Veilkeeper's words, they grasp the peril concealed, a rift dividing two realms, threatening collapse unless harmony is restored. The fragile weave between world strains, mirrored in the silver flickers of mist around them. From the depths emerges a specter of chaos, a formless shadow feeding on the fractured reflections and broken trust between realms. Its presence distorts the air, splintering shadows as it seeks to unravel their fragile unity. Stepping forward, Ira holds the pendant high, twin flames radiating fiercely to bind the fractured shards of their reality. Her emerald eyes burn with resolve, the pendant's glow threading warm light through the creeping shadows. Kale takes his place beside her, his flame-shaped birthmark igniting fiercely as he stands guard. He wards off the attacking shadows, his stoic stance a bulwark against the chaos seeking to tear them apart. With a surge of fury, the Chaos Spectre lashes out, cracking the ground beneath them and scattering the swirling mist into fragmented wisps. The air chills as fractures deepen, threatening to sever their fragile hold on balance. The violent upheaval separates Ira and Kale momentarily, thrusting them into solitary trials shaped by their deepest fears. Each faces a gauntlet of shadows, the twin flames dampened yet flickering still. Ira's fear manifests as a phantom village set ablaze, flames licking the air with haunting familiarity. But she clutches the pendant tightly, its warmth anchoring her against the searing illusions of loss. Kale confronts a shadow self, a murmured echo embodying his silent regrets and lost hopes. His birthmark pulses defiantly as he battles this darker reflection to reclaim his inner strength. Reunited amidst the scattering mist, Ira and Kale combine their strength, reigniting the twin flames within the pendant. Their bond stabilizes the fractured veil, the glow molding reality anew around them. The Veilkeeper appears once again, shadows parting to reveal a deeper truth. The pendant once belonged to a forgotten union of flame and shadow. Their intertwined legacy holds the key to harmonious balance. He tasks them with restoring the pendant's full power to mend the rift permanently. Only through embracing both light and darkness can the fragile veil be healed. Guided by fading echoes, Ira and Kale journey to an ancient temple etched in mist and stone, its air thick with whispered histories. There, they seek to reignite the twin flames and fulfill the Veilkeeper's charge. Inside the temple's shadowed halls, they place the pendant on an altar carved in the shape of intertwined flames. Yet the pendant glows only faintly, as if awaiting a missing piece to complete its power. Shadows shift and rise within the temple, testing once more the delicate balance between light and dark. The air hums with tension as the twin motifs of fire and shadow reach toward one another, hesitating on the edge of union. Ira recalls the broken mirrors glimpsed outside, understanding that unity requires reassembling all shards into one seamless reflection. The fractured image is a symbol of their own divided strength needing repair. Kale moves through the temple, collecting fragments embedded in walls and floors, each shard catching flickers of twin flames. Piece by piece, he gathers the remnants, his birthmark glowing softly in the shadowed gloom. Together, they assemble the mirror around the pendant, the twin flames surging brighter with every joined shard. The reflection ripples, the veil responding to their combined devotion and harmony. The completed mirror pulses with waves of light and shadow harmonizing through the veil. The air vibrates with a renewed balance, shadows receding as order weaves through broken realms. The rift stabilizes, reality solidifies, and the shrouds of mist lift, unveiling the world's renewed edge. A fragile piece emerges, held together by the twin flames burning defiantly within their hearts. The Veilkeeper expresses gratitude, shedding his woven mists to reveal his true form, an eternal guardian forged from flame and shadow. His presence embodies the delicate balance they have fought to restore. Ira and Kale feel the pendant warm in their hands, now a living symbol of balance and shared destiny tied eternally by twin flames. The glow weaves between them, a silent promise of unity against future storms. Passing back through the dissipated veil, the village mist clears completely, revealing spectral wolves no longer ominous, but transformed into vigilant guardians. Their faint blue glow speaks of protection and newfound harmony. The village elder greets them warmly, sensing the changed air, lighter, filled with promise and hope. The renewal they have kindled is tangible, a quiet blessing carried on the breeze through the streets. Ira held the pendant carefully, her emerald eyes reflecting its twin flames intertwined in delicate silver. She revealed that the pendant was a binding relic forged in ancient times to maintain harmony between the mortal world and the veil beyond. It symbolized the fragile balance that once united the two realms before their fracture scattered truth like shards of a broken mirror. As Ira spoke, Kale's flame-shaped birthmark on his left arm flickered and faded slightly, the change subtle yet profound. This signified his emerging role as a healer of the fractured veil, a bridge mending the rift between shadow and light. The motif of twin flames now pulsed softly within him, connecting him to the relic's ancient power. The village erupted into celebration, lighting twin flame bonfires that danced beneath the twilight sky. These fires honored Ira and Kale, whose union had restored balance long lost. The flames flickered in unison, a luminous tribute to the renewed harmony that embraced both realms once more. At the edge of the festivities, Ira and Kale exchanged a knowing glance, their gazes drifting together toward the horizon. In that quiet moment, the weight and depth of their shared destiny settled firmly between them. They understood that their path forward was intertwined like the twin flames adorning Ira's pendant. From the shadowed forest at the village's edge, spectral wolves emerged, their faint blue glow casting ethereal light. Once menacing spirits, they now stood silently as steadfast guardians, protectors of the newfound peace. Their presence was a living testament to the healing woven through the realm's mend. Near the ceremonial altar, the Veilkeeper's staff remained embedded in the earth, its glowing shard pulsing with soft light. The staff stood as a beacon for future guardians tasked with preserving the delicate balance. Mist swirled gently at its base, a quiet reminder of the mysteries still held within the veil's depths. Under the Veilkeeper's watchful shadow, Ira carefully inscribed fresh runes onto the pendant's silver surface. Each rune fortified the relic's power, weaving purpose into its flame-shaped embrace. The mist seemed to deepen around her, lending an otherworldly solemnity to the ritual. Kale gathered the village children beneath tall trees, their faces illuminated by flickering firelight. He taught them stories of balance, explaining how light and shadow must coexist as natural parts of life. His voice steady, Kale passed on the wisdom that would guard their world for generations. As night fully descended, twin flames burned brightly atop the village hearths, casting long shadows that intertwined with strands of silver mist. This fiery emblem symbolized unity and perseverance in the face of fractured truths. The villagers stood together, hearts steady, beneath the endless sky. Hand in hand beneath the tapestry of stars, Ira and Kale stood quietly as the pendant's soft glow mirrored the twin flames above. Their story, once woven from scattered shards, now blended seamlessly into the fabric of the veil's enduring harmony. In this moment, destiny and duality became one unbroken flame, eternal and bright. On a crisp autumn morning, Emily noticed something was missing, a cozy blue sweater she loved dearly. She searched her small cottage from corner to corner, lifting cushions and peeking under furniture. Outside, the sun was just beginning to warm the world, casting golden light through the window. Emily remembered yesterday's walk through the park and wondered if she might have left it there. Bundling up, she stepped outside, breathing in the fresh air, feeling the comforting chill of fall. She made her way to the park, where crunchy leaves carpeted the winding paths. As she walked, she greeted familiar faces. Mr. Jenkins tending his roses and little Mia chasing after a butterfly. Emily asked if anyone had seen her blue sweater. No one had yet, but they promised to keep an eye out. Just as doubt began to creep in, Emily spotted a flash of blue near the old oak tree. She hurried over and found her sweater caught on a low branch, gently swaying in the breeze. Relieved, she laughed softly. I suppose it wanted to see the sunrise too. On her way home, she wrapped the sweater around her shoulders, feeling its warmth return to her spirit. Back inside, she brewed a cup of tea and settled by the window, the sweater snug and familiar. The sunlight spilled in, filling the room with a golden glow that felt like a gentle hug. Emily smiled, realizing that sometimes small troubles lead to unexpected moments of peace. She thought, maybe I'll take more walks and let the world surprise me more often. Outside, leaves danced playfully, as if celebrating Emily's little adventure. The morning unfolded quietly, a perfect blend of warmth, light, and simple joy. And with that, the day seemed full of promise, wrapped up in the comfort of a lost and found sweater. Emily whispered to herself, sometimes, all you need is a little patience and a cozy sweater to brighten your morning. Emma found the puzzle box in the attic, dusty and forgotten. She dumped the pieces on the kitchen table and began sorting them by color and edge shapes. Her younger brother, Max, wandered in, curious about the sudden mess. Need a hand? He offered, sitting cross-legged beside her. Together, they formed the puzzle's border, chatting about school and weekend plans. The afternoon slipped by as more sections came together. A bright blue sky, a patch of green grass. When they reached the final piece, it was nowhere to be found. Emma frowned, searching around the table and floor, but it was gone. Max shrugged, suggesting they weren't meant to finish it today. At dinner, their mom asked about their day, and Emma confessed about the missing piece. Her mom smiled, pulling a small box from her bag. Found this cleaning the car, she said, holding up the puzzle's lost piece. That evening, Emma and Max completed the picture together, a perfect ending. See, sometimes it just takes a little luck, Emma said, proud and content. Max laughed, or a good mom. The puzzle sat completed on the table, as the house grew quiet, and the siblings tidied up. With the puzzle done, Emma felt a small sense of accomplishment and calm. She promised to look for more puzzles to solve with Max on weekends. Before bed, Emma glanced at the finished puzzle, feeling grateful for the simple moments. And just like that, a day of patience and teamwork became a cherished memory. Ella steps through the village boundary, her silver locket catching the fading light and reflecting a faint shimmer. The air feels heavier here, as if the land itself is holding its breath just before twilight. Near the ancient hollow oak, Rowan lifts his wooden whistle to his lips and plays a strange, haunting melody. The tune echoes softly, a call to something hidden just beyond sight among the gnarled branches and shadows. Old Man Garin approaches Ella with a grave look, his twisted walking stick tapping the ground. He warns her that as dusk falls, the woods begin whispering secrets, and the shadows that stretch from the oak should never be trusted. As the sun dips behind the trees, long shadows creep unnaturally across the cobblestones, thickening near the oak's hollow. Darkness seems to ripple and stretch where no light should bend, unsettling the quiet village streets. Ella's silver locket suddenly chills against her skin, colder than the evening air. From the darkness, a faint, indecipherable whisper brushes past her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Rowan rushes into the village square, breathless, reporting several village animals have vanished near the woods. A fearful hush spreads among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the encroaching shadows. From deep within the village, the persistent ticking of an old clock grows louder, its echo filling the quiet night. The rhythmic talk strikes uneven beats, unease mounting with each distorted chime. Determined, Ella and Rowan prepare to confront the mystery of the hollow oak. Armed with a flashlight and Rowan's whistle, they step cautiously toward the boundary between safety and shadow. Just beyond the tree line, shadows flicker erratically, moving against the angles of natural light. Their dance is unnatural, unsettling, as if driven by some unknown will contrary to the day's fading rays. Suddenly, the warm night air chills unexpectedly, Ella's breath misting in front of her. Whispering shapes rise and circle around them, elusive and twisting like smoke on the wind. Old Man Garen's voice carries a warning as he recounts the legend of a shadowy being bound to the oak, sustained by the villagers' fear. His tale weaves dread through the night, making the darkness seem alive and watchful. Out of the shadows, dogs howl in terror before fleeing, their elongated shadows contorting grotesquely before fading into the night. Fear weighs heavier with each unnatural movement in the darkness. Rowan lifts his wooden whistle, blowing a sharp, piercing note that cuts through the gloom. The sound ripples outward, momentarily forcing the darkness to recoil and retreat from their immediate circle. Ella's silver locket begins to glow faintly, a soft light pulsing in response to the encroaching darkness. It seems attuned to the shadow's presence, reacting like a silent sentinel against the gloom. As midnight nears, nervous villagers barricade their doors and light candles, their flickering flames casting fragile halos against the growing black. The warm light serves as a fragile barrier, keeping the most malevolent shadows at bay. From the edge of the candlelight, Ella spots the shade, its form undulating with no fixed face, eyes glowing faintly like dying embers. It lurks just out of reach, watching and waiting for a moment to strike. In the darkness, Rowan panics as he discovers his wooden whistle is missing. The shadows creep closer in silence, and without his signal, fear starts to take deeper hold in their hearts. A sudden gust of cold wind sweeps through the village, snuffing out all the lit candles in an instant. The village plunges into pitch-black darkness, broken only by the ominous ticking filling the void. The eerie ticking of the distant clock begins to fluctuate wildly, slowing, then rapidly speeding up. This erratic rhythm disorients and unsettles those who hear it, twisting time into something uncanny. Against the chaotic ticking, Ella's silver locket pulses with bright, rhythmic flashes. It seems to challenge the erratic beat, its steady glow a beacon amid the distorted time and creeping fear. A whisper of cold breath brushes Ella's ear as the shade's voice, low and sibilant, tempts her with secrets hidden beneath the hollow oak. It promises truths to those brave enough to step below its roots alone. Rowan stumbles in the shadows to find a hidden path woven among the tree roots, leading deeper into darkness. Drawn with both curiosity and dread, the path promises answers no one else dares seek. The oldest lamps in the village flicker wildly, casting erratic light and stretching shadows that dance along the walls. The air thickens with unease as the darkness seems to mock the fragile defenses of light. Though hesitation grips her heart, Ella clutches her glowing locket tightly and steps forward, crossing the threshold beneath the hollow oak. Each heartbeat echoes like the ticking clock as she follows the whisper's call into the unknown. Within the shifting shadows, Ella glimpses flickers of trapped villagers from the past, their silent faces pleading for release. The shade reveals its captive collection, a haunting gallery of lost souls entwined within its darkness. Rowan's voice echoed softly through the maze of roots, faint yet insistent, leading Ella deeper under the hollow oak's gnarled branches. Each call grew clearer, a beacon in the dim twilight where shadows clung like whispers. Ella tightened her grip on her silver locket, trusting the boy's guidance through the labyrinthine roots. An eerie clock struck 13, its chime impossible yet unmistakable, reverberating across the clearing with unnatural resonance. The ticking that enveloped them quickened, marking the thinning veil between time's threads. This haunting hour signaled the boundary where past and present entwined beneath the ancient oak. Ella's vision blurred, revealing fleeting memories of others caught in the shade's grasp. Each confrontation ended with silent vanishing and unopened eyes. The images flickered like shadows themselves, ghostly remnants of vanished souls. These past encounters whispered of fear and loss, locked within the tree's age-old roots. Rowan's fingers traced a carved symbol beneath layers of moss, its intricate design mirroring the emblem on Ella's silver locket. The hidden panel in the bark seemed almost alive beneath his touch, its meaning deep and urgent. This unexpected link promised a path, a shared secret binding their fates together. Around them, shadows stirred and bled into malformed faces, flickering with unstable life yet impossible to focus on fully. These ephemeral visages twisted and warped, like smoke caught in flickering candlelight, hinting at torment and despair. The air grew heavier, thick with silent pleadings woven into the darkness. Drawing on a surge of courage, Ella reached out to touch the carved symbol. Her fingertips met the rough wood, steady and warm. Suddenly, the earth beneath the hollow oak trembled, a low rumble resonating through the roots and into their bones. The connection felt alive, a bridge bridging shadow and flesh. The shade recoiled, its form condensing into a dense, foreboding mass that radiated menace. Shadows thickened, swirling with malevolent energy, as though angered by Ella's audacity. Its intangible presence now grew oppressive, suffocating the little light that lingered beneath the canopy. Rowan seized his wooden whistle, holding it as shadows encroached, then blew a piercing, desperate note. The sound shattered the darkness momentarily, scattering the shadowy faces like mist in dawn's first light. The fleeting reprieve bolstered their spirits even as anticipation churned in the air. Between Ella's locket and the carved symbol, a glowing thread appeared, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Its gentle light wove through the darkness, a fragile but undeniable link uniting past and present. The thread's rhythm synced with the old clock's ticking, drawing power from both time and memory. Emerging from the veil of trees, Old Man Garin began chanting an ancient verse, his voice low and resonant. His words carried strength, a call to awaken the spirits of the village and fortify their resolve. The air around him shimmered with age-old power, binding those present with shared determination. One by one, villagers lit candles, their flames flickering to life simultaneously in a unified defiance. The combined glow pushed back shadows inch by inch, carving space for hope amidst despair. The hollow oak stood illuminated, a battleground of light against creeping darkness. The ticking of the old clock accelerated, matching the pulsing glow emanating from Ella's silver locket. Time itself seemed to quicken, heartbeat and second hand entwined in urgent rhythm. This symphony of light and sound heralded a turning point beneath the ancient boughs. The shade lunged toward Rowan with desperate fury, its dark limbs grasping for the boy. But Rowan slipped away swiftly, darting into the village square where open light and life beckoned. The momentary breach left the shade agitated, its form writhing in shadowed frustration. Beneath the hollow oak, Ella faced the shade, her locket held aloft as a beacon of light. She stood steady in the dark, unyielding despite the fear gnawing within. The silver gleamed, casting sharp reflections that fractured the shadows around her. The shadows twisted before her eyes, revealing a memory warped by pain, a betrayal that bound the shade to this place. Faces contorted in anguish, a bond forged in sorrow and regret lingering beneath the gnarled roots. This revelation seeped like poison through the fractured darkness. Rowan and villagers formed a circle around the tree, hands joined and voices softly humming a steady, soothing melody. Their unity created a shield of warmth and light, reinforcing Ella's stand against the shadowy force. The harmony wove a protective barrier stronger than any single candle's glow. The shade's form flickered erratically, sorrow washing over its face before it began to fracture and dissolve. The fractured shadows splintered, losing coherence, as if the sorrow itself unraveled its dark essence. The force that once loomed threateningly now faltered, its presence fading like a dying breath. From Ella's locket burst a blinding light that pierced the darkness, scattering shadow and smoke alike. The sudden brilliance banished the lingering forms with fierce clarity, cleansing the hollow oak beneath which they had gathered. Light filled the space where fear and shadow had once dwelled. A profound silence followed, the incessant ticking ceasing abruptly as calm returned to the village. Moonlight bathed the clearing, serene and pure after the night's turmoil. The air felt lighter, charged with a peace that had seemed impossible just moments before. Exhausted, Ella collapsed, the silver locket resting warm against her chest once again. Dawn broke over the horizon, casting soft golden hues through the trees and promising a new beginning. Relief and weariness mingled in the quiet aftermath of their ordeal. Rowan knelt where the hollow oak had stood, discovering a small sprout glowing faintly with vibrant life. This fragile shoot seemed a symbol of renewal, the forest's promise of healing and hope reborn. Its gentle radiance breathed comfort into the cool morning air. One by one, villagers emerged from their homes, faces marked by relief yet touched by the terror of the night. Silent glances passed between them, a shared understanding of what had transpired beneath the ancient tree. Life would go on, forever altered but resilient. Old Man Garin approached Ella, a solemn nod acknowledging the closing of an ancient curse at last. His weathered eyes reflected respect and gratitude for her bravery. The twisted walking stick tapped softly against the earth, a rhythm steady as new beginnings. Ella's silver locket remained unbroken, now humming softly with a gentle, warm light. It shimmered faintly, a token of strength and hope preserved through darkness. The locket's glow promised protection and memory entwined beneath its silver face. Rowan clutched his wooden whistle, aware that though the danger had passed, its call might be needed again someday. Yet hope warmed his heart more than fear, a belief in peace restored for their village. The whistle hung quietly at his side as dawn painted the sky with promise. Ella held her silver locket up to the dim light, explaining how its glow sealed the shade's power by binding shadow and time together. This ancient magic ensured that the dark entity could no longer slip through the cracks of the ticking moments. The villagers listened intently, their eyes reflecting both wonder and relief. Vowing to keep the hollow ground sacred, the villagers agreed to protect it from any future encroachment of darkness. Their whispered promises mingled with the soft wind, each determined to guard the fragile balance that held peace in their home. The memory of the shade would remain, but only as a warning etched in their hearts. Rowan knelt at the village center, carefully planting a glowing sprout whose light pulsed gently against the twilight. This living symbol of rebirth and safety would remind everyone of the harmony they now preserved. The little shoot seemed to breathe new life into the weary earth beneath its roots. Ella, no longer gripped by fear, felt a lasting connection to the woods and the shadows they contained. She stood watchful and calm, anticipating any ripple in the natural order rather than recoiling from it. Her silver locket shimmered quietly, a beacon of steady strength. Old Man Garin gathered the villagers to recount tales of courage past and caution against the lure of fear's return. His voice, steady as his twisted walking stick, urged vigilance and unity. Through his stories, the community understood the importance of facing darkness together, not alone. The old clock in the village square chimed 12 times, its steady tick and reassuring strike restoring normalcy to the air. Each chime echoed like a heartbeat, affirming that the unnatural ticking was at last silenced. Time flowed without disturbance, comforting every listening soul. As night settled in, shadows folded into their natural shapes, behaving without menace or mystery. The whispers on the wind faded, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the night's tranquil breath. Darkness returned to a harmless cloak, a backdrop rather than a threat. Ella and Rowan sat quietly beside the glowing sprout, the silver locket resting between them with a faint, steady glow. Their shared presence spoke of friendship forged in challenge and hope blossoming anew. Together, they watched as the village breathed in peaceful silence. Throughout the village, restful sleep enveloped the people, dreams clear of whispering shadows or unsettling ticks. The nightmare of darkness receded, leaving only calm and comfort in its wake. The silence felt alive with gentle promise as the night deepened. When dawn's light filtered over the village rooftops, it cast a warm glow filled with hope and quiet strength. The land seemed to sigh in relief, renewed and steady after the trials faced. A new day began, bright and unshadowed, held safely beneath watchful eyes and hearts. Morning sunlight spills gently into Sarah's cozy apartment as she wraps a vintage scarf around her neck, its soft fabric comforting her. The familiar ritual steadies her for the day ahead, a mixture of hope and uncertainty stirring within. Flipping through her well-worn blue notebook, Sarah studies her sketches and notes, her brow furrowed in concern. The problems she's trying to solve weigh heavily on her mind, each page a testament to her determination. The quiet is broken by Max bursting in, clutching a small mechanical object that gleams under the sunlight. His eyes shine with excitement, eager to share his latest invention that might be the answer Sarah needs. Sarah listens closely as Max explains how his contraption could help with her current dilemma. She leans forward, her worry mingling with cautious hope, considering the possibilities it might bring. Her gaze drifts to a handwritten note pinned carefully to the wall, reminding her of the upcoming community event she is organizing. The importance of the day presses on her, adding a layer of urgency. Later at the local cafe, Sarah meets Mrs. Elm, who recounts a heartfelt story about the neighborhood clock's historic significance. The tale resonates deeply, adding meaning to the object Sarah had seen but never truly understood. Visiting Mrs. Elm's home, Sarah examines the antique clock, admiring its intricate details and the silent passage of time it embodies. The clock seems to whisper forgotten narratives, hinting at hope amid challenges. Back in her apartment, Sarah finds Leo playfully entangled in a ribbon from one of her vintage scarves. His curious antics bring a smile to her face, a brief respite from her mounting worries. Seated at her desk, Sarah adds a fresh note to her blue notebook, her handwriting confident and filled with renewed hope. It's a quiet vow to keep moving forward despite obstacles. The bustling city streets embrace Sarah and Max as they set out, scarves fluttering behind them like banners of determination. Their shared mission to prepare for the community event pulses with energy and anticipation. Tension mounts when Sarah receives news that a crucial permit for the event has been revoked unexpectedly. Her face tightens with frustration, the setback threatening their carefully laid plans. Max quickly sketches an alternative plan in Sarah's notebook, proposing a clever workaround to the permit issue. His inventive mind races to find solutions amid the growing pressure. Under the glow of streetlights, Sarah wrestles with whether to embrace Max's risky idea. Her conflicted expression reveals the weight of uncertainty and the desire to do what's right. A quiet moment finds Sarah alone, Leo curled contentedly on her lap, both seeking solace in each other's presence. The silence offers a brief sanctuary from the chaos outside. With renewed resolve, Sarah ties her vintage scarf firmly around her neck, a symbolic armor against doubt. Her eyes shine with determination, ready to face what lies ahead. Early the next morning, Sarah and Max visit the community center to garner support, greeted with a mix of enthusiasm and skepticism. The varied reactions underscore the uphill battle they face. Among the center's dusty corners, Sarah discovers an old forgotten poster advertising a similar event from years past. The faded image sparks fresh inspiration and a connection to the neighborhood's resilient spirit. Mrs. Elm appears unexpectedly, lending Sarah a delicate scarf embroidered with symbols representing the neighborhood's history. This thoughtful gift feels like a blessing, intertwining past and present hopes. Spotting Leo darting toward a narrow alley, Sarah follows and uncovers a hidden mural beneath the city's overpass. The vivid imagery tells stories of community and perseverance, igniting a new energy within her. The mural's depiction of shared struggles and triumphs breathes life into Sarah's resolve, reinforcing the importance of the event. Its colors and themes begin to take shape in her mind's eye. Back together, Sarah and Max debate the logistics of translating vision into reality, acknowledging the gap between enthusiasm and practical challenges. Their differing perspectives create a vibrant but tense dialogue. A sudden rainstorm drives everyone indoors, dampening spirits and forcing plans to be postponed. Yet inside, the determination to succeed remains unshaken, sheltering their collective hope. Sarah painstakingly sketches the mural's powerful images into her blue notebook, envisioning how to weave them into the event's theme. Each line drawn is an act of creative faith against the odds. Meanwhile, Max works late into the night, tinkering with mechanical devices intended to enhance the event's decorations. His focus is sharp, a testament to his commitment despite exhaustion. A miscommunication erupts, causing a scheduling conflict that threatens to divide the group's focus. This unexpected hurdle adds tension, demanding quick thinking and compromise to maintain unity. Sarah's frustration swelled as the slow response to her effort seemed to stall the project. Mrs. Elm, sensing her unease, invited her for a quiet tea in the cozy kitchen, sharing gentle words that eased Sarah's mind. Meanwhile, Leo dashed about the room, weaving between feet and leaping onto shelves with playful energy. His antics brought a light laugh to Sarah's lips, reminding her to find joy amidst the stress. Inspired, Sarah jotted a note and pinned it to the community board, inviting neighbors to share their stories and memories for the upcoming event. The note was adorned with a sketch of a vintage scarf, a symbol of the connection she wished to foster. Days passed with little response, and Sarah's hopeful excitement turned to doubt. Her brow furrowed as she reread the quiet walls of the neighborhood, questioning her approach and her place in the community. Suddenly, a group of children appeared, each holding colorful handmade crafts. Their enthusiastic arrival reignited the energy around the project, filling the room with bright smiles and renewed momentum. Sarah laughed freely for the first time in days, the weight of responsibility lightened by the infectious joy of the children. The vintage scarves fluttered in the warm afternoon breeze through the open window. Max proudly unveiled a prototype display that brought the crafts to life with shifting lights and subtle motion, capturing the whimsical spirit of the neighborhood's creativity. Sarah's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother's invention. Together, Sarah and Max shared a quiet moment, their hopes and dreams passing between them in warm smiles and silent understanding. Their bond deepened, a steady support in the bustling preparations. From the neighboring apartment, the chime of Mrs. Elm's antique clock filled the room, a gentle reminder of time's steady progress. Its soft ringing echoed like a heartbeat beneath their conversation. Sarah planned an evening gathering to showcase their progress and rally support. She meticulously arranged the space, vintage scarves hanging from rafters, and her blue notebook resting prominently on the table. At the gathering, passionate but differing opinions surfaced, sparking a tense exchange that challenged Sarah's leadership. Voices rose and fell, a clash of visions that forced Sarah to reevaluate her direction. Listening carefully, Sarah adapted the plans, weaving diverse ideas into a richer vision. Her calm resolve shone through, soothing tensions and inspiring cooperation once more. Just then, Leo returned from a brief disappearance, carrying a small, weathered key in his mouth. The unexpected find drew curious glances, its intricate design hinting at forgotten stories. With the key as a new symbol, the community embraced the unfolding vision with energized hearts. Conversations buzzed, hands reached out to help, and a collective creative energy became tangible. Sarah sat by a window, sketching final adjustments to the event layout with confident strokes. Her vintage scarf draped over her chair, and the blue notebook lay open beside her, filled with notes and ideas. In the workshop, Max encountered a sudden technical glitch threatening the displays just hours before the event. His fingers flew over wires and circuits, a frown shadowing his face. Sarah joined him, their teamwork seamless as they worked frantically to troubleshoot. Determination etched on both faces, they refused to let the setback defeat them. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Elm appeared at the door with a box of tools and a reassuring smile. Her surprising technical knowledge offered new solutions and hope, shifting the tide in their favor. Together they resolved the malfunction, and during a test run, the devices functioned flawlessly. The crafted displays danced with light and motion, ready to enchant the community. Sarah paused to breathe deeply, watching the sunrise filter softly through the window. A mingling of anticipation and relief settled over her, the calm before the events unfolding. On the morning of the event, gentle sunlight illuminated streets, decorated with vintage scarves and banners inspired by the mural. The neighborhood throbbed with quiet excitement and anticipation. Neighbors arrived carrying stories, crafts, and warm smiles, their presence weaving a tapestry of connection. The atmosphere was inviting, alive with shared purpose and kindness. Sarah's blue notebook traveled from hand to hand, becoming a communal guestbook filled with heartfelt messages and vibrant drawings. Each entry deepened the narrative of their shared history. Max operated the interactive displays with delight, engaging visitors as they explored the crafts brought to life. His enthusiasm was contagious, sparking wonder in young and old alike. By the antique clock in Mrs. Elm's home, she shared a nostalgic tale that bridged past and present generations. Her voice wove the community's histories into a living thread of memory and hope. A surprising visitor arrived just as the event was winding down. Mr. Grayson, a retired historian who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. He shared a long-forgotten tale about the origins of the vintage scarves, connecting them to a community tradition that had almost faded away. His story added depth to the celebration, reminding everyone of the rich history woven through their shared spaces. Sarah held the embroidered scarf tenderly, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns that now felt like a map of their neighborhood's past. She realized how these threads symbolized the power of shared heritage, knitting together the bonds between neighbors young and old. This heritage was more than fabric. It was a living connection, sustaining their community spirit. Nearby, Leo had settled onto a soft cushion, curling his white-pawed presence into a comforting shape among the gathering crowd. His gentle purring blended with the murmur of voices, serving as a quiet reminder of steadiness amidst change. Wherever discovery or warmth was found that day, the curious tabby had been close at hand. The celebration crescendoed into a collective crafting session where everyone contributed stitches and stories to a growing tapestry. Each participant brought their own flair, yet their combined creativity produced a single, unified work that embodied the day's spirit. This collaborative art became a symbol of their renewed unity and shared future. Stepping back, Sarah surveyed the vibrant tapestry of moments and memories woven throughout the day. Her eyes sparkled with a smile of quiet fulfillment, knowing the event had cultivated something far greater than she had imagined. The neighborhood story was alive again, embroidered with the laughter and kindness of its people. As evening descended, soft lanterns were lit along the familiar streets, casting a gentle golden glow on the joyful faces gathered beneath them. The mild air carried the warmth of friendship and the soothing hum of contentment. Each light flickered like a beacon of hope and connection, brightening the twilight hours. In the quiet moments after the festivities, Sarah opened her blue notebook and penned her final thoughts on the day. She reflected on the challenges they had overcome and the meaningful connections that had blossomed. Her writing captured a newfound optimism that these bonds would only grow stronger with time. Meanwhile, Max was packing away his equipment, a grin spreading across his face as he teased Sarah about the invention he was already imagining for the next neighborhood event. Laughter bubbled between them, a playful promise of future creativity and collaboration. His energy was contagious, lighting the way forward. From across the room, Mrs. Elm's antique clock chimed once more, its melodious sound marking the conclusion of a memorable day. The hour resonated like a signal not just of an ending, but also of new traditions beginning to take root. It reminded everyone that time flows on, carrying the stories and hopes of the community onward. Wrapped snugly in her cherished scarf, Sarah stepped outside and looked up as stars began to twinkle above their neighborhood. The familiar constellations seemed to mirror the interconnected lives below, filling her with hope and contentment. In that peaceful moment, she felt ready to embrace the promise of all tomorrows. Ella wakes as dawn breaks, soft morning light filtering through her curtains, casting gentle shadows across her cozy bedroom. The faint ticking of an old wall clock melds with the quiet beginning of the day. Max, her golden retriever with a small scar above his right eye, stretches lazily at the foot of her bed. He senses the morning stirring, his red collar catching the early sun. Ella draws aside the curtains to watch Willow Lane slowly come to life, the street bathed in warm golden hues. Leaves flutter softly in the breeze, and the neighborhood seems wrapped in tranquility. Sitting by the window, she opens her worn journal and scribbles her morning thoughts, capturing the scent of fresh coffee mingling with the crisp dawn air. The silver streak in her hair gleams as she writes. Max lets out a soft bark, signaling his readiness for their morning walk. Ella smiles and nods, rising to prepare for their familiar outing. She dresses casually, tying a scarf that catches the light just right, illuminating the distinctive silver streak in her dark hair. The morning glow fills the room, promising a new day. Outside, Mrs. Green tends to her garden, humming an old tune while bees buzz lazily around her sunflowers. The sunflower-patterned tote bag swings gently from her arm as she works. Ella greets Mrs. Green warmly, accepting a small bouquet of wildflowers offered as a kind morning gift. The air fills with the rich scent of flowers and dew. Max darts ahead, chasing a fluttering leaf caught in the soft breeze, his bright red collar a vivid spot of color amidst the greenery. Ella laughs lightly, following behind. They reach the neighborhood park, alive with the sounds of children playing and laughter, blending with the rustle of leaves. The morning light dapples through tall trees, creating patches of shade and warmth. Curious, Ella spots a mysterious envelope tucked carefully beneath a park bench, its edges worn. The sight draws her attention amid the lively surroundings. She opens the envelope to find a handwritten letter inside, its message cryptic but strangely inviting, hinting at secrets waiting to be uncovered. The paper smells faintly of old parchment. Intrigued by the letter, Ella resolves to follow the instructions it contains, feeling a surge of excitement mixed with cautious anticipation. Max watches her intently, sensing the change in mood. Max tilts his head, his expression reflecting both excitement and uncertainty as Ella shares her decision. The familiar ticking of the old clock seems far away now. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, they set off toward the first location mentioned in the letter, determination shining in Ella's eyes. The morning light shifts, warming the path ahead. Ella arrives at an antique bookstore, where towering shelves and the glow of warm lamplight create an inviting atmosphere. The scent of old books surrounds her like a treasured secret. She shares a silent exchange with the shopkeeper, who subtly places a faded photograph into her hand. The moment lingers with quiet significance. Studying the photograph, Ella recognizes a familiar street corner from her childhood, nostalgia mingling with a flicker of curiosity. Shadows lengthen gently in the fading light. Suddenly, a light rain shower begins, sending patrons indoors as droplets patter against the windows. Ella steps under a nearby awning, the scent of rain mingling with aged paper in her hands. As rain falls steadily, she reads further in the letter, discovering a hidden message that only reveals itself when wet. The words shimmer faintly, guiding her next steps. Max shakes off the rain and trots purposefully toward an old tree in the park, his nose to the ground. Ella follows closely, the damp air alive with fresh life. Approaching the tree, Ella finds a carved symbol matching one corner of the photograph, its grooves darkened by moisture. A chill of anticipation runs through her as she reaches out. Tracing the symbol with her finger, her touch causes a small compartment in the tree to unlock with a soft click. Her heart beats faster at the unexpected discovery. Inside the compartment rests a tiny key and a folded map adorned with intricate markings, revealing a path yet to be taken. The map's paper crinkles softly, wet from the rain but intact. Ella and Max exchange a determined glance, their shared resolve strengthened by the unfolding mystery. Together, they set out to uncover the secrets hidden within the map's delicate lines. Ella and Max follow the winding path, arriving at a closed gate overgrown with tangled vines and rusty ironwork. The morning light filters gently through the leaves, casting soft shadows on the ground as the old wall clock's ticking can be faintly heard. With a quiet click, Ella fits the tarnished key into the lock and opens the gate, revealing a hidden garden veiled in a gentle mist. The scene mirrors Mrs. Green's garden, but holds an air of mystery beneath the soft light of dawn. Near the center, a weathered bench cradles a faded scarf, its pattern strikingly similar to Ella's own style. The scent of fresh coffee seems to linger faintly, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Suddenly, a light breeze carries the delicate melody of a distant music box, its notes drifting through the mist like a whispered secret. Ella pauses, eyes closed, letting the gentle tune guide her steps. Following the melody, Ella discovers a small wooden box resting atop a moss-covered stone pedestal. The box's surface is worn smooth, but the red collar she sees on Max reminds her to approach with care. Opening the box, Ella finds a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, their jagged edges hinting at truths folded away for decades. The wall clock's ticking seems to slow as the morning light brightens around her. One letter among them is addressed directly to Ella, penned in handwriting that stirs a familiarity deep within her. Her hands tremble slightly as the scent of aged paper fills the air. Her heartbeat quickens, memories long buried surfacing with the unfolding words. The silver streak in her hair catches the morning light, reflecting a moment of quiet resolve. Max barks softly, nuzzling her gently, grounding her amidst the overwhelming emotions. The music box melody fades, leaving the gentle ticking of the clock and the rustle of leaves. The letter hints at unfinished stories and a promise of reunion beneath the willow tree at dusk. The anticipation grows as Ella absorbs the weight of these revelations. With Max by her side, Ella navigates familiar streets bathed in the warm hues of afternoon light. Each step quickens with the growing anticipation woven through the soft glow around them. Neighbors pass by, some offering knowing smiles while others cast curious glances. The sunflower-patterned tote bags sway gently in the breeze, linking the community in shared secrets. At the willow tree, in the shifting light, Ella finds an old friend standing quietly, hands trembling with restrained emotion. The sun casts long, gentle shadows that seem to embrace the moment. Their embrace speaks volumes, years of emotions surfacing in silence, a bridge rebuilt with shared understanding. The ticking clock echoes softly as the gentle scent of coffee and earth surrounds them. Ella unfolds the letters between them, revealing intertwined tales of friendship, loss, and hope. Words flow like the melody of the distant music box, binding past and present in the glow of fading daylight. Together, they plant a small seed beneath the willow, a living symbol of new beginnings amidst the soft afternoon light. Max settles nearby, his scar gleaming faintly as the breeze stirs the leaves gently overhead. Shadows lengthen as the sun dips lower, deepening the colors around the willow tree. The old clock's steady ticking blends with the rustling foliage, marking the passage of time with comforting rhythm. Ella's worn journal opens anew, pages blank and inviting, ready to embrace stories yet untold. The silver streak in her hair gleams in the last light, a quiet witness to the day's unfolding. Max curls peacefully at their feet, serene and content amid the tranquil scene. The scent of sunflowers from Mrs. Green's tote mingles with the cool evening air. Twilight deepens the sky to a velvety blue, stars beginning to twinkle like scattered notes in a silent melody. The gentle ticking of the old clock seems to soften with the arrival of night. Ella breathes in the cool evening air, reflecting on the day's mysterious discoveries and the threads woven through her heart. The soft glow of the setting sun lingers in her thoughtful eyes. Mrs. Green approaches with a gentle smile, her sunflower-patterned tote bag swinging lightly as she hands Ella a steaming cup of tea. Warmth spreads within, echoing the kindness in her eyes and the day's gentle light. They sit beneath the willow tree, sharing quiet conversation marked by gentle laughter and knowing glances. The music box melody feels just out of reach, a tender echo weaving through the night air. From Ella's bag, the old wall clock ticks softly, a steady reminder of the comfort found in returning home. The intertwining scents of coffee and fresh earth settle around them as the moment lingers. Ella closes her eyes briefly, savoring the delicate connection anchoring her heart and the promise of stories yet to unfold. The twilight sky above offers a quiet witness, stars twinkling obediently in the gentle night. As Ella inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of jasmine wafted through the air, suddenly unlocking a vivid memory from her childhood. This fragrance transported her back to a secret moment long forgotten, revealing a connection to her past she had never fully understood. In the flashback, a younger Ella and a childhood friend sat beneath the sprawling branches of the willow tree, sharing whispered promises and dreams. Their bond was tender and unspoken, sealed with hopes of a future where their differences would no longer matter. Awakening to the present, Ella grasped the true significance of the letters she had found. They were more than words, they were bridges to heal wounds left untouched. Understanding their power filled her with an urge to mend what time had frayed. Max nudged her hand gently with his nose, his warm brown eyes steady and reassuring. His presence was a comforting anchor, pulling Ella back from the depths of memory into the gentle morning light surrounding them. With renewed resolve, Ella made the heartfelt decision to reach out and reconcile with those she had once parted from. Embracing the future meant letting go of old grievances and welcoming the possibility of peace. Together with her friends, Ella began drafting plans to restore the hidden garden near the willow tree, transforming it into a shared sanctuary of growth and connection. The project symbolized new beginnings and the strength found in community. They organized a small gathering, inviting neighbors and friends to join in the celebration of renewal and hope. The gentle ticking of the old wall clock matched the anticipation that fluttered through Willow Lane as invitations spread. As dusk settled, laughter and music floated through the air, mingling with the soft glow of lanterns strung between the trees. The community came alive, united under the embrace of the willow's watchful branches and the warm morning light now fading into evening. Sitting quietly, Ella penned the final entry in her journal, capturing the day's unfolding joy and the healing she felt within. With each word, she closed a chapter marked by uncertainty and welcomed one illuminated by gratitude and hope. Night folded Willow Lane into a peaceful hush, with the willow tree standing tall and steadfast as witness to stories both past and new. Under the starlit sky, The gentle ticking of the clock and the lingering scent of jasmine promised that this was just the beginning. At the stroke of midnight, Emma heard a soft knock on her apartment door. Curious and cautious, she approached slowly, peeking through the peephole. There was no one there, but a cold breeze whispered through the hallway. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the corner of her eye near the staircase. Emma blinked, and a translucent figure of a young woman appeared, shimmering faintly. "Don't be afraid," the spirit whispered, voice like the wind through autumn leaves. Emma's heart pounded, but she found herself nodding, unable to look away. "I'm called Leela," the apparition said. "I need your help to find peace." Leela explained she was trapped between worlds, bound by a forgotten promise. Emma felt an unexpected warmth, despite the ghostly chill around her. "What promise?" Emma asked, determined to uncover the truth. Leela told her about a lost locket buried beneath the old oak tree in the park nearby. Without hesitation, Emma grabbed her coat and followed the spirit into the night. Under the silver moonlight, they reached the gnarled tree, roots tangled like secrets. Emma dug through the cool earth, fingers brushing against metal, a delicate locket. As she lifted it, Leela's form brightened, the sorrow in her eyes starting to fade. "Thank you," Leela said softly. "Now I can finally rest." With a gentle smile, the ghostly figure dissolved into a shower of twinkling lights. Emma stood alone, heart full, the cold night now feeling warm and inviting. From that night onward, her apartment door never echoed with mystery, just peace. Rain slicked Alice's blurred areas quick steps as she clutched the small red data chip tightly, anxiety flickering in her sharp eyes. Behind her, city lights cast fractured shadows, broken clocks ticking faintly in the distance. She slipped through the cracked doorway of a dim apartment, where Dex awaited, his tattooed sleeve visible beneath the rolled-up fabric. His impatient gaze met hers, the tension thick in the cramped room. Under the flickering overhead light, Dex inspected the red data chip, suspicion brewing between them. Words were exchanged sharply, betraying their fragile trust in the dangerous game they played. Outside, beyond the rain-streaked window, shadowy figures lingered unseen. Their fleeting reflections shimmered within a cracked mirror hanging awkwardly by the entrance, silently observing. Mara's gloved fingers danced expertly over the security terminal, cracking through dense encryption with ease. Her eyes fixed, determined, as the locked secrets began to yield. A broken clock on the wall ticked uneven rhythms, its hands stuttering in defiance of time. Suddenly, the quiet was pierced by a beep, signaling an incoming encrypted message. Aria's fingers traced the message's cryptic lines, revealing chilling warnings tied to the red data chip's unknown dangers. The weight of the revelation pressed hard against her resolve. From the shadows, the broker's distorted voice crackled ominously through an old radio device. Threats echoed clearly: surrender the chip or face dire consequences beyond their reckoning. Dex slammed his fist against the table, anger flashing over his tattooed arm as blueprints and wires scattered. Frustration twisted in the cramped air, tensions mounting between them all. Mara offered a daring plan, an infiltration of the data vault where the chip had originated. It was risky, but the only chance to unravel the web of deceit surrounding them. Aria hesitated, a haunting memory stirring. A broken clock stopped at midnight, symbolizing lost chances. Doubt flickered momentarily across her sharp features. With determination set, the team readied themselves, the red data chip nestled securely in Aria's jacket pocket. The fractured ticking of clocks outside seemed to count down their fate. Dex methodically checked his gear, the glow of a neon sign casting light across his tattooed arm. His focus was unyielding, the city's restless pulse echoing through the room. At her console, Mara manipulated traffic cameras, her gloved hands orchestrating a diversion to cover their anticipated escape. The city's network became their battlefield. Suddenly, the apartment door shattered inward. Shadowy pursuers stormed in. The urgency of their situation erupted as danger closed rapidly around them. A tense and frantic chase spilled onto rain-slick streets, with Aria deftly navigating the narrow passages. The red data chip's burden weighed on her as every second counted. Dex engaged assailants with striking prowess, his tattooed arm a blur in the melee, while Mara remotely sabotaged their pursuers' escape routes. Their coordinated efforts kept hope alive. They dove into an abandoned warehouse, greeted only by a haunting trail of broken clocks stopped at various fragmented times. The eerie stillness deepened the mystery they faced. Among the debris, Arya spotted a silver locket, its clasp cracked and worn, stirring unsettling familiarity. Suspicion gnawed at her. Was this a link to a ghost from their past? Mara's gloved hands delicately decoded the intricate engravings etched into the locket. Hidden messages emerged, revealing a betrayal by an informant they had once trusted. Dex confronted the informant through a faceless hologram, the broker's looming presence cast as a dark shadow over the exchange. The unseen enemy tightened its grip. Forced to divide, the team pursued scattered clues tied to the broken clocks dotting the city. Each path carried risk, threading deeper into the web of deception woven around them. Arya uncovered a hidden shipment manifest connected to the origins of the red data chip, intensifying the stakes. The puzzle was unraveling, but the danger escalated with each discovery. Mara hit a sudden lockout while hacking, her gloves briefly glowing as she pushed past the barrier. Innovation and persistence became their only weapons against digital defenses closing in. Suddenly ambushed, Dex narrowly escaped, using his tattooed arm's hidden signal to summon a shadowy ally. The fragile line between friend and foe blurred in the shadowed streets. Arya moved silently through the dimly lit clockmaker's shop, her sharp eyes scanning the myriad of broken clocks that adorned the walls. Among the shattered gears and dusty faces, she discovered a coded map hidden beneath a panel, its design mirroring the recurring motif of fractured timepieces. The map's lines intertwined with images of broken clock faces, hinting at a secret path. Suddenly, every clock in the shop chimed in eerie unison, a disorienting cacophony that froze Arya in place. As the echoes faded, a section of the floor subtly slid open, revealing a hidden passage cloaked in shadow. The broken clocks looming around framed this critical moment, underscoring the urgency of her discovery. Miles away, Mara's pale fingers danced over her keyboard, her fingerless gloves flexing as she intercepted an encrypted communication. The message warned of a massive data theft slated for midnight, sending a chill through the team. The red data chip, though not yet in her hands, had been referenced cryptically within the transmission. Dex appeared suddenly beside Arya, his muscular frame tense as he examined the fragments of the map she had uncovered. Piecing together details from the shipment manifest, he connected the dots that hinted at the scale and timing of the impending heist. Their reunion was brief but charged, the background clocks ticking ominously. From the shadows, the broker tightened his control, dispatching assassins whose distorted voices and shadowy forms moved like phantoms in the night. Their presence was an unspoken threat, signaling that no step the trio took would be unchallenged. The broken clocks in the environment seemed to mock their fragile grasp on time and safety. Cornered and outnumbered, the team was forced to split, each member vanishing into different alleys and byways. This narrow escape tested their trust and revealed fissures in their alliance as doubts and fears crept in. The broken clock motif lingered in the background, a reminder that every second counted and their unity was fragile. Later, Arya confronted Mara, her voice edged with frustration over the withheld truths about the red data chip's potential. Mara's gloves remained visible as she hesitated, the tension thick between them. The exchange was sharp, exposing cracks in their shared mission and the stakes they faced. Mara finally unveiled the chip's secret. It was a digital key capable of unlocking vast and hidden corners of the city's surveillance network. This revelation deepened the stakes, showing the scope of the broker's ambitions and the power the chip held. Their breath hung heavy in the air, punctuated by the distant ticking of broken clocks. Meanwhile, Dex grappled with his own conflicts, memories of the intricate tattoo sleeve on his left arm flashing in his mind. These flashbacks linked his past loyalty with his current resolve, grounding him in purpose amidst uncertainty. The tattoo, inked with symbolic gears, seemed to pulse in rhythm with the broken clocks around him. The broker struck back anonymously, sabotaging their communications with waves of interference. Each team's connection faltered, isolating them in their individual spheres of danger. The broken clocks in the background fell silent, underscoring the growing chaos and their vulnerability. Arya arrived at a desolate tower, the final clock looming above frozen at midnight, the very hour planned for the heist. Time seemed to stand still as she prepared to confront the endgame. The broken clock hands pointed relentlessly toward urgency and inevitability. Within the tower, Mara's gloves moved deftly over her equipment, bypassing intricate security systems with rapid taps. Her pale features set in concentration, she fought against digital barriers to clear the path for her team. Around her, faint clock faces flickered on monitors, their fractures echoing the theme of fractured time. Dex intercepted a courier clutching a red envelope, the color matching the data chip that had come to symbolize their mission. This envelope held a critical piece of the broker's plan, shifting their understanding and strategy. Even as neon lights flickered, broken clocks hung ominously nearby, framing the hidden threat. Together, the team narrowly avoided a trap set beneath the tower's foundation, illuminated just enough by failing neon signs to reveal danger. They moved swiftly, the atmosphere thick with tension and uncertainty. Broken clocks in the area seemed to almost count down their fleeting chance for survival. Mara disabled a swarm of surveillance drones overhead, her gloves glowing faintly as she fought digital battles. This gave Arya and Dex a narrow window of opportunity to advance, their movements urgent and calculated. The broken clock motif lingered, a silent witness to their desperate push forward. Inside the tower's heart, Arya's eyes caught a cracked mirror reflecting her tense, focused expression. The fragmented glass paralleled the fractured timeline they struggled against, reminding her that time was slipping away. The palpable pressure of the impending heist bore down as the clock struck closer to midnight. Dex confronted a shadowy figure cloaked beneath a hood, a mask shaped like a broken clock hiding the intruder's identity. Their brief encounter was charged with danger and uncertainty, the clock motifs on the mask echoing the pervasive theme of lost time. The silhouette's movements were swift, leaving Dex questioning who stood before him. A fierce struggle revealed the broker's true agenda: dominion over the city's invisible digital web, manipulating every unseen strand. This battle was not just physical but ideological, the broken clocks serving as a backdrop to a power struggle over time and control. The stakes had escalated beyond what the trio imagined. Mara launched a counterhack, her gloves glowing fiercely as she engaged in a digital duel with the broker's sophisticated code. The flashy lights and flurries of data in the tower's control room painted a vivid picture of their hidden war. Every keystroke was a battle for the city's surveillance future. Victory seemed within reach until the broker unleashed a devastating final trap, fracturing the entire data network across the city. Alarms blared as systems faltered and chaos erupted. The broken clocks seemed to shatter metaphorically, symbolizing disrupted time and control. The screen of their devices faded to black amid the blaring alarms, the broken clocks ceasing their ticking in an eerie silence. The blackout left them helpless and isolated, dangling in the dark void of uncertainty. Time itself felt suspended, the motif now hauntingly literal. In isolation, Arya's thoughts drifted to the silver locket with its broken clasp, a tangible symbol of unfinished business and fractured bonds. Memories of its meaning stirred resolve within her, fueling a flicker of hope. Even in the absence of time, connections lingered. Suddenly, Mara's voice crackled through a hidden communication channel, calm and urging focus amidst the chaos. Her message was a lifeline, reminding the team of their shared mission and the strength in unity. The sound rekindled a fragile thread of trust. Dex carefully repaired a small, intricate device embedded within his tattoo, the motions steady and skilled. The device sparked to life, restoring the delicate communication lines that had been severed. The broken clocks in the background began to faintly tick once more, signaling renewed hope. The team reconvened at the tower's apex, the red data chip pulsing subtly in Arya's grip like a heartbeat. Around them, remnants of broken clocks framed the bleak city skyline, time still fractured but not defeated. Their unity, fragile yet resolute, poised them for the final confrontation ahead. The red data chip, once thought to be a weapon, reveals itself as a key to restoring the stolen digital memories held hostage by the broker. Arya studies it carefully, realizing its potential to unlock what was lost rather than destroy. Mara, gloves firmly on, connects the chip to her portable device, triggering a wave of data that slowly reverses the blackout. Around them, broken clocks begin their synchronized ticking once more, filling the air with a hopeful rhythm. In a rare moment, the broker's shadowy mask falters, revealing a familiar face etched with pain and regret, someone deeply tied to their shared past struggles. This glimpse casts new light on the contours of their conflict. Deck steps forward, his tattooed arm glowing softly as he faces the broker. His voice is steady, embodying both forgiveness and strength, breaking through years of silence between them. Arya slides the red chip into the central console. Streams of data flood the system, revealing hidden conspiracies buried deep beneath layers of deception. The room hums with newfound energy, secrets unfolding before their eyes. Citywide systems awaken, lights flicker back to life while long-held shadows retreat into forgotten corners. The faint ticking of clocks syncs with the resurgence of order and control. Mara finally removes her fingerless gloves, a silent symbol of trust restored as the complex digital web begins to heal. Technology feels less like a barrier and more like a bridge between them. The broken clocks scattered across the city start moving forward in unison, marking the dawn of a new chapter. Time, once lost, now regains its steady, purposeful flow. From the high tower, Arya, Dex, and Mara watch the sunrise breaking through rain-streaked glass, their silhouettes dark against the light. The scene breathes relief, unity, and the promise of what lies ahead. In Arya's hand, the silver locket glints softly, now repaired and whole. It symbolizes the closure of their ordeal and stands as a quiet promise of vigilance and hope for the future. Dawn seeps slowly over the village as Alara walks through mist-shrouded streets toward the silver tree standing firm in the village center. Its glowing leaves shimmer faintly, casting soft light on the earth-toned homes. The air holds a chill hinting at coming winter, and the village bell sounds a muted call to begin the day. Alara places her hand against the silver tree's sturdy trunk, sensing a subtle ebb in its hidden pulse. Around her, villagers start their daily tasks. Bakeries hum with fire's warmth, and children cluster by the edge of the market. Despite the routine, an unease tugs at the air, mirrored in the dimming glow of the tree's leaves. Tomas arrives quietly, clutching his worn leather-bound journal, his weathered face creased with concern. He speaks in low tones to Alara about the tree's fading light, noting its cadence has slowed and urging caution. Their shared worry sets a heavy weight between them beneath the soft silver radiance. Mira bursts forth, curls bouncing as she races toward Alara, breathless with news. The village bell failed to ring properly last night, its usual resonant peal broken and faint. Her freckled face reveals a spark of fear mixed with urgency, shaking the calm. Elder Harin gathers the villagers beneath the spreading branches of the silver tree, his voice steady though tinged with warning. He recounts an ancient prophecy foretelling danger when the tree's light fades, a sign of trials to come. The villagers listen closely, shadows deepening under the autumn light. Alara fingers the carved necklace hanging close to her heart, feeling a faint pulse that seems to echo the silver tree's flickering glow. The rhythmic beat is weak but distinct, as if the necklace and tree share a silent connection. This newfound link sharpens her resolve amidst growing uncertainty. Anxious whispers ripple through the gathered villagers as the silver tree's light dims further despite the rising sun. Leaves glisten less brightly, their familiar luminescence threatened by unseen forces. The village's collective worry deepens, faces turned upward in troubled hope. Tomas hunches over his journal, meticulously recording the changing patterns of the silver leaves and the flickering light. His thoughtful gaze notes subtle shifts and irregularities that deepen the mystery. Every detail might hold the key to the tree's faltering life force. While examining near the silver tree's roots, Alara and Mira discover strange, weathered markings carved into the earth and bark. The symbols feel old and warning-laced, stirring unease about what might be approaching. This discovery hints at a danger lurking just beyond the village's peaceful borders. A sudden, biting chill sweeps through the village, yet the air holds stillness as the silver tree sheds leaves silently. Their descent is eerie, lacking the usual rustling breath of wind. This unnatural falling deepens the villagers' dread, as cold shadows lengthen across the ground. Elder Harin recounts tales of past hardships when the village faced darkness and how the silver tree's power once saved them. His voice carries weight from years lived under its branches, reminding all present of resilience and hope. The old wooden staff taps softly as he emphasizes the urgency of their plight. Alara stands firm, the carved necklace gleaming faintly as she vows to restore the tree's fading energy. Despite murmurs of doubt around her, her determination radiates support and strength. She refuses to let the village succumb to fear or despair. Tomas suggests they seek knowledge in the village's ancient library, hoping old texts might reveal a path to healing. His practical, measured tone brings focus to their efforts, proposing a plan beyond mere hope. His journal is ready as they prepare for the research ahead. Ilara and Tomas ready their modest packs to venture into the dusty old library, but Mira insists on joining them. Though warned of dangers and the seriousness of their quest, her spirited nature refuses to be left behind. Her curly auburn hair bounces as she hopes to contribute despite her youth. A fractured, faint toll issues from the village bell, as if its voice struggles to sound true in tandem with the silver tree's weakening glow. The fractured chime hangs uneasy in the autumn air, signaling worsening balance in the villaged heart. Shadows flicker beneath the tree, mirroring the bell's irregular rhythm. In the dimly lit library, Ilara and Tomas discover an old, faded map suggesting the location of a hidden glade connected deeply to the tree's power. Dust motes drift in shafts of pale light as they pour over the fragile parchment. This secret place promises answers to the tree's mysterious decline. Drawn by whispered voices carried faintly on the breeze, Mira wanders outside alone toward the silver tree. The whispers seem both inviting and ominous, threading through the cold air beneath the glowing leaves. Her freckled face tightens in a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Ilara recalls a fragment of the ancient prophecy about the heart beneath the roots, said to be the source of the silver tree's life. The phrase lingers in her mind, holding intense significance as they search for a solution. Its meaning could hold the key to revival or doom. Studying the map closely, Tomas notes a pathway obscured by thick woods lying just beyond the village borders. The mapped route is barely visible, hinting at secrets hidden from casual eyes. This obscure path could lead them closer to the roots of their problem. Despite warnings from villagers about old forest dangers, Ilara, Tomas, and Mira resolve to enter the dense woods. Their footsteps crunch softly over fallen leaves, hearts pulsing with a mix of fear and determination. The journey marks a turning point from safety into uncertainty. As they proceed, tangled brambles block their way, only parting gently when Ilara's carved necklace emits a soft, steady glow. This unexpected guidance reassures them, illuminating the dark path with a pale light. The necklace's connection to their quest grows clearer with every step. Strange shadows flicker unpredictably among twisted branches, unsettling Mira enough that she clings to Ilara's side. Their forms shift in the half-light, cold and distant, breeding silent tension. The forest itself seems alive with watchful eyes. Tomas carefully records curious symbols etched into tree bark, matching the markings near the silver tree's base. Each carving deepens the mystery, binding past and present with uneasy links. His journal fills with sketches and notes, a record of ominous signs. A sudden gust of wind scatters Ilara's necklace from her neck, sending it tumbling into the underbrush. Yet it glows with irresistible light, guiding Mira through the tangled grove to retrieve it safely. This beacon amid danger renews their hope and unity. The group reaches a small clearing bathed in pale moonlight, revealing an ancient stone pedestal standing solitary. Its surface is worn, yet it radiates a faint power that resonates with the silver tree above. This hidden site seems a pivotal piece in their unfolding quest. Ilara's eyes trace the symbols engraved on the pedestal, their shapes mirroring those etched on the silver tree's bark and her own carved necklace. The patterns pulsed faintly with a familiarity that sent a chill down her spine, confirming a connection older than the village itself. With steady hands, Ilara placed her necklace upon the cold stone of the pedestal. Beneath their feet, the earth gave a soft tremble, as if responding to a call long awaited, stirring the air with anticipation. From the depths beneath the pedestal, a faint silver light began to emerge, hauntingly beautiful as it slowly brightened. Like liquid moonlight, it crept upward, casting ethereal shadows on the surrounding trees. Suddenly, the glow waned, retreating as a shadowy figure materialized before them, blocking the path forward. Its form was indistinct, shifting like smoke, eyes glinting with ancient sorrow and authority. The figure spoke in riddles, its voice echoing like the wind through hollow branches. It spoke of balance lost and warned that to restore the silver tree's full glow, a sacrifice must be made, words heavy with unseen consequences. Thomas stepped forward, clutching his leather-bound journal filled with knowledge collected over years. He offered it solemnly, hoping wisdom could be the key, but the figure dismissed the gesture with a sweeping motion, unmoved. Undeterred, Mira bravely offered her own voice, suggesting a song might awaken the tree's slumbering spirit. Her youthful spirit filled the tense air with hope, challenging the shadow's solemn demand. The figure hesitated, the rigid edges of its form softening as Mira began to sing. Her haunting melody echoed through the woods, weaving delicately like silver threads between the trees, stirring something deep within. As her song rose, the silver light pulsed stronger, weaving through the branches and stretching like veins toward the village beyond. It was as if the forest itself was breathing again, alive with renewed energy. The shadowy figure slowly faded, withdrawing like mist at dawn, its presence replaced by a palpable shift in the forest's energy. Around them, the air seemed lighter, charged with the promise of healing and change. Elara felt a strange warmth beneath her feet, an awakening deep under the roots of the silver tree. The forest around them brightened subtly, leaves shimmering against the dimming sky, alive with magic and renewal. Guided by the now glowing silver light threading through the trees, the group hurried back toward the village. Each step carried a mix of urgency and awe as the forest's pulse grew stronger with every breath. Returning home, they found the villagers gathered anxiously beneath the silver tree, whose glow now shone faintly, a fragile beacon of hope. The anxious faces reflected both relief and uncertainty, awaiting the next sign of the tree's power. Elara climbed once more to the pedestal, carefully returning her necklace to rest directly on the tree's trunk. The precious carving seemed to hum under her touch, syncing with the tree's subtle shimmer of light. The silver tree responded immediately, its leaves shimmering intensely as waves of light radiated through the village square. The once dormant heart of the forest pulsed visibly, bathing all in a silvery glow that felt both ancient and lived in. A cheer rose from the crowd as the village bell, silent for days, tolled loudly and clearly once again. Its sound rang out pure and strong, carrying the message that balance had returned, at least for now. Elder Harin nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the glowing tree. Though he recognized the restoration of balance, his voice was quiet but firm, cautioning the villagers that vigilance was still necessary in the days to come. Thomas documented the changing energy around the silver tree meticulously, noting patterns in its glow that shifted with each passing hour. His weathered face tightened with concentration, sensing that the story was far from complete. Mira shared her soulful song with others nearby, planting small seeds of hope in their hearts. Her voice carried the promise that the tree's spirit lived on not just in light, but in their voices and community bonds. Night fell softly, the silver tree pulsing with a gentle light that dispelled the darkness around it. The glow stood as a beacon of renewed life and strength, weaving a protective aura over the village beneath the crisp autumn sky. Days passed, and the tree's glow grew steadily stronger, yet Thomas noticed subtle cracks forming along the pages of his precious journal. These fractures whispered secrets, hinting at deeper mysteries and unresolved tensions within the forest's magic. Elara observed that her necklace now pulsed in perfect rhythm with the recurring toll of the village bell. The two beats echoed each other, as if intertwined by unseen threads, binding the village to the silver tree's fate. Mira noticed shadows lurking just beyond the edge of the forest, movement too swift and dark to be normal woodland creatures. The lingering threats whispered of dangers still unvanquished, testing the fragile peace they had restored. With focused eyes, Thomas examined the cracks in his journal and discovered hidden writings beneath the surface. The faint script revealed a troubling secret, an unresolved debt owed to the forest's spirit, a pact left hanging by generations past. Determined to understand, Elara confronted Elder Harin beneath the dimming light of the silver tree. The elder's voice fell low as he revealed the truth. Their ancestors had made a fragile pact that required periodic renewal to maintain the balance they now barely sustained. Elara stood beneath the silver tree once more, the weight of their earlier mistake pressing on her. She knew their previous attempts had only postponed what was truly needed, the offering that would satisfy the ancient spirit within. With a steadying breath, she began arranging new offerings, calling upon the wisdom the village still held close. One by one, the villagers gathered around the tree, their hands full of carefully chosen gifts, woven herbs, polished stones, and fresh harvest fruits. Each offering was a token of their dedication, a symbol of the bond they shared with both the tree and the forest enclosing them. The cold air buzzed softly with solemn promise and renewed hope. Mira stepped forward, her youthful voice rising amid the crowd as she led the ancient song. The melody carried through the crisp autumn air, weaving the village spirit directly into the heart of the tree. Around them, the silver tree's glowing leaves seemed to pulse gently, resonating with the chorus. In Alara's palm, her carved necklace began to glow fiercely, its silver light growing until it seemed to burn with a life of its own. She held it high, feeling the energy from the villagers' offerings and voices merge into a brilliant force. Slowly, the silver tree absorbed this collective light, its luminous leaves shimmering more intensely against the dusk. A radiant shimmer cascaded through the village, wrapping every home and face in a vibrant embrace. The silver tree burst forth with renewed energy, its branches alive and dancing with luminous vitality. Its presence now felt undeniable, a living beacon of strength and renewal shining bright against the encroaching twilight. The forest beyond shifted subtly, as though breathing in deep relief alongside the village. Shadows once lingering at the edges withdrew completely, replaced by a serene quiet that spoke of balance restored. Under the silver tree's steadfast glow, the land itself seemed to pulse in harmonious unison. Elder Harin raised his staff, his voice clear despite his stooped frame. He praised their unity and collective respect, reminding all that stewardship was not a burden but a sacred trust. His words carried the timeless weight of tradition, anchoring the moment to the village's enduring legacy. Meanwhile, Tomas carefully penned the night's events and newfound knowledge into a fresh, leather-bound journal. Each lesson was recorded with care, ensuring that the coming generations would remember and uphold the responsibilities that the silver tree demanded. His scars seemed less prominent in the steady candlelight, replaced by quiet determination. Ilara returned to the tree, placing her now glowing necklace gently among the highest branches where it caught the light. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a living symbol, a promise of hope, vigilance, and continual care for the land that sustained them all. The necklace's silver radiance blended seamlessly with the tree's ethereal glow. As dawn painted the sky in soft amber hues, the village awoke beneath the ever-strong silver tree. Its glow no longer a flicker but a permanent guardian, illuminating their homes and hearts alike. Life thrived here, bound by the strength of ancient roots and the steadfast bond of its people. The old clock in the hallway hadn't worked in years, but that night, it struck midnight with a sound eerily clear. Mara sat on the stairwell, clutching a faded journal she found in the attic earlier that day. Suddenly, a soft whisper curled through the air, barely louder than the tick of a second hand. Time is waiting. Her eyes darted to the clock, its hands moving backward slowly, as if unraveling time itself. The whispers grew louder, merging into a chorus of voices telling stories from decades past. Mara opened the journal, noticing new words appearing on the page, tales of those who lived in the house, long gone. They're trapped, the whispers said, lost between moments, waiting to be remembered. Compelled, Mara read aloud, and with every word spoken, the voices brightened, their stories flowing like winds through the room. Shadows danced on the walls, shaped like cheerful ancestors, smiling in gratitude. The clock hands spun faster, then stopped abruptly at 12:01, and silence returned. Mara closed the journal, feeling a warmth spread through the house, as if the past had finally been set free. The next morning, the clock sat still, its magic spent, but the air held a lightness Mara hadn't noticed before. Neighbors stopped by to share forgotten memories and photographs, drawn by an invisible invitation. "You've brought them peace," an elderly neighbor whispered warmly. Mara realized the journal was not just a book, but a bridge between times, waiting for the right voice to awaken it. From that day on, the house was alive with stories, laughter, and the gentle ticking of a clock that now told time true and steady. Mara smiled, Understanding the past wasn't lost, merely waiting to be heard again. The whispers had faded, but their echo remained, lingering softly like a cherished secret. And sometimes, just as the clock strikes midnight, Mara swears she hears a thankful murmur, a gentle nudge reminding her that stories never truly end. With one last glance at the silent clock, Mara whispered back, "Thank you for sharing your time with me." The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times." Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. "Never forget, even ruins can root new life." From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance. And in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. Lena sprinted through the dense jungle, the mysterious compass clutched tightly in her hand. Every step felt heavier, but the compass needle pulsed with an eerie glow, pointing deeper into the unknown. "Where are you leading me?" she whispered, heart pounding with adrenaline. Suddenly, the dense foliage gave way to the ruins of an ancient temple, vines crawling over majestic stone pillars. The compass tugged insistently toward the temple entrance, urging her forward. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, shadows dancing as sunlight filtered through crumbled walls. A faint hum echoed, as though the temple itself was alive, beckoning her onward. Lena stepped carefully, eyes scanning hieroglyphs etched in gold, revealing a tale of lost explorers and hidden treasures. She followed the compass down a narrow stone corridor, feeling the weight of history in every breath. At the corridor's end, a door barred her passage, covered in intricate symbols. "The key must be near," she murmured, examining the carvings. Her fingers traced a pattern, triggering a hidden latch that slowly revealed a small chamber. Inside, an ancient chest lay covered in dust and cobwebs, waiting patiently through the ages. With trembling hands, Lena opened it to find a radiant gemstone pulsating with warm light. The compass needle aligned perfectly with the gem, its glow intensifying. The heart of the jungle, she realized, understanding its power. As she lifted the gem, the temple walls seemed to sigh, like a long-lost secret finally unveiled. Outside, the compass stopped glowing, its purpose fulfilled. "Adventure isn't just about treasure," Lena smiled. "It's about trust, courage, and discovery." With the gemstone secured, she stepped into the sunlight, ready for the journey still to come. The rain tapped softly against the old wooden window, each drop a reminder of time slipping away. Clara stared at the faded photograph on the mantelpiece, her fingers tracing the outline of a once familiar face. Her heart tightened. 20 years ago, she had left this town, chasing dreams that felt too big for this small place. But dreams, she learned, have a way of circling back, much like the seasons. A knock blended into the rhythm of the storm outside. Clara's breath caught, who would come after all these years? Opening the door, she found him standing there, soaked but unmistakably him. "I never stopped thinking about you," he said softly, the vulnerability in his voice clearer than the rain. Clara's eyes searched his face, memories flooding in like the tide. There was anger, yes, but also a profound sadness that mirrored her own. They sat in silence, the storm a backdrop to years of unspoken words. "Why now?" she finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He looked down, struggling before meeting her gaze. "Because it took me this long to understand what I lost." The room filled with a fragile hope, delicate as the rain outside. They talked, shared stories of lost time, and the paths that led them astray. Each word was a stitch, weaving a tapestry of healing and forgiveness. Though the past was a shadow, it no longer defined them. As the storm slowed, a quiet peace settled between them. Clara smiled, a weight lifting from her chest. "Maybe some echoes are meant to bring us home." He nodded, reaching out to take her hand with gentle certainty. Outside, the clouds parted, revealing a clear, hopeful dawn. The morning sun spilled golden light across Maple Hollow, where ivy crept lazily over weathered stone walls. Evelyn clutched a faded map, its edges soft from years of handling, and stepped through the garden gate. "It's just an old legend," she mumbled, eyes scanning for the mysterious landmark marked by a tiny star. Her footsteps stirred the crunch of leaves, as the village seemed to hold its breath in the quiet hum of dawn. At the heart of the hollow stood an ancient oak, its branches tangled like stories waiting to be told. Evelyn circled the tree, fingers tracing the carved symbols worn smooth by countless seasons. Suddenly, a tinkling laugh floated on the breeze, and from behind the trunk hopped a tiny creature. "Looking for something special," whispered a voice as soft as moss underfoot. Startled, Evelyn met the bright eyes of a sprightly forest spirit, shimmering in shades of amber and emerald. "I guard the secrets of Maple Hollow," the sprite said, "and I've been waiting for someone brave enough to believe." Evelyn smiled, feeling the weight of the map lighten in her hands. Together, they ventured deeper into the thicket, where sunlight danced through leaves like scattered coins. There, beneath a carpet of ferns, bloomed a hidden garden of tiny lanterns, glowing with gentle light. "This is the sanctuary of hope," the sprite explained, "kept alive by those who carry kindness in their hearts." Evelyn knelt and touched a fragile blossom, feeling warmth seep into her very soul. "Will you help protect it?" the sprite asked, eyes wide with trust. With a determined nod, Evelyn promised she'd keep Maple Hollow's secrets safe, nurturing its magic every day. As she rose, the garden's glow seemed to ripple outward, painting the hollow in hues of soft gold and green. "Remember," the sprite called as they parted, "sometimes the smallest light can brighten the darkest place." Evelyn walked back home, the map now glowing faintly in her pocket, her heart full of newfound magic and hope. Friday afternoons at .com Corp were usually slow, but today was different. Jenna spun around in her swivel chair, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Who dares challenge me to the office chair race?" she shouted, gripping the armrests. Her co-workers exchanged amused glances. Then one by one, they lined up their chairs at the start. Martin, the tech guy, declared, "Last one to the break room owes coffee." The office manager blew an imaginary whistle. The race was on. Chairs zoomed, spun, and occasionally collided, as the hallway became a wild racetrack. Jenna's chair wobbled dangerously as she took the corner too fast, yelling, "I got this." But Martin edged ahead, powered by sheer elbow thrusts and caffeine dreams. Near the finish line, Linda, the quiet accountant, made a surprising boost with a sneaky push-off. The crowd cheered, some clapping, some videotaping on their phones. In the end, Linda's steady pace won the race by a hair. She stood up triumphant, sipping her prize coffee done by Martin. Who knew spreadsheets could fuel speed like that? She joked with a grin. Jenna nudged her. "Next time I'm bringing my helmet." The office buzzed with laughter as everyone returned to their desks, energized by the silly competition. Even the grumpiest manager cracked a smile, shaking his head in disbelief. "Maybe next Friday," he said, "we'll try a stapler toss." As the sun set, the chairs sat still, but the team's spirit soared high, and somewhere in the back, a quiet challenge was already brewing for next week's shenanigans. The rain hammered the cracked pavement like a warning, shadows flickering beneath the weak glow of a flickering neon sign. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his tired face, eyes scanning the empty street beyond the half-open door. "Another night, another ghost," he muttered, flicking ash into a rusted ashtray. A soft knock interrupted the silence, followed by a slender figure stepping through the veil of drizzle into his dim office. She wore desperation like a faded perfume, eyes shimmering with secrets and unspoken fears. "I need your help," she whispered, sliding an old photograph across the desk. The photo showed a man with a crooked smile, missing from the city's underbelly for weeks. "He's tangled with the wrong people," she said, "and now I'm next if you don't find him." Marlowe crushed his cigarette, knowing well that some debts didn't pay in cash but in blood. He followed footprints and whispered lies through alleys thick with smoke and regret. Each clue pulled him deeper into a labyrinth of betrayal, beneath flickering streetlights and cold concrete. The city's heartbeat was a dangerous rhythm, but Marlowe played along, tuned to every silent scream. In the back room of a forgotten bar, he found the man, bruised but breathing, shadowed by two dark figures. A standoff flickered like a broken film reel, guns drawn, tensions sharp as razors. "You're done hiding," Marlowe said, voice steady amid chaos. Chaos erupted, but Marlowe's quick reflexes carved a path to safety for the man and the woman waiting outside. The rain washed away the grime and gunpowder as they disappeared into the night, leaving only echoes behind. Back at the office, Marlowe stared at the empty chair across from him and sighed. "Some shadows never leave," he murmured, lighting another cigarette in the dim light. Outside, the neon buzzed, the city asleep but never quiet, ready for its next secret to surface. Norman decided to try baking bread. How hard can it be? He asked his cat Muffin. The internet promised him sourdough would be easy and rewarding. He mixed flour and water, forgetting a crucial ingredient, yeast. With a confident smile, he left the dough to ferment on the kitchen counter. 24 hours later, Norman checked. The dough looked as flat as a pancake. He Googled frantically, "Did I kill the yeast?" He wondered aloud. Determined, Norman bought live sourdough starter from a local bakery. He mixed the new starter, flour, and water, and with great ceremony, set the dough to rise again. This time, the dough grew, but so did a mysterious fuzzy blue spot. "Is that mold or art?" Norman mused, unsure if he should be proud or terrified. Deciding not to waste, he baked the bread anyway, expecting disaster. The kitchen filled with a pungent aroma that could clear a room. Norman's cat fled. The smoke alarm sang its shrill song. Still, Norman cut a slice and tasted cautiously. He said, face contorting. "Maybe bread isn't my forte." But then the doorbell rang. His neighbor was there, holding a plate. "You left the door open," she said. "Our dog loved your bread." Norman laughed. "Next time I'll bake something for humans, not canines." From then on, he stuck to cupcakes, which Muffin approved with less drama. "Baking adventures are better with friends," Norman said, grinning as he offered a cupcake to his neighbor. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. "Behind the counter, Mr. Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside." "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag," Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. "We keep all found things here for a day, just in case." Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." At midnight, beneath a heavy, shrouded fog, Emma crept into the old mansion at the edge of town. With only her flashlight piercing the darkness, she moved cautiously through the creaking halls. Soft murmurs seemed to drift from the cracked walls, barely audible yet unmistakably human. Emma froze, heart pounding as a voice whispered, "Help me." from the shadows. Determined not to flee, she followed the voice, each step echoing ominously. The hallway twisted unnaturally, doors appearing where none were before, leading deeper inside. She reached a room bathed in an eerie, pulsating glow, the source unseen. Inside, the voice grew clearer, pleading, "Find the locket, set me free." Emma's eyes caught a glint beneath the shattered floorboards, a delicate silver locket. As she lifted it, the temperature dropped. A cold presence filled the air around her. Shadows coalesced into a pale figure trapped behind the walls, eyes begging for release. Emma whispered, "I have it," sliding the locket onto the ghostly form's neck. Light burst forth, the walls trembling as the spirit smiled and began to fade. "Thank you," came the last faint whisper, before silence reclaimed the room. The mansion's oppressive weight lifted. The air grew warm, the whispers ceased. Emma stepped outside as dawn's first light touched the horizon, the curse broken. Behind her, the mansion seemed less menacing, almost at peace for the first time in decades. She promised herself to remember the trapped soul and the power of courage in darkness. As she walked away, a final gust of wind carried a soft murmur. "Never forget." Emma smiled, turning back once more to the now quiet house, fading into the morning mist. In the heart of an ancient city stood a peculiar clock shop, its windows fogged with mystery and time. Marla, a thief known for precision rather than chaos, eyed the legendary timekeeper, a jewel rumored to be hidden inside the grandest timepiece in the shop. No ordinary gem, the timekeeper was said to control moments, bending seconds in favor of its holder. Marla didn't believe in magic, but in timing and skill, and tonight they had to be flawless. Slipping through a narrow alley, she approached the shop at midnight, when shadows were her only company. The shop's bell chimed softly as she slipped in, greeted only by the ticking of countless clocks surrounding her. Navigating the maze of shelves, her eyes locked onto the colossal grandfather clock, adorned with intricate carvings. Inside, behind a hidden panel, nestled the timekeeper, a glowing blue orb pulsating with quiet power. A whisper in the darkness warned her, "Take care, time twists for those who tamper." Marla smirked, deft hands disabling the alarm with practiced ease before lifting the orb gently. Suddenly, the shop transformed. The clocks accelerated wildly, their hands spinning like storm winds. Time lapsed erratically. Seconds stretched, then snapped fast, disorienting her senses. She clenched the orb tightly, focusing beyond the chaos as her escape route melted and reformed. With a final breath, Marla seized a moment when time slowed, leapt through a shuttered window, landing outside in stillness. The city around her resumed its regular rhythm as she sprinted into the night, orb secure. Back in the safety of her lair, Marla placed the timekeeper on the table, the air still humming with its strange energy. She smiled, knowing control over time was never about power. It was about moments seized and never wasted. The orb glowed softer now, as if content in its new hands, awaiting the next perfect second to shine. Marla whispered, "Time is mine, for now," and set the clock hands to midnight, beginning a new chapter. Outside, the city continued unaware, wrapped in endless hours, while a thief held the master key to every ticking second. The horizon burned red as Mara stepped through the dust-choked remnants of the city. She clutched an old, crumpled map, her only guide to the rumored sanctuary beyond the wasteland. "Just a little further," she whispered, eyes on the distant silhouette of twisted metal structures. The wind howled, carrying with it the voice of the past, echoes from a world undone by fire and fury. Suddenly, a faint flicker of movement caught her eye, a small figure darting between rubble. Heart-pounding, Mara called out, "Wait, I'm not here to harm you." An old man emerged, eyes weary but kind. "You seek the horizon's edge, don't you?" Mara nodded, hope fighting despair inside her chest. "It's not just a place," he said. "It's a choice between survival and rebirth." They journeyed together, tales unfolding as the sun dipped lower behind the ruined skyline. At night, stars pierced the heavy clouds, whispering stories of those who came before. Mara learned that the sanctuary was built on remnants of old technology, a fragile pulse of life in the wasteland. Morning light revealed a valley shielded by towering cliffs, crystals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "Home," the old man breathed, tears streaming down cracked cheeks. Inside the valley, plants thrived against all odds, vines reclaiming steel bones of forgotten machines. Mara knelt, touching the earth, warm and alive beneath the cold ash of yesterday. "We rebuild," she declared, voice steady with newfound purpose. Together with the old man and the valley's sparse community, she planted seeds of hope and recovery. The wasteland outside remained harsh and unforgiving, but here, life bloomed resilient and brave. From the ashes, Mara saw not an end, but a beginning, the last horizon, a new dawn. Late at night, Mia heard faint coughing coming from the attic above her bedroom. She told herself it was just the house settling, but the sound didn't stop. It grew heavier, almost like breathing. Curiosity pulling at her, Mia grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow stairs, each creak feeding her growing dread. At the top, the door was slightly ajar. A shadow flickered inside as if waiting. She pushed it open and shone her light into the small, dusty space, filled with forgotten antiques and old trunks. There was no one there, just silence and a chill that crawled up her spine. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went dark, leaving her in almost complete darkness. A cold whisper brushed past her ear. "Why did you come?" Mia's heart pounded as the door slammed shut behind her, plunging her into absolute blackness. She fumbled for her phone, its screen casting a dim glow, revealing a small, ancient doll sitting on a box. The doll's glass eyes gleamed, reflecting a strange, knowing smile. "I've been waiting." The whisper came again, now right beside her. Fear paralyzed her, but then a memory surfaced, her grandmother warning about a family curse bound to the attic's past. Recalling the old words, Mia whispered, "I release you from this place." The room shuddered, the air lightened, and the door creaked open slowly, as if an unseen weight lifted. She dashed down the stairs, feeling the cold breath fade behind her. Outside, under the moonlight, she stopped and swore never to return. The next morning, the attic door was sealed firmly with fresh nails and a faded note. "Rest now." Mia smiled faintly, the burden finally lifted, and the house felt peaceful for the first time in years. As she walked away, a faint coughing echoed from deep within, but this time it was just the wind. Elena Ward arrives at the dimly lit apartment on Marrow Street, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows that cling to the cracked walls. The night air is thick with tension as she moves cautiously, every step measured and quiet. Her gaze falls on shattered glass scattered beside a locked antique chest against the far wall. The fractured pieces glint like broken memories, hinting at a struggle that happened not long ago. From a shadowed alley nearby, Marcus Flynn watches Elena intently. His calm demeanor masks a flurry of concern as he fixes his gaze on the apartment window, contemplating his next move. Inside, Elena kneels to pick up a silver locket from the floor, turning it over under the flickering light. The intricate engraving catches her eye, pulling her deeper into the mystery woven around it. A distant siren wails through the night as Elena's eyes catch a faded photograph tucked beneath the chest. The image shows 4 figures, one unmistakably Victor Hale, their faces frozen in a moment from another time. Her phone buzzes suddenly, a text flashing, a terse warning urging her to stop digging into the past before it's too late. Elena's fingers tighten around the device, the threat crystal clear. Back in the alley, Marcus speaks in a low voice on his phone, mentioning Elena's name with uneasy concern. His words suggest that the shadows around Marrow Street conceal more than just secrets. From across the street, Victor Hale emerges from the darkness, his intense glare locked on Elena through the window. His unreadable expression blurs between menace and something more complicated. A flashback unfolds in daylight. Victor stands at a park bench, handing the silver locket to a young girl, his face softer than before. This memory hints at a hidden connection tied to the locket and the secrets Elena seeks. Returning to the present, Elena slips the locket into her pocket and moves toward a nearby cafe where Leela Marks waits anxiously. The streetlights cast long shadows, mirroring the unease that settles between them. In the cafe, Leela pushes a folded note across the table, her curly red hair bouncing as she glances nervously at the door. Her eyes flicker with urgency, signaling the risks they face. Elena unfolds the note, reading about a hidden room beneath Marrow Street's oldest building where answers might lie. The promise of revelation tightens the knot of tension around them. The cafe door creaks, drawing a sharp breath from Leela as Victor steps inside. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His presence is a silent threat that chills the air. Elena sips her coffee calmly, eyes discreetly flicking toward Victor. Her outward composure masks the heightened alertness of someone navigating a web of danger. The true stakes emerge. a missing heirloom tangled with a betrayal long buried, its revelation capable of upending lives. The dangerous secret at the heart of the mystery sharpens their resolve and deepens the peril. Alina descends into the hidden room, guided only by faint wall markings illuminated dimly and the silver locket's engraving. The darkness confines her, fragmented reflections hinting at the fractured truths she searches for. Marcus appears unexpectedly, stepping into the underground space with a reluctant offer of help. His cryptic warning about trust hangs heavily between them, complicating their fragile alliance. Faded letters pinned to the walls surround them, words revealing conspiracy threads tying all the main players together. The layered betrayals echo in the silent underground. A loose floorboard shifts as Alina steps, uncovering a hidden compartment containing an aged diary. Its pages promise secrets long obscured by shadows and silence. Flipping through the diary, Alina finds entries chronicling a coup decades ago within a powerful family. Each word deepens the web of intrigue, binding past and present more tightly. Outside, Victor intercepts Leela in the misty street, his voice low and demanding information on Alina's location. The threat in his eyes leaves Leela cornered and tense. Suddenly, the dim light flickers and dies as Alina reads passages implicating Victor in the darkest folds of the mystery. Shadows twist ominously around her, swallowing the room in silence. Marcus pulls a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam piercing the gloom to reveal a hidden map etched behind the diary. The illuminated lines trace a path into the depths beneath Marrow Street's catacombs. The map leads them to a forgotten vault, its heavy doors sealed by time and secrets. The path ahead promises danger, but also the key to unlocking the tangled past. Alina and Marcus move toward the vault's shadowed entrance as Leela sends a covert message on her phone. Each step forward tightens the threads of their intertwined fates, shadows stretching long into the night. The heavy vault door groans under pressure, its rusted hinges groaning before it grudgingly swings open. Inside lies a trove of artifacts and documents, frozen in time and cloaked in dust. The air smells of old paper and secrets long buried beneath layers of shadow. Abruptly, the echo of footsteps ricochets off the cold stone walls. Victor emerges with two shadowy figures at his side, their presence a dark blockade at the only exit. The tension coalesces, thick enough to cut through with a whispered threat. Alina swiftly raises the silver locket, catching the flickering light to reveal a concealed symbol matching the vault's emblem. The gesture freezes the room, the locket's glow defying the darkness around them. This emblem ties the present moment to a deeper, hidden history. One of Victor's companions lunges for the locket, but Marcus intercepts with practiced precision, his hand slamming down to halt the snatch. The sudden clash breaks the fragile stillness into sharp urgency. Alina sidesteps, heart pounding beneath fractured glass reflections. A glance catches Alina's eye on a cracked mirror, its fragmented surface offering glimpses beyond the vault walls. There, faintly outlined in shadow, is the entrance to a concealed escape tunnel. Hope glimmers alongside the fractured truths around them. Seizing the moment, Alina and Marcus slip through the hidden passage, silent against the cold stone. Behind them, Victor's roar of frustration echoes, restrained yet simmering with menace. The night swallows their flight as shadows lengthen across Marrow Street. Leela's intercepted call crackles in Victor's ear, revealing betrayal not only at hand, but woven through their ranks. Conflicted, Victor wrestles with loyalties pulled tight between past alliances and present threats. His gaze darkens, torn between fury and reluctant strategy. Emerging near the aged clock tower, Alina and Marcus catch their breath, the weight of pursuit pressing behind. Their eyes meet, determination flickering amidst exhaustion. The urban night cloaks their resolve as they prepare to untangle the threads of the mystery. Inside the ancient tower, Alina's hands deftly turn gears and cogs, orchestrating a silent dance of mechanism. The hidden compartment swings open, revealing a faded portrait tucked beneath layers of dust. Time's shadows flicker across their faces, frozen in painted stillness. The portrait reveals younger versions of Alina, Marcus, Victor, and Leela, bound by smiles and secrets alike. Their youthful eyes hold unspoken stories, the origins of entangled fates now slowly surfacing. The past breathes in every cracked line and faded hue. Alina's scar tingles unbearably, memories fracturing and flooding through her mind. Shattered moments coalesce around the conspiracy that has haunted her life, each shard piercing deeper than before. The link between past wounds and present danger sharpens with chilling clarity. Marcus lowers his gaze, admitting a hidden allegiance entwined with the family's ruin. His revelation complicates their fragile alliance, threading betrayal into their shared quest. Secrets once buried now surface amidst flickering shadows and fractured trust. Tracking Alina's movements through twisting alleys and dimly lit streets, Victor pieces together fragments of the puzzle. His eyes narrow beneath the play of shadows and streetlight reflections, calculating each step closer. The city itself seems to watch, silent and waiting. Cornered yet composed, Alina extends an offer of truce to Victor, proposing a joint effort to unveil the truth. She speaks with conviction, hoping to channel past enmities into preventing further harm. Shadows and reflections flicker as loyalties hang in the balance. Victor, hesitant but drawn by curiosity, consents to her proposal. He reveals a hidden safe, its lock clicking open to expose a confession letter bound in time. The weight of the letter promises turbulent revelations beneath the fractured layers of their past. From the letter unfolds the story behind the fractured glass motif, a violent confrontation years before that shattered more than just windows. The confession paints a raw scene of betrayal and broken bonds etched deep into their histories. The shards of truth glisten under the dim light. The trio debates the timing and manner of exposing the betrayal, aware the wrong move could destroy them all. Each voice carries the burden of consequence, their shadows tangled as uncertainty lingers. Strategizing in whispers, they weigh revelation against survival. Leela interrupts, brandishing surveillance footage, capturing a crucial scene from the past. Her discovery corroborates the confession's claims, offering irrefutable evidence from fractured moments frozen in time. The flickering screen illuminates faces and deeds once hidden in shadow. United in purpose, the group plans to leak the evidence anonymously, their actions cloaked beneath Marrow Street's lengthening shadows. The city hums unknowingly as truths prepare to surface amid fractures and reflections. Change pulses quietly beneath the urban night. As dawn stretches its first light, fractured glass from a broken window glints one last time, symbolizing the cusp of transformation. The shards scatter prismatic signals across the walls, reflecting hopes and fears alike. The city stirs, on the brink of awakening and revelation. News of the uncovered conspiracy spreads swiftly, igniting public intrigue and unease throughout the city. Conversations ripple from shadowed corners to bustling streets, the mystery no longer confined to whispers. Marrow Street pulses with a tension that refuses to fade. Returning to the antique chest, Alina places the silver locket carefully inside, locking it away from prying eyes. The act is both a closure and a safeguard amid the swirling chaos of truth and deceit. The locket's intricate engraving catches the fading light, silent amidst secrets. Marcus melts into the crowd, his intentions veiled and his departure marked by quiet ambiguity. Alina watches, reflecting on the tangled interplay of trust and betrayal that has defined their tangled journey. The city's heart beats on, unyielding beneath fractured skies. From a shadowed rooftop, Victor surveys the sprawling city below, contemplative and unmoving. The lights flicker like distant memories, each pulse a reminder of battles fought in both darkness and daylight. His expression is unreadable, wrapped in the weight of unfolding fate. Leela joins Alina quietly, their shared glance an unspoken acknowledgement of survival and the burden of secrets kept. Together, they stand on Marrow Street, shadows stretching long around them. In the silence, their resolve hardens against the gathering night. A sudden flashback illuminates the truth behind the locket's engraving. It is a symbol of sacrifice and hope, carved by a hidden ancestor who protected their kin from a terrible fate. The fractured glass from earlier scenes reflects in this memory, breaking the past into shards that finally fit together. Back in the present, Alina carefully opens the silver locket and discovers a folded, aged letter addressed to her. The handwriting is familiar, belonging to someone she loved and lost long ago, the words etched with a deep sense of urgency and care. As Alina reads, her eyes well with emotion. The letter speaks of promises made, to protect, to remember, and to bear the heavy burden of knowledge passed down through generations. The weight of the past settles over her, but so does a newfound strength, as the fractured pieces of truth begin to heal. The group gathers once more on Marrow Street, their faces marked by the trials endured, but now united in fragile trust. Despite the scars and shadows that cling to them, an unspoken bond forms, knit by the shared revelation and the enduring mysteries they've faced together. As the sun dips low, its fading light casts long shadows across the cracked pavement of Marrow Street, mirroring the lingering secrets that still haunt the night. The city's atmosphere holds both the weight of past darkness and the delicate promise of dawn yet to come. Elena steps out from her apartment, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. She leaves the past firmly in that quiet space, but carries the lessons it imparted, etched in the silver locket that now hangs heavy around her neck. In the calm of her home, Elena sets the silver locket on the mantelpiece, its engraving catching the faint light. It stands as a solemn reminder of what was lost, what was fought for, and the silent hope that endures beneath the surface. Across town, Leela tends to a small plant by the window, nurturing new growth amidst the decay of the city. It is a quiet symbol of resilience and renewal, an echo of the fragile beginnings that rise from broken roots. A message pings on Marcus's phone, his voice calm and steady over the recording. He promises aid should darkness return, a reassuring tether to strength and solidarity in an uncertain world. The city breathes as night fades into morning, alive with secrets and shadows that twist through its streets. Elena steps into the soft light of dawn, ready to meet whatever comes next with eyes clear and purpose renewed. In the lively mountain village, Lyra pores over ancient maps by candlelight, the faint glow of her star tattoo casting a gentle light on the parchment. Her emerald eyes trace symbols, searching for clues hidden in the worn pages. Brahm arrives quietly, placing a small glowing crystal shard into Lyra's hand, urging her with a grave tone to seek the lost celestial compass before it falls into the wrong hands. The shard's blue glow pulses softly, mirroring the ancient star on her wrist. Tico, the silver-furred fox-like creature, playfully paws at the shard, the blue light reflecting vividly in his bright eyes. The wooden dagger at his side gleams faintly as he circles around excitedly. Lyra methodically packs essentials into a leather satchel embossed with the celestial compass symbol, fastening it securely. Her tattoo pulses subtly, as though anticipating the journey ahead. Whispers ripple through the village. The Shadow Order, hidden behind their unyielding silver masks and dark cloaks, are rumored to be searching for the same artifact. The urgency grows tangled with fear in the villagers' hushed voices. Under a canopy of rustling leaves, Lyra, Brahm, and Tico step into the dense forest, the earth crunching beneath their boots. The warm earth tones of the village fade as cool blues begin to tint the surrounding shadows. They stumble upon a carved stone marker, ancient and weathered, etched with the celestial compass emblem. The symbol seems to pulse faintly in resonance with the shard's glow. Night descends, and an eerie silence envelops the forest. Lyra's tattoo pulses brighter, sending a subtle guiding light that steadies the group's wavering steps. Suddenly, cloaked figures, the Shadow Order, emerge silently between the trees, their silver masks reflecting the shard's blue light. Their presence chills the air and tightens the group's resolve. Lyra narrowly avoids a sudden ambush. Her satchel is torn in the scuffle, but the crystal shard remains clutched tightly in her grasp. Heart pounding, she retreats into the shadows. Brahm quickly tends to a minor wound on Lyra's arm, his voice low and grave as he warns that the Order's desperation is growing dangerously close. The tension weighs heavily on them all. Tico's sharp nose twitches, detecting faint magical traces lingering in the thick forest air. He follows the scent confidently, sensing a trail that leads deeper into the unknown. They cross a rickety bridge spanning a misty ravine, shadows lurking just beneath the damp planks. Each step echoes ominously, the cold blue hues deepening the foreboding atmosphere. The group discovers ancient ruins covered in star motifs, with the compass symbol boldly carved into a stone altar at the center. The shard's glow intensifies, resonating with the ancient stone. Lyra carefully places the crystal shard on the altar. The ground trembles beneath them, and a hidden passageway yawns open, revealing a downward path shrouded in darkness. Descending cautiously, they find themselves inside a cavern alive with glowing crystals pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The cool blue light bathes the chamber in an ethereal glow. Lyra feels a strange connection as her tattoo flares brightly. Drawn irresistibly, she reaches toward a central crystal sphere that seems to hum with ancient energy. Without warning, the Shadow Order blocks their exit, daggers drawn and gleaming menacingly in the flickering torchlight. Their masked faces reveal nothing but cold intent. Brahm steps forward to negotiate, offering his knowledge in exchange for the compass's power. The Order's silence and refusal make clear they will accept nothing less than total control. Taking advantage of the moment, Tico slips agilely between the masked figure's legs, sowing confusion and allowing the trio to slip away amidst the chaos. They flee deeper into the twisting cave, chased by shadows and the echo of relentless footsteps. The air grows colder, and their breath hangs in the silvery light. The path forks, and Lyra hesitates, her tattoo's subtle glow pulling her toward the left tunnel. Trusting the ancient star's guidance, she leads the way with cautious hope. The group uncovers an ancient library carved into solid rock walls, filled with star charts and celestial texts that shimmer faintly under Lyra's touch. The compass symbol recurs on many scrolls and carvings. Lyra deciphers a prophecy foretelling the compass's power to align entire worlds, heightening the stakes of their quest. The ancient star on her wrist pulses urgently as she absorbs the weight of destiny. Suddenly, a cave-in blocks the path behind them, forcing the group forward into the unknown depths of the cavern. The cool blue shadows deepen, and the adventure grows more perilous with every step. Brahm traces his fingers over ancient inscriptions carved into the cavern walls, reading warnings about a guardian bound to protect the resting place of the celestial compass. The glyphs shimmer faintly under the torchlight, hinting at formidable trials ahead. Lyra's confident strides falter as she glances down at the ancient star tattoo on her wrist, which dims softly. The fleeting uncertainty unsettles her, a rare crack in her otherwise fierce determination. Before them looms a massive stone door, its surface alive with moving celestial patterns that shift and reconfigure like constellations. The colors transition from warm earth tones to cool blues, reflecting the deepening mystery. Tico scampers around the door's base, sniffing and pawing at scattered gravel. His keen eyes catch a nearly invisible pressure plate concealed beneath the stones, a subtle but crucial mechanism. With a deliberate press of the plate, the colossal door rumbles open, revealing a chamber bathed in ethereal blue light that pulses like a heartbeat. At the chamber's center floats the celestial compass, a radiant star-shaped artifact encased within a translucent crystal shell that pulses softly with an inner glow. As Lyra reaches out, a surge of energy courses through her veins, and visions of converging worlds flash before her eyes, leaving her breathless and awed. Suddenly, the silence shatters as the Shadow Order bursts into the chamber, their silver masks catching the light, and shimmering blades raised in tense standoff. Brahm raises his voice, calling for parley, proposing they share the compass's power to avert the looming disaster threatened by their conflict. An Order leader steps forward, briefly removing their mask to reveal a youthful face marked by fervent zeal, eyes burning with dangerous conviction. Lyra pleads with them, invoking their shared sense of duty and warning that greed will only lead to ruin for all involved. Without warning, the chamber trembles violently. From the stardust above, a colossal celestial lion materializes, its body shimmering with cosmic energy as the Guardian awakens. The lion's mighty roar reverberates through the astrological ceiling, forcing the Shadow Order to scatter defensively amidst falling star fragments. Quickly, Lyra leads Brahm and Tico in dodging the Guardian's astral claws and swirling beams of starlight, their movements synchronized and desperate. Recognizing the compass's power harmonizes with the Guardian's essence, Lyra extends her hand, the ancient star on her wrist now glowing fiercely in response. The celestial lion pauses, then slowly lowers its majestic head, accepting Lyra's genuine intent and calming the chamber's chaos. The Shadow Order retreats, their respect for the Guardian's judgment clear though their vow to continue their pursuit remains unshaken. With reverence, Lyra claims the compass. Its crystal core pulses rhythmically, now perfectly in sync with the steady glow of her tattoo. Suddenly, the chamber groans and the walls begin to collapse, forcing the trio to make a swift escape through a corridor illuminated by cascading stars. Outside, dawn breaks over the forest canopy, the celestial compass's radiant light blending seamlessly with the soft glow of the rising sun. Back in the village, Lyra studies the compass carefully, Brahm by her side, guiding her through its enigmatic secrets and ancient inscriptions. Meanwhile, Tycho scouts the surrounding woods, his sharp eyes spotting fresh tracks and signs of the Shadow Order's renewed pursuit. Lyra feels a powerful throb beneath her skin as the ancient star tattoo pulses with newfound strength, hinting at deeper, untapped abilities awaiting discovery. A mysterious scholar visits the village, sharing hushed tales of past wielders of the compass and the hidden dangers intertwined with its immense power. Resolved and determined, Lyra vows to protect the celestial compass, knowing full well that her journey and the challenges it holds have only just begun. Suddenly, the celestial compass pulses with radiant energy, casting a bright blue light that unveils a hidden map floating midair. The glowing symbols and lines shimmer as the map details points scattered across the heavens, previously invisible to Lyra's eyes. The mysterious map reveals locations of powerful celestial convergence points, each demanding urgent attention and intervention. Lyra senses that these sites are critical to balancing the cosmic forces and preventing looming chaos. Determined, Lyra seeks out allies who bear marks resembling her ancient star tattoo, discovering others chosen by fate. Their shared insignias hint at a larger destiny intertwined with the celestial compass and the mysteries they are about to face. With camaraderie forged, the group readies themselves for a voyage beyond their known world, guided steadfastly by the compass's radiant glow. Their preparations balance anticipation and solemn resolve as they brace for the unknown. Brahm offers his final counsel, urging Lyra to place trust not only in the celestial compass, but also in her own instincts and heart. His seasoned wisdom imbues her with confidence to face the challenges ahead. As the sun sets, Lyra and her newfound companions embark under a night sky adorned with shimmering star patterns. The cool blues of twilight mix with the compass's glow, marking the beginning of their epic journey. Navigating through surreal celestial storms and vast cosmic vistas, the compass guides their path unerringly. Each trial deepens their bond and understanding of the forces governing the stars. Lyra's ancient star tattoo pulses and blazes even brighter, a vivid sign of unity between her spirit and the celestial powers surrounding them. This luminous connection emboldens the group as they approach their quest's most critical juncture. Emerging on the horizon lies a new realm, its mysterious beauty promising adventure, revelations, and daunting challenges. The blue tones of the landscape echo the compass's light, inviting exploration and discovery. Resolute and unwavering, Lyra stands clutching the celestial compass, ready to shape a fate intricately woven among the stars. Her journey culminates here, poised to influence the cosmic balance forever. The rain hammered down, painting the city in streaks of silver and shadow. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette beneath the flickering street lamp, eyes scanning the wet cobblestones. He'd been called to the alley at midnight, another whisper of trouble in a town that never slept. A woman's scream had cut through the damp night earlier, trailing off like a ghostly melody. Now, Marlowe crouched beside a crumpled figure, pale and trembling beneath the garbage bins. "You saw something," he said softly, fingers brushing loose strands of hair from her face. Her eyes flickered with fear, but she nodded. "They come when the clock strikes one." He checked his watch, 12:55. Time was running thin, and the city held its breath. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadowed end of the alley, slow and deliberate. Marlowe pressed his back against the wet brick, heart hammering under the rain's rhythm. A figure stepped forward, coat collar up, face obscured beneath a fedora. "Looking for trouble, detective." The voice was low, a rasp of menace and challenge. Marlowe cracked a half-smile, only the kind that sells in the city. The stranger lunged, a flash of steel glinting in the dim light. Instinct took over. Marlowe twisted, grabbing the attacker's wrist, forcing the knife away. They tumbled, rain mixing with grit and desperation. A flicker of recognition crossed Marlowe's mind, the scar beneath the stranger's eye. "Back off, Kane," Marlowe growled, pushing him against the wall. Kane sneered, then vanished into the labyrinth of alleys, leaving a promise and a warning. Marlowe lit a fresh cigarette, watching the smoke curl upward. The city never sleeps, and neither do its secrets. Beneath the twilight sky, a faint glow shimmered within the heart of the ancient crystal grove. Lyra, a young mage whose lineage whispered of forgotten powers, stepped cautiously onto the crystalline path. The grove's delicate trees sparkled with otherworldly light, each leaf a prism reflecting countless colors. They say only the pure can unlock the ember's flame. A voice echoed softly, the wind carrying ancient secrets. Determined, Lyra approached the central pedestal where a single ember flickered faintly, its light dimming with every breath. The air thickened as memories of her ancestors stirred in the shadows, calling her to prove her worth. With hands trembling but heart steady, Lyra reached out, feeling the ember's warmth seep into her soul. Visions danced before her eyes, trials faced, sacrifices made, and the grove's survival hanging by a thread. Gathering her courage, she whispered the ancient incantation passed down through generations. The ember flared brilliantly, casting vibrant hues over the grove, as if awakening a long-dormant spirit. Trees leaned closer, their crystalline leaves chiming softly like bells in the breeze. Lyra's eyes sparkled with newfound strength. The ember's glow infused her with a gentle, radiant power. "The bond is restored," she murmured, feeling the grove pulse with life around her. Suddenly, a burst of light arced from her palms, spreading warmth over the frost-bitten earth. Tiny sprouts began to emerge, shimmering flowers blossoming where cold once lingered. The grove hummed a melody of renewal, its magic weaving seamlessly into the fabric of the world. Lyra smiled, knowing she had rekindled an ancient promise between nature and mage. As night embraced the sky, the crystal grove shone brighter than ever, a beacon of hope and magic. "Every ending holds a beginning," the whisper returned, fading into the gentle rustle of leaves. Lyra turned away with a peaceful heart, the ember's light guiding her journey beyond the grove's shimmering gates. Night deepens over the city as rain taps steadily against glowing neon signs. Detective Marlowe stands outside a smoky jazz club, flicking open his silver lighter, its flame briefly illuminating his weathered face. Inside, Evelyn Shaw captivates the crowd, her scarlet dress vivid amidst the haze of smoke and shadowed figures. Her sharp eyes scan the audience with a knowing intensity as her voice fills the room. From across the street, Marlowe watches Evelyn with a tense expression. His gaze shifts sharply when Vincent Crane, marked by his jagged cheek scar, strides confidently into the club. Vincent's gaze cuts through the smoky air as he surveys the audience, his intimidating presence silencing whispers and drawing eyes. His brass cufflinks glint faintly beneath the neon haze. Marlowe's coat billows in the chill wind as he follows Vincent into a narrow, rain-slick alley. The atmosphere tightens as tension coils between the towering figures under flickering neon. Vincent pauses, throwing a dark, threatening glance toward a neon-lit apartment window where Evelyn's silhouette can be faintly seen, the night rain distorting the scene. Returning to the jazz club entrance, Marlowe clutches his silver lighter, a knot of unease tightening in his chest as the rain trickles down his trench coat. Evelyn slips out of the club, rainwater soaking her scarlet dress. Her fingers close protectively around a vintage locket as she moves down the narrow, neon-glowing lane. Shadowed beneath his fedora, Marlowe trails Evelyn carefully, blending with the wet darkness to keep her in sight without drawing attention. A rough thug steps into Evelyn's path, blocking the wet street and demanding the gleaming locket. Her defiant expression hardens as she refuses to hand it over. Marlowe steps from the shadows into the pale streetlight, his calm voice and posture confronting the thug with silent authority. The thug backs away reluctantly as Evelyn glances quickly at Marlowe, her grateful eyes reflecting the flickering neon as they disappear into the rain-soaked maze. In a deserted warehouse, Vincent leans coldly over his henchman, his voice sharp as he outlines chilling plans centered on Evelyn's hidden secrets. Under an unstable, flickering neon sign, Marlowe meets Officer Doyle, who puffs on his cigarette and warns him of Crane's deep corruption and reach in the city. Evelyn stares into a puddle distorted by rain, the vintage locket gleaming clearly as she steels herself for the dangerous confrontation looming ahead. Investigating Crane's hideout, Marlowe discovers encrypted notes hinting at a conspiracy intricately tied to Evelyn's mysterious past and the locket's significance. Visiting an old confidante, Evelyn learns a secret about the locket's origin, revealing its potential to unravel the dangerous web surrounding her. Vincent's men capture one of Marlowe's trusted contacts, deepening the threat and tightening Crane's iron grip on the city's shadows. Beneath a flickering neon sign reading Solace, Marlowe and Evelyn exchange low whispers, rain pelting around them as plans intertwine amidst growing danger. A coded message guides Marlowe to a clandestine meeting, where he narrowly escapes an expertly planned ambush lurking within the rainy night's shadows. Back at the club, Evelyn's voice sharpens, her fiery song carrying hidden warnings and cryptic signals to Marlowe waiting among the smoke and neon. Officer Doyle uncovers damning evidence linking city officials to Vincent Crane, complicating Marlowe's pursuit as loyalties fray under neon lights and rain. In a private encounter, Vincent confronts Evelyn, revealing knowledge of her darkest secret and delivering an ominous threat that jeopardizes her future. During a tense stakeout in relentless rain, Marlowe's silver lighter fails to ignite, the flickering neon casting shadows as a subtle sign of impending peril. Evelyn carefully slips the vintage locket inside an old, worn book, an unspoken symbol of trust and secrets yet to be shared, as rain continues to fall softly around her. The night erupted in gunfire, shadows scattering as Marlowe lunged to shield a trembling boy. The child gripped a crumpled letter, the address unmistakably marked for Evelyn. Marlowe's silver lighter sparked briefly in the rain, illuminating the urgency in the boy's wide eyes. Vincent's voice cut through the chaos, commanding a citywide blackout to tighten his grip. Neon signs flickered and died, plunging the streets into smothering darkness. His jagged scar seemed to catch the last glimmers of fading light, a sinister reminder of the power he wielded. Under muted neon ghosts that flickered weakly in the downpour, Marlowe and Evelyn slipped through treacherous alleys. Each step brought new dangers, but Evelyn's vintage scarlet dress and Marlowe's steady gait pushed through the gloom. Their eyes met briefly, a silent vow exchanged beneath the relentless rain. In defiance of commands, Officer Doyle appeared from the shadows, cigarette smoke swirling in the damp air. He handed Marlowe encrypted files, the paper damp but intact, a lifeline in the creeping darkness. Doyle's stoic gaze carried unspoken trust as he disappeared back into rain-soaked alleys. A piercing betrayal shook Marlowe's circle to its core, forcing him into the sanctuary of a hidden refuge. Outside, rain hammered relentlessly, blurring the city's fractured edges under neon glows. The weight of suspicion pressed heavy, but Marlowe's silver lighter remained by his side, a small beacon in his solitude. Evelyn, her scarlet dress now torn by confrontation, stood unwavering before the betrayer. Her powerful gaze cut through the cold rain, locket visible as a symbol of her resolve. The city's flickering neon signs cast erratic shadows, reflecting the storm that raged between them. Back in the sanctuary, Marlowe pored over the encrypted files, piecing together fractured clues. A startling connection emerged. Evelyn and Vincent share a past far older and more tangled than anyone suspected. The rain tapped on the window, a steady rhythm to his growing unease. At a grim crime scene, rain relentlessly washed away vital evidence, erasing traces beneath the dripping neon glow. Vincent's shadow slipped through the shadows once more, evading capture with practiced ease. The city's wet streets whispered secrets only the darkness could keep. Gathered beneath a flickering sign, Evelyn revealed the secret nestled within her vintage locket. It was more than a keepsake. It was the key to dismantling Vincent's sprawling criminal web. Her scarlet dress shimmered wet against the rain, determination shining in her eyes. Beneath the fractured neon and persistent rain, Marlowe and Evelyn crafted their final strike. Every detail was aligned, every risk calculated in the dripping silence. The city's pulse beat steady around them, as shadows awaited the unfolding plan. Officer Doyle stood firm as henchmen surged through the streets, cigarette ends burning low and forgotten. His methodical defense carved space for the coming assault, every breath steady against mounting chaos. Neon reflections danced across his stoic face as rain splattered around them. A desperate chase wound through narrow alleyways, shadows stretching and contracting under flickering neon. Marlowe cornered Vincent at last, the night tense with unspoken reckoning. Every step echoed with the weight of years lost and battles yet to be fought. Vincent's jagged scar gleamed sharp and ominous in the dim light as he leveled accusations at Marlowe. His words bit deep, recalling failures Marlowe had kept buried in the rain. The city seemed to hold its breath, caught between past shadows and present resolve. With a rasp, Marlowe's silver lighter sputtered back to life, its small flame fighting the darkness. Fueled by rekindled will, he met Vincent's challenge head-on. The dance of light and shadow blurred as the decisive struggle erupted amidst dripping neon. Evelyn's fingers trembled slightly as she used her locket to unlock secret files within Vincent's safe house. The damning evidence spilled forth, exposing the full breadth of his crimes to the public eye. Outside, rain hammered steadily, as if cleansing the city's sins. Under Doyle's commanding lead, police raids cut through the darkness, flashlights piercing shadowed corners. The storm of law enforcement surged with growing force, neon fragments reflecting on wet pavement. Each step pushed Vincent closer to exposure. Cornered and defiant, Vincent's smirk suggested layers deeper than anyone anticipated. His scar caught the residual neon glow, hinting at conspiracies yet concealed beneath city streets. The web of shadows tightened, threatening to ensnare all involved. Marlowe chose protection over selfish safety, escorting Evelyn through rain-slicked, neon-streaked streets. His trench coat billowed with the storm's fury as he moved steadily toward refuge. The silver lighter's glow was a quiet reassurance in the unrelenting downpour. Evelyn's voice crackled through the radio, a beacon of hope amid the relentless shadows. Her words carried strength and resilience, cutting through mist and static. Despite the rain, her spirit burned brightly, a signal amid the neon gloom. In the confusion and rising storm, Vincent vanished into the pounding rain, his scarred visage disappearing like a ghost. The city's heartbeat faltered as uncertainty swept through the soaked streets. The chase was far from over, shadows still whispered his name. Marlowe and Evelyn sought refuge atop a secluded rooftop, where neon rain cascaded around them. Plans and promises were exchanged beneath flickering lights and storm-soaked skies. Their alliance forged stronger, united against the dark forces still lurking below. Doyle arrived bearing critical news, a witness prepared to break silence and expose Vincent's operations. The cigarette between his lips burned steadily, his eyes keen with cautious optimism. The pieces were aligning, though danger still loomed. Evelyn's locket caught the neon glow as she readied to disclose the final truth to the city's underground press. Her scarlet dress clung to her in steady defiance against the rain and shadows. The moment to shatter silence was near, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Marlowe worked feverishly to decode cryptic clues leading to Vincent's hidden vault beneath the neon-lit streets. Each revelation peeled back another layer of the tangled conspiracy. Outside, rain continued its ceaseless fall, drumming a tense rhythm to his discoveries. The city held its collective breath as the last fragment of the puzzle slid into place in the relentless rain. Neon signs flickered uncertainly, casting ethereal light over rain-soaked streets. The moment of truth approached, cloaked in shadow and anticipation. Beneath the flickering neon haze, a concealed panel slid open in the damp alley, revealing a narrow passage cloaked in darkness. Detective Marlowe adjusted his trench coat, steeling himself as he stepped inside, the persistent rain muffled behind thick stone walls. His silver lighter flickered briefly, casting fleeting light on the graffiti-scarred walls, leading him deeper into the heart of the city's shadows. From the suffocating darkness, Vincent Crane emerged, his bulky frame stepping forward as if risen from the underworld itself. The jagged scar across his cheek caught the light ominously as he declared himself the architect behind the betrayals that fractured the city's unsuspecting underbelly. His brass cufflinks gleamed with sinister pride, a chilling testament to his ruthless reign. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Evelyn Shaw emerged, her scarlet dress a vivid flame against the bleak chamber. Clutching her vintage locket tightly, she confronted Vincent with undeniable proof of his betrayals, her sharp eyes never wavering. The underworld figures assembled behind them exchanged stunned glances as the truth surfaced under the harsh glow of flickering neon. A heavy silence broke as the rain hammered the broken windows, each drop echoing the shattering of old alliances. Tension thickened the stale air, crackling like static before a storm, the neon signs outside casting eerie shadows through fractured glass. Trust dissolved like mist, the underworld fracturing beneath the weight of unveiled lies and whispered threats. In the claustrophobic chamber, Marlowe lunged at Vincent, their figures merging and breaking apart in the shadows cast by the wet walls. The clash was a desperate dance, his silver lighter temporarily lost in the scuffle as fists collided and coats flared. Each movement etched against the neon-lit gloom, their battle a raw testament to years of deceit and defiance. Evelyn's steady voice cut through the chaos, lifting a small device from within her coat. The recorded confession of Vincent's closest accomplice spilled into the chamber, shattering silence with damning evidence. The weight of his own words unspooled around Vincent, unraveling the last threads of his dark empire beneath the relentless downpour. Vincent's grip faltered, the jagged scar knitting into a grimace of defeat as Officer Doyle appeared, cigarette still clenched between steady lips. The bulky crime boss was restrained, his brass cufflinks catching faint neon glimmers as officers moved decisively. The city's shadows began to recede with every measured step Doyle took, heralding an end to the reign of fear. Outside, rain swept the streets clean, washing away stains both physical and moral. Neon signs flickered softly, their chaotic glow now calm and reflective across puddled asphalt. Vincent's silhouette faded into the night, detained and broken, as the city exhaled beneath the storm's lingering rhythm. On a rooftop above the soaked streets, Marlowe and Evelyn stood close, the breaking dawn framing their silhouetted figures. The vintage locket hung between them, glimmering briefly as the first light touched the city below. Rain still whispered against neon, a gentle promise lingering between the two in the quiet aftermath. The city breathed anew beneath soft neon glows, its pulse steadying after the tempest. Marlowe lifted his silver lighter, sparks flickering one last time before igniting into a small, steady flame. The glow marked a delicate balance of hope and uncertainty, signaling a future still unwritten beneath the shimmering shadows. Elena sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the rain tapping steadily against the window pane. Her fingers gently traced the contours of the vintage locket around her neck, the cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing unease in her chest. Navigating through the crowded streets, Marcus clutched his leather-bound notebook tightly, his eyes darting nervously between passers-by. The towering buildings felt oppressive, shadows stretching like silent watchers as he moved with purpose yet caution. In the sunlit park, Ava played quietly with her small handcrafted doll, her curls catching the golden light. She observed the pigeons fluttering nearby, a faint tension in her gaze that belied her innocent demeanor. A soft thud alerted Elena to a letter slipped under her door, the old seal instantly recognizable. Her expression shifted from curious anticipation to deep concern as she broke the wax and unfolded the aged paper inside. Inside a cluttered cafe, Marcus scribbled furiously into his notebook, each stroke urgent and deliberate. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. Elena hesitated at the entrance of a small antique shop, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch a cracked photograph resting on a dusty shelf. The image within stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease, the fractured glass symbolizing memories she struggled to piece together. In the park, Ava approached Elena cautiously, clutching her doll tightly as if seeking safety. Her eyes held a silent plea, a fragile bridge between their worlds amid the dappled sunlight. In a shadowy hallway, Marcus met briefly with the elderly Mr. Reynolds, exchanging a folded piece of paper with urgency. The dim light highlighted the weariness in Mr. Reynolds's silver hair and the weight behind their secretive interaction. Elena stood before a wall plastered with fragmented photographs and newspaper clippings, her gaze intense as she pieced together a complex puzzle. Each torn edge and overlapping image echoed the fractured past she was desperate to understand. Rain intensified as Elena walked along deserted streets, droplets streaking her face as fleeting memories flashed behind her eyes. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil rising within, each step heavy with unspoken questions. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked a drawer filled with old letters and faded maps. The worn papers seemed to whisper secrets, invitations to delve deeper into a tangled history. In a quiet room, Ava carefully painted a small symbol onto her doll, glancing nervously toward a distant figure watching from the shadows. The faint line between safety and danger grew more fragile by the moment. Alina's vintage locket clicked open, revealing a hidden photograph of a mysterious figure obscured by faded light. The image sent a ripple of recognition mixed with uncertainty through her heart. With hurried movements, Marcus scribbled a note before slipping it discreetly under Alina's apartment door. The rain masked his footsteps as he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Alina unfolded the note, realization dawning on her as the words echoed in the silent room. Across the street, a shadowy silhouette lingered, watching her every move under the relentless drizzle. In the quiet corners of a crowded library, Alina confronted Marcus, voices low but charged with tension. Secrets long buried began to surface, casting long shadows over their strained interaction. A flashback unfolded. Years earlier, Marcus and Alina shared a quiet moment bathed in soft light, their expressions tender yet tinged with an unspoken sorrow. The memory revealed the fragile threads of a broken bond that still haunted them. Panic gripped those who cared for Ava as she disappeared from the park without a trace. The sun seemed to dim, the vibrant life draining away with her sudden absence. Alina and Marcus searched frantically through rain-drenched alleyways, calling Ava's name into the cold, empty air. Each echo replied only with silence, deepening the growing dread between them. Mr. Reynolds appeared suddenly, his worn cane tapping softly as he warned Alina of dangers lurking unseen. He pressed a cryptic key into her hand, his eyes grave with unspoken truths. With shaking hands, Alina unlocked a hidden compartment inside her locket, discovering a worn photograph of Ava's family carefully folded within. The discovery linked their fates in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. By flickering candlelight, Marcus pored over his leather notebook, drawing meticulous connections between the lost girl and Alina's fragmented past. Each revelation pulled them deeper into a mystery few dared to confront. Hidden in an abandoned building, Ava clutched her doll tightly as footsteps drew closer, her breath shallow with fear. The shadows seemed to close in, the silence fractured only by the slow creak of the floor beneath approaching feet. Tempers flared as Alina and Marcus argued fiercely over trust, their shared history casting long, painful shadows. Muted earth tones surrounded them, the weight of unspoken betrayals thick in the air. A mysterious figure left a subtle clue at the park, a silent offer of alliance amidst the chaos. Alina and Marcus discovered it, their search steering toward unexpected allies as the rain began to soften once again. Rain cascades steadily over the city streets as Alina and Marcus weave through twisting alleys, their footsteps echoing softly. Streetlights flicker through the downpour, casting muted earth-toned glows on wet cobblestones as they follow a tenuous trail. Their coats pressed tight against the chill, the urgency in their expressions is only hinted at through fleeting close-ups of clasped hands and focused eyes. Near a locked, weather-worn door, Ava's small handcrafted doll lies abandoned, dampened by rain. The lock is adorned with an unfamiliar symbol, carved deep into the wood, its jagged lines catching droplets that slide down slowly. Alina crouches nearby, hesitant to reach out but compelled by the haunting stillness of the scene. Marcus frowns as a sudden memory surfaces, a phrase half forgotten that pulses with new meaning. He murmurs it aloud, words that once felt meaningless now revealing their connection to Ava's disappearance. The leather notebook at his side seems to hum with dormant significance as he clutches it tighter. Back in her silently lit apartment, Alina carefully moves a painting aside, revealing a faded map hidden behind it. The map is jagged at the edges, marked with cryptic symbols that tug at her memory's edge. Her fingers trace the marks with a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension, the vintage locket at her neck resting heavily against her chest. Mr. Reynolds, seated in a dim corner of a quiet room, leans on his cane as he begins to speak. His voice carries weight as he recounts fragments of a past filled with lost memories and obscured truths. His thick-rimmed glasses catch the low light, shadows deepening the lines of a face etched by time. Alina stands before a derelict building, the fading light making its cracked facade seem both menacing and familiar. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, a silent struggle with the choice to enter this place tethered to her family's hidden history. The rain has paused, leaving the air thick with anticipation and damp earth scents. Inside the building, Alina's eyes widen upon discovering scattered artifacts, aged photographs, worn letters, and personal items linking Ava's family to hers. Each piece deepens the mystery, weaving their histories into an intricate tapestry of secrets. Dust motes swirl in the shafts of fading sunlight, highlighting the quiet weight of revelation. Seated in a quiet corner, Marcus pores over his leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with scribbled notes and diagrams. His brow furrows as he deciphers patterns that bind recent events into a cohesive whole. The muted tones of the room mirror his intense focus, punctuated by the scratch of pen against paper. Unnoticed, Ava watches Alina and Marcus from a shadowed distance, clutching her doll tightly. Her eyes flicker between fear and hope, torn by the uncertainty of approaching trust. The muted dusk wraps around her, hiding her fragile presence from view. A beam of light catches Alina's vintage locket, its surface reflecting a hidden message visible only from a particular angle. She adjusts it carefully, mesmerized by the faint engravings that emerge and disappear with the shifting light. The locket's subtle glow links past and present in this intimate moment of discovery. A tense confrontation unfolds between Alina and a shadowy figure, voices low but charged with accusation. Layers of past betrayals ripple to the surface as secrets are thrust into the open amidst tight, focused shots of clenched fists and narrowed eyes. The rain begins anew outside, a symbolic backdrop to the emotional thunder within. Chaos erupts as Marcus sprints through narrow, rain-slicked streets, only to have his leather notebook snatched away in a swift, unseen motion. His outstretched hand grasps empty air as the thief disappears into the shadowed alleys, the loss weighing heavily. The damp earth muffles his frustrated breaths as rain blurs the scene. Determined, Alina battles the rising storm, her coat soaked and hair plastered as she retraces Marcus's path. The fierce wind and rain do little to deter her grit as she navigates the slippery streets to reclaim the stolen notebook. Close-ups reveal her unwavering eyes beneath the dripping hood, embodying her resolve. Ava's beloved doll lies damaged, torn cloth and missing stitches, symbolizing the fragility of their situation. The emotional stakes deepen as the doll's brokenness mirrors the tension and vulnerability enveloping the group. Rain trickles down its face, blurring the delicate features crafted with care. Under a brief clearing in the weather, Alina and Marcus confront their tensions, their expressions softening. They share a fragile reconciliation, forging a tentative alliance bound by their shared goal of saving Ava. The muted earth tones of the setting sun reflect a hopeful yet cautious new path. Guided by Mr. Reynolds's steady cane, the group embarks toward a forgotten location whispered about in old tales. The path is lined with overgrown vines and whispers of times past, the setting sun casting long shadows. His voice carries the weight of many years, imprinting urgency on their every step. Behind a locked door, Ava waits, relief washing over her face as Alina's locket fits perfectly into the aged lock. The gentle click echoes softly, a moment of release captured in close-up shots of hands and wide, hopeful eyes. The muted colors around them seem to brighten subtly, signaling a fragile victory. As the building begins to collapse around them, the group escapes amid falling debris, embodying the breaking of long-hidden secrets. Dust clouds swirl in the dim light, enveloping them as they sprint toward safety. The crumbling walls mirror the destruction of old pain and closing chapters. Alone in quiet reflection, Alina confronts her fragmented memories, embracing painful truths shaping her identity. Tears glint in her eyes as she holds the vintage locket close, understanding now the depths of her past. The subdued palette of earth tones reflects the somber yet necessary acceptance. Marcus places a steady hand on Alina's shoulder, promising protection for both her and Ava moving forward. Their destinies now intertwined, a quiet determination settles between them. The first hints of clear skies appear beyond the window, symbolizing fragile hope. Alina examines the recovered notebook carefully, uncovering a letter addressed to her, penned years ago. The words hint at concealed histories and warnings wrapped in metaphor, deepening the intrigue. The flickering candlelight throws dancing shadows over the faded handwriting, enhancing the mysterious aura. Marcus visits an old mentor in a cozy, book-lined study, seeking insight into the cryptic events. The mentor's calm explanations unveil perspectives that shift Marcus's understanding, shedding light on the tangled web they navigate. Muted earth-tone decor surrounds them, grounding the weighty conversation. Ava tentatively begins to open up, sharing fragmented memories that reveal surprising connections to Alina's past. Her voice is soft yet determined, weaving a delicate bridge between their histories. Close-ups focus on Ava's expressive eyes and the worn doll she still cradles. Together, Alina and Marcus uncover evidence suggesting a trusted figure's manipulation of their lives over many years. The revelation cuts deep, casting doubt on previous alliances and infusing their quest with new urgency. Shadows lengthen in the dimly lit room as they piece together the betrayal. The storm finally clears, sunlight breaking through heavy clouds and spilling golden warmth over the cityscape. This shift in weather mirrors a turning point in tone, signaling hope and the possibility of clarity amid chaos. Alina, Marcus, and Ava stand together, their silhouettes etched against the brightening horizon. Alina's trembling hands unfold the fragile letter, her eyes scanning words long concealed. The letter reveals the tangled history of betrayals that shattered their lives, stories stitched in shadows and silence. The muted daylight casts a fractured glow through a nearby broken window, reflecting the painful truth's ripple. Marcus faces the manipulator in a quiet, dimly lit room, leather notebook clutched tightly. Their confrontation is charged, raw emotions surfacing amid whispered accusations and trembling breaths. The rain taps softly against the windowpane, mirroring the storm within them. In the soft afternoon light, Ava's doll is carefully restored, its delicate stitches mended with loving hands. The once worn and tattered companion now gleams gently, symbolizing newfound hope and the mending of fragile hearts. A close-up captures the doll, nestling peacefully in Ava's small hands. Alina stands beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, the air warm and calm as sunlight filters through leaves. This peaceful spot from her childhood offers a quiet solace, a refuge for reflection and renewal. Her vintage locket catches the light, a beacon of strength and closure. Marcus places the final copy of his article on a local newspaper's editorial desk, each word exposing the hidden corruption uncovered. The muted earth tones of the office reflect the gravity of his revelations, a testament to perseverance and truth. Outside, clouds part, allowing soft sunlight to spill in. Under a sky clear and bright with sunshine, Ava laughs freely, her joy pure and unrestrained. She runs across a sunlit garden, the restored doll clutched close as a symbol of healing. The scene is warm, filled with vibrant life and the promise of brighter days. Seated together on a worn bench, Alina, Marcus, and Ava share a quiet, tender moment. Their bond, strengthened through trials and shared truths, is palpable in the gentle gaze exchanged among them. Raindrops begin to fall lightly, washed away by the serenity of their connection. Mr. Reynolds stands by the window, a knowing smile softening his features as he watches the trio from afar. The weight of his own past lifts subtly, as if the final pieces have found their place in the broader mosaic. His cane rests forgotten beside him, the room filled with calm acceptance. The vintage locket gleams softly on the windowsill, bathed in golden light as dawn breaks gently over the city. Its delicate chain casts slender shadows that dance with the morning breeze, a silent guardian of memories once fractured. The scene is intimate, full of quiet hope and enduring love. Together, Alina, Marcus, and Ava walk down a sunlit path, their steps steady and hearts lightened by newfound hope. The muted earth tones of the world around them embrace the promise of a future rebuilt from fragments of yesterday. Their journey continues forward, united and unbroken. The rain slapped against the slick pavement as Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette outside the velvet lounge. Inside, the smoke curled around whispered secrets. A jazz saxophone wailed in the background, thickening the air with melancholy. Marlowe's eyes scanned the room until they landed on Ruby, the dame, with secrets darker than the alley streets. Ruby's voice was a low purr, barely above the jazz. "You're looking for Tommy, aren't you? He vanished last night." Marlowe nodded, flicking ash off his cigarette. "Yeah, and I think the answers are buried somewhere between the music and the shadows." She leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Follow me if you want to find him, but be careful. He's tangled up with dangerous company. Outside, the neon sign flickered, casting eerie reds and blues onto the rain-soaked streets. Ruby led Marlowe through maze-like back alleys, the silence punctuated by distant sirens and their cautious footsteps. They stopped before a rusted door, barely hanging on its hinges. Ruby whispered, "This is where Tommy last made contact." Inside, the room was stale, filled with cigarette butts and overturned chairs. A single note lay on an old table. Marlowe picked up the note. "Find the man who plays the last note, and you'll find Tommy's fate." A clue wrapped in jazz, Marlowe muttered, the puzzle tightening like a noose. Back at the lounge, the saxophonist played as if possessed, notes cutting through the haze like daggers. Marlowe watched the musician closely and noticed a small tattoo peeking from under his cuff, a symbol Tommy used to carry. He approached quietly. "You know where Tommy is." The saxophonist's eyes flickered with a shadow of guilt. "He got into trouble with the wrong crowd," the man confessed. "They wanted something from him, something that could bring this whole city down." Suddenly, footsteps stormed in. Figures in dark coats encircled Marlowe and Ruby, their intentions clear. With quick thinking, Marlowe grabbed Ruby's hand, diving through a hidden exit behind the stage. They emerged into the cold night air, hearts pounding, but free the city's skyline bleeding neon hope into the darkness. Marlowe lit another cigarette, looking toward the horizon. Tommy's out there somewhere, and this story, it's far from over. The clock struck midnight as Emma sat alone by the window, clutching a worn envelope. She hesitated, fingers trembling, then unfolded the brittle paper inside. "If you're reading this," the letter began, "it means I never made it back." Her heart pounded. It was her brother, Alex, lost at sea months ago. He wrote of regrets, dreams, and a secret he had kept about their childhood. Emma's eyes filled with tears, but she kept reading, drawn into his words. "I've hidden something in the old oak tree by the river. Look there for me." Determined, she wrapped her coat around her and stepped into the cold night. The riverbank was quiet, bathed in silver moonlight, the oak tree standing tall. She searched the rough bark, feeling around until her fingers found a small, carved box. Inside, a collection of photographs, and a note declaring his unwavering love for their family. "I wanted you to know, even if I can't be there," the note reads softly. Emma clutched the box to her chest, feeling both pain and comfort mingling. She whispered, "Alex, I miss you. But now, I have a part of you to hold on to." As dawn approached, Emma sat beneath the oak tree, the weight in her heart beginning to lift. The letter had given her closure she never thought possible, a final connection. Slowly, she smiled through tears, ready to face the days ahead with newfound strength. "Goodbye for now," she murmured, "and thank you for the memories." The sun rose, casting warm light over the river, a new day beginning for Emma. She stood, carrying her brother's love with her, finally at peace. In the heart of Grayson Hollow stood a forgotten cottage, its windows dark and its garden overgrown. One stormy evening, Clara, a curious traveler, sought refuge there, unaware of the cottage's eerie reputation. As she lit a candle to ward off the darkness, the flame danced wildly, casting shadows that seemed alive. Whispers floated through the air, soft and beckoning, as if the house itself were telling secrets. Drawn to a dusty old book on a creaking shelf, Clara opened it to find pages filled with strange symbols. Suddenly, the candle flickered out, plunging the room into darkness more profound than the night outside. But then, a faint glow emerged from the book, illuminating a path that twisted beyond reality. Curiosity overcame fear, and Clara stepped into the light, finding herself in a realm woven from memories and dreams. Figures appeared, lost souls bound by sorrow, eyes pleading for release from ancient pain. Realizing the candle was her anchor, Clara relit it, its steady flame promising hope and courage. She recited an incantation from the book, each word unraveling the chains of the trapped spirits. One by one, the phantoms faded, their murmurs turning into grateful sighs as they passed into peace. The cottage brightened, the oppressive weight lifting, replaced by a gentle warmth. Outside, the storm ceased, stars glittering like tiny lanterns guiding her way. Clara stepped back through the shimmer, candle in hand, the boundary between worlds softly sealing behind her. Morning light poured through the now clean windows, revealing a garden revived and vibrant. She smiled, knowing the cottage's tale had changed, from a place of sorrow to one of healing. As she walked away, the candle's flame flickered once, then steadied, a silent guardian's promise. "Every darkness holds a light," the narrator mused, and every lost soul a path home. Clara disappeared down the road, leaving behind a cottage that would no longer be forgotten or feared. Leora stood beneath the night sky, her silver hair shimmering softly as unfamiliar constellations stretched above in a dance of celestial light. Her luminous blue eyes traced the intricate patterns, feeling a pull she couldn't yet explain. In the quiet of the village, elders whispered in hushed tones about an ancient prophecy tied to the stars that had begun to fall from the heavens. Their voices carried a mix of fear and hope, hinting at destinies intertwined with the cosmos. Near the roots of a massive ancient oak, Leora discovered a pendant glowing softly with a pulsating light. The silver pendant matched one she had always worn, but this new glow seemed alive, responding to her touch. Kalen arrived just as the firelight flickered against his flame-red hair and bronze skin. With a serious tone, he warned of a looming shadow threatening to engulf their world, his gaze heavy with urgency. In the village square, the Starborn amulet suddenly emerged, casting a radiant blue light that danced over the cobblestones. The glow was mesmerizing, illuminating the faces of onlookers with hope and dread. From the depths of the dark woods, Mara silently watched, her violet eyes reflecting the amulet's shimmering light. Cloaked in shadows, her presence was both ominous and unseen by the villagers. An uneasy silence fell as the night sky dimmed, stars vanishing one after another till only darkness remained. The villagers felt a growing unrest, as if the world's balance was slipping away with each fading star. Seeking answers, Leora approached Kalen, her voice trembling with uncertainty. He reluctantly revealed her connection to a celestial lineage that was beginning to vanish from existence, deepening the weight of her destiny. Under Kalen's stern guidance, Leora began to harness the power of her pendant, the surrounding stars flickering in response to her awakening abilities. Each lesson strengthened her bond with the cosmos, yet the challenges ahead loomed large. Mara unleashed shadowy creatures from the darkness, their forms twisting and creeping as they surged toward the amulet. Chaos erupted as villagers scrambled, the tranquility of the night shattered by the assault. Together, Leora and Kalen fought fiercely to protect the amulet, but with every strike, its radiant glow weakened. The amulet's dimming light cast doubt over their struggle, making victory seem more distant than ever. Suddenly, the celestial mirror flickered to life, revealing a cryptic message etched in glowing runes that hinted at a realm beyond the stars. The mysterious script beckoned them toward an otherworldly journey. Compelled by the message, Leora touched the mirror's surface, triggering a shimmering portal that revealed an ethereal landscape bathed in starlight. The realm beyond was both breathtaking and unsettling in its shifting beauty. Kalen insisted they step through the portal together, knowing the fate of their world depended on restoring the stars that were fading. Despite the dangers ahead, their determination was unwavering. As they crossed the threshold, Mara's distant laugh echoed through the star realm, a chilling reminder that their trials were only beginning. Her promise of challenge hung heavy in the celestial air. The star realm unfolded with shifting skies and impossible terrain, each moment testing Leora's resolve and adaptability. The very landscape seemed alive, its challenges crafted to probe her strength and spirit. Leora's silver pendant began to glow brighter, its light pulsing in response to hidden celestial paths that revealed themselves only to her. This newfound guidance was a beacon amidst the realm's perplexing shifts. Kalen confronted illusions conjured by Mara, his flame-red hair blazing fiercely as his fire met their intensity. Each battle was a test of will, his flames pushing back the consuming shadows. Together, they discovered ancient runes carved into celestial stones, indicating the Starborn amulet must be recharged at the heart of stars. This revelation set their course deeper into the realm's mysteries. An unexpected alliance formed as starborn creatures emerged, their forms radiant and ethereal, offering guidance through the perilous landscape. Their presence brought hope and new knowledge on the path ahead. Suddenly, Mara's shadowy figure appeared once more, disrupting the traveler's path and shattering a section of the celestial bridge they needed to cross. The obstacle threatened to sever their progress abruptly. Drawing on the strength of her celestial lineage, Leora used her pendant's light to mend the fractured bridge. Her connection to the stars pulsed stronger than ever, enabling her to restore the path with care and resolve. They soon faced a harrowing trial where Leora was forced to confront her deepest fears, each reflection cast in shimmering starlight. This intimate challenge tested her courage and inner strength beyond physical battles. By overcoming her doubt and fear, Leora unlocked a new level of power, her pendant now radiating with pure, unwavering light. This luminous transformation marked a turning point in their quest. In a final act of sacrifice, Kalen extinguished his fiery flame to illuminate a hidden cavern leading closer to the heart of stars. His fading light carved a path through darkness, underscoring the gravity of their mission. Mara raised her arms, summoning a starless storm that swallowed the night sky in utter darkness. The winds howled with abyssal force, threatening to consume Leora and Kalen in its relentless void. Celestial stars vanished as the glowing runes dimmed, and the shifting realms trembled under the threat. Seeking refuge, Leora and Kalen found shelter within a cavern adorned with ancient murals illuminated by faint rune light. The walls depicted the birth of their world's stars, weaving a story etched in glowing symbols and shimmering celestial patterns. The night sky outside remained cloaked in deep shadows. As they traced the murals, they uncovered the tale of Mara's fall, once a revered star guardian engulfed by darkness. Her radiant form had twisted into shadow, consumed by despair and regret. This revelation cast a solemn light on the storm they now faced. Leora, her silver pendant catching a subtle glow, reached out with heartfelt empathy toward the darkness that held Mara captive. Her gentle voice carried through the shifting atmosphere, planting a fragile seed of doubt within Mara's resolve. The amulet pulsed faintly with this hopeful energy. Mara's shadow wavered, flickering between vicious rage and hesitant sorrow. The internal conflict stirred as Leora's words touched the core beneath the darkness. For a moment, the storm's fury softened, and stars began to faintly shimmer once more. Patches of stars re-emerged along their path, guiding them closer to the heart of stars. The celestial forge radiated with pulsating cosmic energy, suffusing the air with a mix of hope and lingering tension. The realms shifted subtly, the atmosphere alive with anticipation. Without warning, Mara's minions ambushed them, shadows darting amidst the stars like dark meteors. In the narrow escape, Kalen sustained a wound that dimmed his fiery glow. Despite the chaos, they pressed onward, shadows closing behind them. Leora knelt beside Kalen, her luminous blue eyes steady as she channeled gentle light to stabilize his weakened flame. Their bond deepened, each heartbeat syncing with the glow of her silver pendant and his flickering fire. The cosmic energy around them responded to their unified strength. They arrived at the heart of stars, a celestial forge bathed in raw cosmic power. It pulsed rhythmically, as if alive, its glow casting intricate light upon their faces. The night sky above shimmered with nascent constellations, waiting to be reborn. Leora lifted the starborn amulet, attempting to recharge it with the forge's energy. Yet it resisted, its glow flickering uncertainly, signaling that mere power was insufficient. The amulet demanded sacrifice, a deeper offering beyond strength. Mara appeared, her form shifting between shadow and light, proposing an uneasy alliance. She offered a choice: to unite their powers and restore balance or surrender everything to the engulfing darkness. The air thickened with tension, stars flickering like hesitant witnesses. Torn by the weight of the decision, Leora's mind drifted to memories of her village and the faces of loved ones. Their safety and the fate of countless realms hung in the balance, reflected in the gleaming night sky. Her heart surged with determination amidst the swirling emotions. Resolutely, Leora extended her hand toward Mara, the amulet bursting into unwavering brilliant light. The glow intertwined with Mara's shadow, hinting at a fragile unity forming beneath the cosmic tapestry. The shifting atmosphere held its breath as destiny unfolded. Mara's shadow dissolved, revealing her true radiant form, a star guardian broken by pain but yearning for redemption. Her violet glowing eyes softened, the weight of darkness lifting as light embraced her once more. The celestial symbols around them shimmered in acknowledgement. Together, their combined light surged through the amulet, feeding it with renewed energy that reignited the cosmos above. Stars blazed back into the sky with vibrant intensity, weaving new constellations that told a story of unity. The realms shifted in harmony, their edges softly blending. The night sky burst into brilliance, stars blazing across the heavens in radiant patterns visible from every world. The celestial tapestry shimmered with newfound life, a testament to restored balance and hope. Glowing runes danced amidst the stars, a silent song of renewal. The realms intertwined, blending celestial and earthly energies into a harmonious symphony. Celestial stars aligned with earthly elements, their union signaling an era of peace and connection. The subtle atmospheric shifts enveloped Leora, Kaelin, and Mara alike. Kaelin's flame reignited with a steady, powerful glow, stronger than before his wound. His bronze skin shimmered under the celestial light, reflecting the new harmony within him. Together, they embodied the reforged bond between realms and guardianship. Leora vowed to protect both realms, her silver pendant glowing softly as their destinies merged. Her gaze held firm commitment as the celestial forces swirled around them. The burden and honor of their journey settled like a star's steady light within her. The trio stood at the threshold between worlds, witnessing the dawn of a renewed era unfold in the skies above. The realms shimmered, the shifting atmosphere alive with promise and fragile equilibrium. Stars traced new paths as the night embraced the first light of hope. Back in the village, the night sky exploded into radiant starlight, illuminating faces turned upward with wonder. Hearts filled with hope as the celestial tapestry told the story of salvation. The silver pendant on Leora's neck glowed faintly, a beacon to all. Leora's pendant pulsed softly, a glowing reminder of their perilous journey and the bonds forged through light and shadow. Its steady radiance mirrored the harmony now restored between the realms. The stars above twinkled as if acknowledging the promise it represented. Mara, restored and radiant, silently watched over the realms once more as a vigilant guardian. Her violet eyes held quiet strength beneath the night sky, adorned with new constellations. The shifting realms settled into balanced serenity, embraced by her newfound purpose. Kaelin trained new protectors beneath the celestial glow, sharing the wisdom of harmony born from trials. Flames danced steady on their skin, reflecting the unity of earth and starborn power. The village thrived under the careful watch of its guardians. Villagers gathered beneath the glowing celestial tapestry, retelling the tale that had saved their world. Stars shimmered overhead, guiding stories woven with light, shadow, and sacrifice. The air held the lingering magic of a starborn legacy, alive in every heart. Beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, Leora sat in quiet contemplation, the celestial stars twinkling like distant whispers weaving through the night. Faint glowing runes shimmered on her silver pendant as she felt the subtle pull of realms beyond, calling her with gentle urgency. In this stillness, Leora realized how much the journey had altered her essence. She was no longer just a guardian, but a vital bridge uniting the heavens above with the world below. Her heart carried the weight and wonder of this newfound destiny, a living link between stars and earth. A soft, celestial glow wove through her silver hair, casting ripples of shimmering light around her, a radiant symbol of the role she was now destined to play. The strands seemed alive, echoing the delicate harmony of the shifting realms she had come to understand. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faintest song of a distant star, an ethereal melody full of promise and adventure. It whispered of journeys still to come, horizons yet to be explored beyond the veil of the present night. With renewed purpose, Leora climbed the gentle hill overlooking her village, the patchwork of rooftops resting quietly beneath a blanket of twinkling stars. The night sky stretched endlessly above, rich and alive, echoing the quiet resilience of the world she protected. From the shadows emerged Kaelin, his flame-red hair catching the starlight as he approached with a warm, assured smile. Together, their presence spoke of shared strength and unspoken readiness to face whatever destiny awaited. Silently, Mara appeared beside them, her dark robes merging with the night, eyes glowing violet with a newfound peace. Her presence, once shadowed by mystery, now stood as a testament to redemption and the fragile unity forged through trials. Together, the three raised the starborn amulet skyward, its radiant light pulsing in sync with the heartbeat of the cosmos. The glow danced upon their faces, weaving their fates with the eternal rhythm of the universe around them. The night sky responded in kind, swirling with renewed brilliance as the celestial stars painted a living canvas of hope, memory, and endless possibility. It shimmered with the luminous rune's gentle glow, reflecting the harmony born from their combined strength. As dawn's first light brushed the horizon, Leora, Kaelin, and Mara stood united beneath the fading stars, guardians of a world reborn under the veil of the Starborn. In this new era, their bond shone brighter than ever, a promise that the realms would forever remain intertwined in balance and light. Beneath the crescent moon's dim glow, Aaron traced intricate symbols with focused determination, their silver tattoo faintly luminous against pale skin. Each mark seemed alive, pulsing subtly as if resonating with a hidden power. Outside the ancient temple, Soren stood firm under the sable sky, his grip tightening around the worn obsidian blade. The darkness pressed in, but his stoic expression betrayed no fear, only readiness for what was to come. An unsettling shadow flickered briefly on the temple's weathered walls, unnoticed by both guardian and seer. The sable light shimmered momentarily, casting a strange shift in the atmosphere that set nerves on edge. From the swirling mist emerged Leora, cloaked in shifting shadows, her sharp emerald eyes locked onto Aaron's glowing tattoo with an unreadable intensity. She moved silently, an enigma appearing at the edge of their fate. Aaron felt an abrupt chill crawl down their spine and looked up, only to see Leora vanish as mysteriously as she had appeared, swallowed by the deepening darkness. The fading glow of the tattoo flickered in response, as if warning of unseen threats. Soren's voice cut through the silence, grave and unwavering, cautioning Aaron about a new darkness rising alongside the sable light, an all-consuming shadow that could engulf everything they knew. His eyes never left the horizon's blackening edge. The crescent moon overhead intensified its ethereal glow, casting longer, deeper shadows that seemed to dance and writhe around the ancient stone temple. The sable light deepened, as if drawing power from the growing tension. In a sudden vision, Aaron saw fractured realms torn asunder, jagged voids creeping closer with insidious hunger. Reality itself quaked on the brink of unraveling, threatening to dissolve into endless night. Leora's silhouette blurred and merged with the sable light's ever-shifting form, and unexpectedly, the edge of Soren's obsidian blade began to shimmer with a strange, otherworldly glow. The weapon's reflection revealed truths yet to be spoken. Beneath the sable light's eerie sheen, ancient runes etched on Soren's obsidian blade glimmered to life, revealing a cryptic message written in a forgotten tongue. The symbols hinted at a key to confronting the encroaching darkness. Deciding there was no turning back, Aaron and Soren resolved to seek out the mysterious source of the sable light. Their shared purpose strengthened amidst the mounting shadow, threatening to consume their world. As if responding to their resolve, the temple's colossal doors, carved with steady crescents, creaked open slowly, revealing a pathway shrouded in shifting sable light. Beyond lay unknown trials and veiled truths. Stepping together, they entered a realm where shadows wove around them like living threads, the pulse of Aaron's silver tattoo guiding their path. The air was thick with silent murmurs and the weight of ancient secrets. A whispering wind carried fragmented voices, their warnings fragmented and haunting, foretelling dangers lurking just beyond perception. The spectral echoes stirred unease, pressing them onward with both caution and dread. At a twisting crossroads, shadows bent unnaturally, warping the sable light until reality itself seemed fragile and distorted. Every step forward heightened the stakes, each choice tangled in the weaving shadows. Leora emerged once more from the hovering darkness, her cryptic guidance speaking of balance between light and dark realms. Her presence was both unsettling and necessary, a pivot between their fears and the truths to come. Suddenly, Aaron's tattoo flashed violently, flooding their mind with visions of past guardians locked in battle against relentless shadows. The weight of legacy coursed through them, binding history to the present struggle. Without hesitation, Soren defended Aaron as shadow beasts clawed through the sable light's depths, their twisted forms relentless and ferocious. His obsidian blade carved protective arcs, shielding the seer from the encroaching peril. In the midst of chaos, Soren's blade shattered a dense shadow veil veiling their way and revealed a hidden chamber beyond. The air inside hummed with uneasy power, the secrets of ages waiting to be uncovered. Within the chamber, a fading mural depicted a sacred ritual, binding the sable light's mysterious essence to the power of the crescent moon. The symbolism echoed deeply with the silver tattoo pulsing faintly on Aaron's wrist. Aaron recognized several ancient symbols matching those entwined in their own tattoo, linking them irrevocably to a prophecy forgotten by time. This revelation made the path ahead more urgent, the stakes profoundly personal. Without warning, the chamber trembled violently as bursts of sable light exploded outward, enveloping the room in blinding ebony luminescence. The overwhelming force threatened to consume all in its fissure of shadow and glow. Liara reappeared amid the tempest, her true form unveiled, a guardian entrusted with maintaining the delicate balance of the sable light's secret cycle. Her emerald eyes conveyed both warning and enigmatic authority. She cautioned that disturbing the natural cycle, controlling the sable light, could bring about eternal darkness, a fate worse than the creeping void itself. Her words weighed heavily on their resolute hearts. Though Soren questioned Leora's motives and true allegiance, his connection to the obsidian blade and its hidden history told him there was more beneath her words. Suspicion and necessity intertwined in the dim light of their shared quest. Aaron's visions grew darker, each one unraveling threads of disaster tied to misuse of the sable light. The glowing crescent tattoo pulsed erratically, warning of worlds shattered and balance lost if the power was harnessed unwisely. Suddenly, a subtle distortion warped the temple's very fabric, splitting their paths as if reality itself was tearing. The sable light flickered unpredictably, casting restless shadows that forced Aaron and Soren apart, testing their resolve. Soren found himself face to face with a mirrored figure, forged entirely from sable shadows and bearing his hardened expression. The obsidian blade's edge shimmered, revealing hidden truths as he braced for a confrontation beyond mere reflection. Meanwhile, Aaron wandered through a labyrinth carved from twisting sable light, moonlit echoes guiding their steps. Each turn revealed cryptic clues tied to the silver crescent, driving them toward a vital key shrouded in shifting darkness. Their paths converged just as the sable light began to collapse inward, threatening to erase the temple's existence. Together, they stood firm amid the increasing intensity, the ambient glow wrapping tightly around them. From the folding shadows emerged Leora, her emerald gaze steady and unsettling. She declared that only by uniting the crescent tattoo's power with the obsidian blade's essence could the temple be saved and balance restored. With unspoken understanding, Aaron and Soren combined their strengths, channeling the sable light through shared determination. The crescent moon tattoo glowed fiercely as the obsidian blade's reflection deepened, binding their fates. The sable light convulsed wildly, surging in response, but teetering on the brink of overload. Pulses of sable energy raced like wild tides, threatening to consume all else in their path unless controlled. Liara retreated silently into the shadows, her form dissipating as the sable light began to stabilize. The shifting darkness calmed, leaving a fragile peace lingering in the temple's core. Without warning, the ground trembled as the sable light condensed into a floating orb of luminous depth. It hovered between them, a testament to the balance they fought to preserve, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The orb's surface mirrored Aaron's amber eyes and Soren's solemn gaze, intertwining light and shadow in perfect harmony. It pulsed softly, echoing the temple's heartbeat and their intertwined destinies. In that moment, they understood the orb embodied the intricate balance between light and shadow, the sacred trust of the temple's guardians. It was both shield and key to a fragile equilibrium teetering on the edge of darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy form lunged to seize the orb, cloaked in sable and malice. But the radiant crescent glow flared, repelling the figure with an ethereal force that rippled through the temple air. Raising the obsidian blade high, Soren channeled the orb's radiant power, releasing a pulse that banished the shadow figure back into the void. The blade's edge gleamed with newfound strength, a beacon against encroaching darkness. Aaron's crescent tattoo blazed brighter than ever, its light syncing perfectly with the blade's obsidian edge. Together, their symbols intertwined, forging a potent shield of light and shadow woven from shared resolve. Gradually, the sable light softened and dispersed peacefully, restoring calm to the temple's ancient stones and surrounding shadows. The tension melted into quiet harmony beneath the watchful crescent moon. Leora appeared once more, her smile faint and enigmatic as she dissolved into moonlit mist. Her presence lingered like a whispered promise, a guardian watching from the shifting veils of shadow. Standing side by side under the tranquil crescent moon, Aaron and Soren bore the marks of their trials, but held unwavering determination. Their bond had been tested and forged anew, united in guardianship of a powerful legacy. They vowed to protect the delicate balance represented by the sable light, prepared to face any threat that sought to tip its scale. Guardians not only of the temple, but of the truths hidden within shadow and crescent glow alike. Slowly, the temple doors closed with quiet grace, the sable light reduced to a faint and steady gleam that illuminated their oath. The sacred space breathed with calm assurance, shadows and light held in equilibrium. Time moved on as Aaron sat in meditation atop the temple's peak, the silver crescent on their wrist now steady and serene. Their eyes held a calm awareness, reflecting wisdom gained through trials with the sable light. At the temple below, Soren trained fresh guardians in the art of wielding the obsidian blade and understanding the lore of sable light. His teachings passed on the legacy of shadow and crescent symbols, echoing through coming generations. Unexpectedly, a gentle flicker of sable light danced across a quiet corner of the temple, a soft reminder of bonds forged and journeys endured. The subtle illumination hinted at a lingering connection woven deep within the temple's heart. Aaron felt a faint whisper carried on the crescent moon's glow, voices from distant realms or hidden truths yet to be uncovered. The call stirred their spirit, a reminder that mysteries still awaited beyond the veil of light and shadow. Soren silently sharpened his obsidian blade by firelight, preparing for challenges yet unseen. The blade's edge caught the dim sable glow, reflecting readiness and a steadfast commitment to what was to come. Deep within the temple's shadowed depths, an ancient scroll unfurled itself as if alive, its parchment glowing faintly beneath the sable light. The delicate script revealed forgotten truths buried by time, promising to unveil the origin of the enigmatic sable light. Aaron's crescent tattoo shimmered softly in response, drawing them closer to the revelation. The scroll spoke of a primordial being, neither purely light nor darkness, whose very essence created the delicate balance between the two. This entity existed beyond mortal realms, harmonizing opposing forces and ensuring the continual cycle of day and night. Its presence was woven into the sable light itself, an eternal testament to the unity of contrast. As Aaron and Soren absorbed this profound knowledge, the weight of their quest deepened. They understood their roles were not isolated acts of heroism, but pivotal links in an enduring chain of guardianship spanning eras. Their journey was a commitment to protect the fragile balance upheld by the primordial being's influence. In that moment, Soren's obsidian blade vibrated subtly, its edge catching flickers of the sable light's hidden depths. The blade now mirrored the primordial being's essence, reflecting a power both ancient and alive. This newfound resonance fortified their resolve, signaling the beginning of a transcendent alliance. From the temple's edges, under the gentle glow of silver crescent moonlight, Leora's presence whispered back into existence. Her emerald eyes gleamed with quiet certainty, offering cryptic guidance amidst the revelation. Her subtle influence became a beacon, illuminating the path the two must now take. Aaron's crescent tattoo pulsed in tandem with the blade, both infused with the rhythm of the sable light's essence. The harmonious thrum radiated strength, binding their spirits to the primordial balance. United in purpose and power, they felt the transformative energy course through their very beings. With reverence, they prepared the ancient ritual inscribed alongside the scroll's secrets. Sacred symbols were traced under the sable light, weaving a bridge between their world and the concealed realms beyond. Each movement of the ceremony intensified the bond, affirming their roles as guardians of equilibrium. As the final invocation echoed, the temple erupted into a serene blaze of pure sable light, immaculate and all-encompassing. Its serene glow cleansed lingering shadows and illuminated hidden corners alike. The ritual's success resounded through the air, signaling the restoration of profound cosmic balance. Now guardians of a tranquil world, Aaron and Soren stood vigilant beneath the shimmering sable light's gentle embrace. Their watchful eyes reflected readiness for the cycles to come, ever aware the balance must be maintained. In unity, they embraced the timeless guardianship bestowed upon them. Under the tranquil sweep of the crescent moon, the tale drew to a close, yet the echo of sable light lingered on. Silent and unwavering, it stood sentinel over the night, weaving protection through the darkness. Thus, the legacy of balance and light persisted, eternal and unbroken. The clock in the hotel lobby struck midnight, its chimes swallowed by the creeping fog outside. Detective Margot slipped inside room 7, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The door creaked open to reveal nothing but an empty bed, untouched since noon, the room unnervingly silent. She inspected the window. No sign of forced entry, just a cool breeze whispering secrets. Suddenly, a faint tapping echoed from the closet. "Who's there?" Margot called, her voice steady despite the chill rising in her spine. No answer, just the rhythmic tap-tap-tap, like a code in Morse. Drawing her gun, she cracked open the closet door to reveal a small, antique music box. Margot opened it cautiously. A haunting melody spilled into the air, matching the tapping perfectly. Behind the music box, she found a folded note taped to the wall. Unfolding it, she read, "Find the truth beneath the floorboards." Kneeling, she searched the rug for a trapdoor, fingers brushing against a loose plank. With effort, she pried it open, revealing a narrow space beneath the floor. Inside lay a weathered journal, its pages filled with frantic scrawls detailing secret meetings and betrayals. One entry caught her eye. "The visitor at midnight knows the real story." Margot glanced toward the clock. It was midnight now, the hour when the mystery came alive. Footsteps stirred above. She heard a door shut softly, then silence again. Clutching the journal, she smelled a faint trace of perfume, familiar yet elusive. Emerging from the floor, she whispered, "The key was hidden in the echoes all along." As dawn broke, the truth unraveled, and room 7's secret finally found its voice. The alarm's humming was the only sound, cutting through the eerie silence of the museum's grand hall. Silas crouched behind a marble pillar, checking his watch, midnight to the second. Time for the plan to unfold. He whispered into the comlink, eyes sharp, "Team, the Van Gogh isn't going to admire itself." Across the room, Leela perched by the security panel, her fingers dancing over the keypad with practiced ease. Beep! The heavy steel door clicked open silently, the final barrier between them and the priceless masterpiece. Silas glanced up, spotting guards rounding the corner. "Change of plans," he murmured, drawing his smoke bomb. A sudden burst of smoke filled the hallway, confusion spreading like wildfire among the bewildered guards. Leela slipped through the chaos, sliding the glass case open with a glinting tool. The Van Gogh's colors gleamed as she lifted the painting out, replacing it swiftly with a near-perfect replica. "Package secured, exfil route." Silas's voice was calm, betraying none of the tension. Jax responded from the roof. "Rooftop extraction ready, deploying zipline now." They moved as one, silent shadows navigating the maze-like corridors with military precision. Suddenly, a motion sensor blinked red. Leela froze, heart racing. "We've got company." Silas grinned, pulling out a mini EMP device. "Count on me to jack the system." Lights flickered and alarms silenced. "Go," he urged, leading the sprint to the roof. Jax caught them at the edge, hooking the zipline harnesses in place with mechanical efficiency. One by one, they zipped away into the night, the city lights blurring beneath them. Safely on the adjacent building, Silas breathed out. "A clean job, team, like clockwork." Leela held up the painting, marveling at the success mingled with disbelief. As dawn broke, the city woke unaware. Tonight, the legend of the clockwork caper would